The final week of the regular season is upon us. It is the round 2 closing week. Week number 9. There we go. I had to figure out what week it was. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. Degon here, alongside WaTV and WoTV, Wolf and Wadid, to set the action as we set our teams for Legend and Rise Group after this week.
And while it's not the end of regular season, technically it is the first time we split into 2 different groups. Is what's going to happen after the road to MSI. Return from MSI, you're either in the Legend group or you're in the Rise group. So while, like I said, it's not the end of the regular season, it feels like the end of the first chapter here of our new LCK format.
Yeah, so many things we have to talk about, like road to MSI, road to Legend Group, and whatever. And there is a case where we do the tiebreaker in LCK as well. So there's so many things to talk about, right?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the standings here with Gen G, Hanwha Life Esports, and T1 all locked into the Legend group, whereas the Rise group has Bro, BNK FearX, DRX, and the DN Automotive Freaks, with Nongshim, KT, and D+, only 1 series separating them and 2 game scores separating them. That's going to be a focal point of this week's pre-show.
If this was the old format, we were talking about playoffs, it would already be decided, and this week would mean very little compared to what it actually means this week. Because normally in our old playoff system, top 6, you're going to playoffs. So D+ would have made the cut, Bro would be the last one eliminated, 3-game gap there. But because we're talking about Legend Group and Rise Group, all 3 of these teams are still battling it out to see who is going to be that last member of the Rise Group. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, according to their schedule, like it's really close. And also, yeah, but POM standings is not even close enough to close out today.
Yeah, do it with me, chat. Chovy has been by far the most impactful player across his series. It's nice to see a little BDD there. A little BDD, and then owner and Zeus. Oh, and speaking of not being close, my predictions would have been super close if not for an unfortunate tunnel snafu when I called in when the Bros were winning against Nongshim.
Oof. Oof.
I may be the most correct Predator on this current desk that we're doing today. I'm climbing out of the Wolf Pit. I am no longer alone in the Wolf Pit. I'm with Ox and Degon. Welcome. It's okay down here. You'll get used to it. I'm working on getting out.
Are you climbing down, or did Ox and I just stumble? We stumbled upon it. It was a tough week. Again, congratulations, Chronicler. Goodness gracious, what a brilliant predictor of matches he is. All right, time to get to our Uribank Gold King, who is kind of like Chronicler, you know, being on top with the most gold, most predictions correct, and it is Ruler picking this one up. 80 carries have reigned supreme, mostly for this award. Yet again, this week it's Ruler.
It was predictable after that Tristana game especially. I remember him picking up so many kills in that game especially, and I think in this meta, I feel like 80 carry is gonna get all the Gold King as well because of like late game Senai's comeback, and the Smolder is becoming more meta as well, so the late game hyper carry is finally back, I guess.
Yeah, and I do feel like Ruler had a huge part to play in the win in the second game here, where he was able to get that big reset bomb fight. It's not shown here, but it was a huge part of that, and that gave him a ton of gold. Ends up getting a double there at the end. So the most gold holding player on average last week.
That's right. You have the opportunity to get a signed Polaroid by heading on over to the Uribank app and predicting who this week's Gold King will be. This one is of Chovy because he's been pretty good, but his teammate Ruler will be the signed autograph for this week. Now, as we turn our focus to the end of round 2 and the focus on round 3 through 5, we will be splitting to Legend Group and Rise Group based on the results from rounds 1 and 2. So, 9th and 10th place, so the losers of Rise Group will be out after round 5. They will not participate in the end of the season playoffs. 2nd, 3rd, and 1st, I don't know why I read it that way, for play-ins, we'll get to play play-ins against the 5th place team from the Legends group. 4th and 3rd will get a 1-round bye, and 2nd and 1st will get a 2-round bye.
Really critical to note that standings do carry over, but even no matter what happens, if you're the worst team in the Legend group, if you don't win a single best of 3 for the rest of the year, you still get to play play-ins. So you earn that right, and that's why that 5th place spot we're talking about today is so incredibly important.
Yeah, even though it feels like we played so many games, it's been like only 2 weeks. So it's gonna be like 3 weeks of battling each other. So it's a long marathon.
All right, everyone, get your pencils out and your notepads out to keep track of the tiebreaker rules because we have potential for multiple, both for the second place spot and then for the fourth place spot and the fifth place spot and the sixth place spot. It'll all start if head-to-head game score, that is going to be clearly, if you have a higher series percentage, then it's head-to-head game score, or sorry, there's series percentage, then head-to-head game score. If you have a better game score, then you rank higher. If you have the same head-to-head score, it'll be a tiebreaker. It's basically how this one works out. Here for the second place games, though, Hanwha Life T1, they obviously play against each other today, going to be a huge match. If it is a 2-0 for T1, then the matches for the rest of the week will very much matter.
Well, I'm just surprised that T1 finally catching up the HLE. I mean, at the start of the season, I thought HLE and Genji is on the another level, but at the end, T1 slowly follow up the HLE, and now it's all about them having a great matchup.
So the core here, the main thing is if T1 wins 2-0, that's the main case that's going to keep everyone's eyes open. Then if their score and their final match and Hanwha Life's score and their final match are the same, then they will be directly tied exactly in the head-to-head. So we'll just have that one best of 3 between them to decide who gets that second place.
Yeah, it is only if it is a 2-0 T1 today. If it's 2-1, then it'll just be cleared up by game score head-to-head. Now, that's not the only tiebreaker we're looking towards. It is the road to Group Legend. We have Road to MSI later, but this week it's the road to Group Legend. Nongshim KTD plus only 2 game points separating them, and D plus and Nongshim will play against each other.
So the key here is if both Nongshim and KT win both of their series, that's it. They're just in and D plus is out. So D plus's destiny is not fully in their control, which is a really uncomfortable place to be right now.
Yeah, but after DK winning HLE, I feel like they have some high highs. So I feel like momentum is on their point right now. And also, when you think about the matchup, I feel like DK, they're playing against probably the worst team in the LCK. I feel like they are having a better condition when it comes to the matchup that it decides.
Yeah, so again, if you want to go ahead and break all those down, you can go back, pause it, and do that. But don't worry, we have the tiebreakers, the rules are set. But now, the three of us here on the desk all have different opinions on who's going to make it through. So we're going to predict that right now and make the case on which team
Get up there, Degon.
is going to get knocked out.
So
Now,
we're choosing the teams that we think are going to be eliminated.
yes. So I think KT will make it through. I think D plus will make it through. I don't think Nongshim will make it through. And here's why. Let's take a look here. They start off a little slow here in round 2. They pick up a couple wins against BNK Fearx and DRX. The Giga Chads donate a win to them. But did you know that the bot lane actually played in Challengers to get some more practice, but all I think that did was make them Challengers players. So if we focus this match here, the T1 match on Friday, I think T1 is very, very determined to try and get that number 2 seed. And I think that'll be a loss. And all that extra practice might not have worked here. Give me D plus in that final match. That goes along with my predictions. That means it'll be a loss here for Nongshim, and they are going to be the teams down in the Rise group. All right, you're up.
It's my turn. So I think Nongshim and D plus is gonna make the playoff. The Legend group, and I think KT will get eliminated because.
Well, he's not a roller coaster enjoyer, everybody.
Just look at the record. It's too good. It's too good. That's the only reason why I picked KT because, it's just too good. So I don't think they can win against Genji, even though they won against the HLE. I think it's time to go down. You know how the roller coaster walks? Pew, so it's time.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Roll down.
So those are my favorite noises on the roller coaster, by the way.
So that's how I feel. And also against DRX, I feel like even though DRX have shown a lot of silly mistakes on the games, but I feel like they have no pressure at this point. So I feel like they have great chance against KT as well.
All right, let's talk about how I think D plus is going out, and I think Nongshim and KT are going to come in. So you look at D plus's record here. This is when they're in the loss streak, right? Everybody remember the streak. A little bit rough. Pressure starts to go down a little bit though, right? Some low pressure matches here, even though you've been in this streak for a while. You barely beat DRX, but that gives you a little bit of momentum, but you're like, oh, we better not drop down to losing streak again. This matchup here, you're not necessarily expected to win. Some antis of D+ for predicting BNK here, they end up surprising here. And so when everything feels good and D+ like, oh, this is a pretty important matchup against Bro, you don't want to lose to Bro, right? 0-2 to Bro, not even close.
I mean,
okay?
those are the Giga Chads, Wolf. I mean, shit.
Low pressure matchup, that doesn't matter, where no one expects you to win. D+ plays really well there, okay? Now here, relatively expected to win matchup, but extremely high pressure. D+ could flub here. Now, I'm also considering the possibility that in the 50-50 matchup here, KT Rolster could upset or even take a game off of Gen G, which would be massive with their form, beating Hanwha Life Esports, beating D+, beating Nongshim, and then this matchup here against Nongshim, I think the thing they did with Challengers where they sent Lehens down there will reinvigorate this roster, give them an extra boost. And this is a matchup that a lot would expect D+ to win, but again, high-stakes matches they're expected to win, they don't necessarily win. It's the matches where people see them as the underdog, where they perform better when the pressure is off. Pressure is insanely high, and I think D+ are going to choke, and I think they're not going to make it into the Legend group.
All right. While we take a look full screen at what we had there, what we've written, chat, who do you agree with? Do you agree with me, Nongshim going down? Is it Wadid? Going with KT, the roller coaster going down? Or D+, who had the longest losing streak in franchise history, possibly going down after they've made their way on up? I don't know. Here's the possibility of tiebreakers. It is 5% and a 1.172 thousandths percent of possibility happening.
Well,
and if they do happen, it will be on Wednesday. If there's only one tiebreaker, it'll be best of 3. If there are 2 or more tiebreakers, it'll all be best of 1s. What did?
I would say it's pretty high chance because I'm a gacha game player. So I would say it's really high chance, guys.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
I think that's just to remind everyone, those are the possibilities of every scenario, the chances in which they happen. But like, I think those chances are higher than 5% based on what we know of those teams' form. The road to MSI, though, is what this is all about. Of course, ultimately, the Rise Group, Legend Group battle is really important for what happens at round 3 onward. But if you want to go to MSI, that second place matchup matters so much. So Hanwha Life or T1 have the opportunity to just win one single best of 5 and go to MSI as our first seed if they can upset Gen G.
That's right. And if you are in Korea, please come join us at the Busan Sajik Indoor Stadium starting June 13th, where you get to see a little bit of Busan, and you are get to seeing that right now. That's right, the most incredible fun you can encounter in Busan. Come join us on June 13th for those qualifying matches here. Oh man, all right. It's time for, the budget's getting bigger. It's time for Degon's Fact of the Week. And it's not just 1, it's not just 2, it's 3, because we have a returning matchup here. Joining us as player number 1, off of his victory into the last one, please welcome Wolf Schroeder! All right, light applause. And trying to avenge his last loss in prep as we go closer to his hometown in Busan, it's Wadid! Okay, we've got a match here, several matches for that Rise group. So the facts are about those players and how many times they finished outside the top 5. So first player is Cuz. How many times did Cuz finish outside the top 5 of the LCK?
This one is the highest number is the one I'm going to pick. I'm going to go with D, 100%.
I'm gonna go with C.
Okay. The answer, it's for King's Zone Dragon X back in summer 19, and then the Kwangdong Freaks era, not so good, and then KT in 2022.
The King's Zone one's the most surprising.
Wolf up 1-0. Now, how many times did Kingen finish outside the top 5? Remember, he's been here for quite some time as well. I had to figure out which players to pick.
I
1,
want
2,
to go
3, or
with
4.
C. I want to go with C. I think he's been on a few rosters that weren't at the best. So I'm going to go C.
I'm gonna go with B. I think he's good enough.
Okay, he was good enough, but his teams were not. He also did not make it for 4. It was KT back in 2019, DRX in summer 21 and summer 22, and then finally, Beryl. How many times did Beryl finish outside the top 5? Another long career.
So
Champion, world champion.
In 2023 on DRX, he was the only remaining champion from that roster. I'm gonna say 2. I think it was 2023. Both times he didn't make it, and that's it.
What did for the tie?
Okay, I'm gonna go with C, I think.
Answer there. There it is! It was so
Okay, I was right, but also in 2020,
That's
summer,
right.
the team was pretty weak, and
That's
they
right.
shouldn't have made it to Worlds and win the whole thing. I
His
should have
whole
known. I should have
tenure
known.
on DRX. Once he left D+, didn't quite work out for Beryl. So one of these players will not be making it into the Legend group and will finish outside the top 5. It was a nice tie between both of our competitors. Please clap in the chat. Claps? Yep. Great claps. As we take it to the Week 9 matchup, it all starts with BNK Ferrix against the DN Automotive Freaks, 2 of the most explosive 80 carries in the league, doing battle for you in just a couple of minutes. Then the big one for the second place match, it's T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports.
Banger today. T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports is going to be insane. The final match of the week, the final match of round 2, also incredibly important. Those are the big ones I have my eyes on.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a potential tiebreaker after this match as well. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, you guys just missed the most important one as we take a look at predictions. It's obviously when the Bros and Gen G's winning streak, people in the streets were asking, were you gonna pick Bro versus Gen G? Of course I was, and we did picking DRX against Bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to gambling this week because last week I was kind of boring guy, you know, to not gamble, but I feel like this week I just want to take the first place of Crony.
All right. Well, here were some of the other predictions that we had for the heavy matches. It's T1 Hanwha, Nongshim T1, and D+ Nongshim. Pretty skimp over there, D+ versus Nongshim, Wolf.
Yeah, I explained it earlier when we had our little telestration finger thing, but surprised to see that I'm not the only one, but I'm happy to see that other people are realizing that D+ is really choking under pressure right now. And I'm surprised also so many people voted for T1 over Hanwha Life. I thought I was going to be the only one there as well.
Yeah, going to be a great set of matches this week. You don't want to miss any of it, so stick around. We have DN Automotive Freaks versus BNK Ferrix starting right now.
파이팅!
DNFX 파이팅!
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We're here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon, and we got BNK FearX up against DNF, two teams that are slotted into the Rise group. Just trying to get some practice before we do move on to the next part of the LCK a little bit later on this year. I am joined by Chronicler today. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
I'm feeling pretty good, and this is 8 versus 10. As I'm already overly excited. Oh, that was
What
the wrong
is happening?
I was trying to fix it nonchalantly, and I messed it up. But it's okay. That hopefully doesn't bode for the rest of this day, Valdez. As
Surely not.
BNK versus DNF, both teams locked into the Rise group. But BNK, I do think that their fate is about to turn. I think particularly Daystar looked a lot better than what we've seen of Vikla.
But boy, Daystar!
Yeah, boy, Daystar. We get to cast him, Valdez, which
I'm
I do
so
think
happy.
is very exciting. And for DNF, they did beat Nongshim that one time, and that's still about as far as... I think Bulldog looks a little better at something.
They
after
almost
he came
beat
back
T1 in the second
in the game. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then T1 won.
I'm with you, Ryu. I agree. This is you, Brendan.
Yeah, this is me actually, not Ryu.
It's your boy
We hadn't
Daystar.
practiced much together, so I was worried, but I saw a lot of potential for growth, so I'm satisfied. I think there was the one game where he was playing Akali, and we were like, he's not really farming at all. But I feel like that's, an issue that can be solved through practice and through coaching. And in terms of his hands and his ability, he's showing a lot of potential. So I feel like definitely got to keep him in, especially because Vikla isn't really performing very well nowadays.
As
Were they
Life
holding hands?
and Kellen, yeah, I think they just did a little high five, but if you just cut that out as a still, very cute. Vibes obviously good. And for both these two teams, there's also not that much pressure. Like, yes, it's nice. Yes, your score continues as we get towards rounds 3 to 5. But you're already locked into the Rise group. There is no elimination on the line. There's nothing really too worrying. Now, that makes me want to hope that DNF show a little bit more of what we've seen of them in the matches that they looked good in their eventual win that they were able to get. But I'm still not going to believe it until Nexus actually are falling, Valdez, because this team has just seemingly lost the ability to win. Laning can be good. I can see Dudu get a double and still be like, Dudu, I don't know when it's going to happen, but I know something bad is about to transpire. As Diablo, good enough to make even the biggest non-believer believe. His stats are obviously not going to be great because, well, he's on BNK, so...
Yeah, I mean, same for Berserker, right? We talked about how he's the one guy who's playing well on this team. I mean, his stats are all 10th because the team is so far behind everybody else that, of course, he's not going to be putting up big numbers.
Yeah.
The damage percentage, though, maybe could be higher. There are some here that, you look at this and you say, well, he's not getting a lot of gold, so maybe he should be doing a bit more damage per gold.
I recall a lot more conversation about Berserker being jailed in like the first 2 weeks of the split. I do think that, which has happened to so many players, unfortunately has happened pretty often on DNF. We saw it with Cuz last year as well. It took Cuz until like 2 weeks ago to shake all that off, right? A year of struggling, and obviously the vibes are great. Soboro still in for Clear. Clear to me is another example of a player where I do think he has shown in individual games that he's got what it takes, but the consistency just isn't quite there. So putting Soboro in, I think, does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, especially once you get closer to the Rise group locked in, which, as we know now, is locked in for BNK. You can test a little bit. Yes, your scores are going to be carried over into LCK later on in the year, but still, you get an opportunity here before MSI, before the big break, to just try out some new guys, see how they do on the big stage with relatively low pressure as well. It gives them a chance to really show what they're made of and show their potential, such as my boy Daystar in the mid lane up against a guy who once upon a time did show his potential, but is also jailed on DNF.
Yeah. Now, if you're not sure what the Brendan's boy Daystar, don't worry, we'll get into it because there is a lot.
We have a lot of
There's
time
a lot of
one.
tape and a lot of reasons for that. It's not just an impromptu meme that he thought of on the spot. Absolutely,
Definitely not.
No
From last Sunday, surely
we can run anything into the ground here at the LCK, Valdez. That's what we do.
That's why we got to come up with new random things, even if they don't make that much sense, just so we can run them into the ground instead of running other things into the ground.
That we've already. Yep.
Yeah.
Very true.
It gives us more space, As Ryu out there, Joker as well. Minute and Cube coming up from Challengers about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago now. It does feel like, to me, I think the drafting has improved, but also, we've talked about this before, they can draft like gods, and it just doesn't matter because they need to know how to be able to play as a team and be on the same page and team fight and learn how to win before their draft is going to help them too much.
If you're complaining about the coaching for DNF, which I think makes sense, it's not about the draft. It's about what actually happens once we're in game. And hopefully for DNF, even though their season has been so rough thus far, again, when it comes to game score, if you combine 8th and 9th place negative game scores, that's where DNF is at. That's how rough of a split this has been.
Yes.
The 0-18 has been, I want to say, fortunately, not been a thing that's come to fruition.
I think it would be worse. We'd still be talking about it, you know? We'd be like, is this the day where they get their first win? Is the next match the day where they get their first win? At least they have that done.
Yeah, looking at this, if I was DNF, I wouldn't have worried because going up against DK in a match they need to win, the final end of the split, that would have been a guaranteed win, right? Like, there's no way that would not go in the funniest way possible. As the Rumble does get locked in here for Soboro. It's still a good pick, but it does really feel like we've kind of gone back to the Rumble that you mainly pick up for Equalizer. I think his laning is still fine, but it's not been the old Rumble where he would just auto-win every lane and generate big leads for himself. It's really just about, there are so many champions that synergize well with him. He works well with both a lot of the meta junglers at the moment, because here you can pick Xin Zhao, you can pick Skarner, so you can go in a lot of different directions, and they all work well with him. And it works well with either more CC-heavy mid laners or AD mid laners, right? For example, the Yone is one we always go to. Obviously has been banned away because don't want to give over that trade, as this is not an easy matchup. The Azir into, or sorry, the Ahri into the Azir, I'm pretty sure it was only like Faker and Chovy that won.
Yeah.
We'll see whether that ends up going the way of BNK. There is, of course, a strong 2v2, Xin Zhao and Ahri, that we often talk about.
Yeah. Still trying for the Mbessa. I actually marked it here on my sheet. Mbessa sitting at a 25% win rate over 40 games. That's 10 and 30.
We could have just picked Galio. I'm just putting that out. We hovered it. We know it exists.
There's a million things they could have picked. But
okay, but so Galio is great in lane. They are picking a melee comp, and you have Pantheon.
Yeah.
Valdez,
double semi-global. Works really well together. Very reliable engage.
Gives you a front line.
Now instead you actually have to aim your abilities and be in the right position.
It's BNK. Do we really think BNK are not just going to draft a full rush composite? Like, they're already halfway there. Outside of Diablo going to things like the Jinx, which he's only used as a counter pick, the man is picking something short range.
Yeah.
Might be Lucian, might be, and you can pick up the Ezreal yourself, right? So like, might be Lucian, might be Xayah. But there are plenty of opportunities here to punish what I think is one of BK's biggest weaknesses, which is just being a very predictable team, because they've been the same for, what, 7 years?
Yeah, I co-streamed their Challenger team. It has all the guys that played on their team in past years.
Yes.
Except Career, who's their support.
Yeah, he was.
Everybody else.
Career was from DRX.
Yeah, everybody else has played in the LCK. It's ridiculous. And so they just stay the same.
They do. If you go back to Sandbox, like the original Sandbox in 2018, their whole thing was level 2 gank Camille every game.
Yeah, not predictable at all.
No. Some teams just stay the same. As KT fans know.
Ezreal Rel, maybe?
Yeah. It's not exciting, but the Rel pick away feels good. Alistair is another that I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
I like...
There's your short range.
Yeah, well, we knew.
I was just hoping. I'm like, you know what? This would make a lot of sense. Nah. Kai'Sa.
Which, your lane is... Kai'Sa Alistair, that lane is rough. Valdez. Diablo and Kellen have been suspiciously good in the 2v2. Also, Kellen's Alistar really is the best redemption arc since what? Zuko in The Lost Airbender? Like,
Excuse me?
You've watched that?
No, I haven't. What is that? I mean, I know what it is, but I haven't seen it. Now we're just deciding, do we play...
Okay, there's limits to even
not.
your depravity,
so
Valdez. What do you mean?
They're just going to play Gragas instead, which is a good matchup into Alistair.
It's a really good... I'm just going to let this go, but I feel like I should. It's a really good pick here from Live. It's good into literally everyone on BNK. And now that all is said and done, the DN Freaks draft, it's good. It's a good draft. There is a nice mixed damage profile, there's good front line, and the disengage into a full dive composition, absolutely stellar. Will it matter? I don't know.
Should have played Galio as well. Or
can you imagine
Aurora.
can you imagine if you had Galio as well?
Or Rise.
In top. This gives Dudu more agency though. The problem is just that 2023 Dudu, pick like this, trust him blindly. At this point, I'm like, bro, it's time to lock in the tank. Maybe just accept that right now we're not playing well. Try and play for Berserker instead.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, we can talk about the draft all we want, but I'll wait for the gameplay for DNF. As, did you see that sign? That was a brutal sign. It was like a broken down building.
Yeah.
With DNF's logo, and it said, "We're open for business." Apparently, it's a meme in Korea, but that is,
damn.
That's pretty dire. They don't mess around with the meme.
It's not wrong.
Yeah. Very, very true. Very poignant here in this one. As we're getting ready, let's hop on the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 1. I do think the fact that DNF had a pretty good game against T1 recently should at least help their confidence a little bit. I'm not going to give any promises and say that they're going to come in here and win a game, but I just want to see some better gameplay. And I think BNK is a team where they can do it against. I think they actually have a chance against this team if they play their best. Obviously, that being the main issue, them playing their best.
It's just play their best past like 10 minutes or 15. That's all we ask. The early game has been fine. They've been able to get picks, been able to consistently play pretty well. It's just as soon as we get to any macro, any objectives or consistent team fights that things kind of fall apart. Like we will just have Pyosha go in by himself while the rest of the team is not ready, or no one goes in when they should. And they're all just kind of like looking at each other like, are you going to go in?
Yeah.
Are you going to go in?
Very disconnected.
Disconnected,
As
disjointed,
disjointed,
discombobulated.
Disorienting
Yeah.
for us watching.
So, your boy Daystar, you want to...
So yeah, on Sunday I decided he was my boy. I don't know, I felt the vibes. There were 2 fans in the audience that held up his jersey, which has the number 99. Which, for you hockey fans out there, the 2 of you in chat, is the number of Wayne Gretzky, the best hockey player of all time. So I was like, you know what? Maybe this guy's going to come in here and change the vibe of BNK. He's going to be great. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting much. But he played awesomely. And they didn't win, but I was like, I was cheering for him the whole time. I was feeling the energy from the new player coming in, the honeymoon phase of him being on the team. And
now it's real.
Now it's real. Now I'm actually watching this guy. I'm like, he's actually good. And maybe it's a little bit of overhype from my, my whole journey to get here that I just described. But I do think that he actually has potential.
So what you're saying is it took you like 4 months to come around on Diablo, and with Monday, it's just like comes in, love him.
Love him. Haven't even seen him play yet.
By the way, we did see, this is already this point like a minute ago, but we needed the explanation for this. The reason why the Gragas is good, being able to consistently get the cancel on the attempted engages from Kellen and denying the knockups. It just means that the one counter I do think you have in this lane is that you have a decent amount of burst and you can get a full passive proc off. You can't do that because you can't actually combo DMF as long as the DNF bot line plays it well. That's your boy!
My boy Daystar, he's getting in there. So you mentioned this is kind of a hard matchup, but already he's winning.
It's one of those matchups where, in theory, you can see why it should be good. But then in practice, it just never really plays out that way. And only a few players have been able to actually make it work as a counter. We'll see if Daystar can join that illustrious group.
So Degon's telling me that apparently every player has 99.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter anymore.
If
I had heard that at first, probably my hype would have been a lot lower.
But he's your boy now.
But now I'm very invested.
You didn't even like him in Challengers, did you?
No. Oh, man. but recently I did
I thought it was
I did
fine.
co-stream and I saw Vikla. He got POG, because they still have POG there, in game 1. Zari was like awesome. And then just fell off a cliff.
That has happened to him.
I think that's why we see Daystar here in the LCK. Flash comes out, and the Flash comes in from Sobero as the tanking is here from Raptor. Very nicely done. Looked a little strange at first because Raptor was just running away, but then Sobero just came in and killed him.
Yeah, kind of a weird sequence. Normally how those ganks go is, Callan does get the knockup, but yeah, it's going into life. He also has Augment, by the way, so it's even harder for Diablo to get on top of Berserker. Yeah, that top lane was interesting. Normally what happens is you always see the Xin just wind up on the turret specifically, but I think he was maybe scared that Dudu was going to clear the wave. So he just went in, and I was kind of waiting for him to flash in and get the knock up. But instead, Sobero flashed in. Raptor really nicely done with when it came to the tanking of the turret. And also, reason that gank was possible because Sobero had already been doing a good job, and also kind of beckons the question for Dudu why he was trading so aggressively when his jungler was clearly not going to be on his side of the map.
Yeah, definitely a good question. Sometimes with DNF, it's better to just wait and see what they meant by that rather than ask questions. As my boy Daystar is falling a little bit behind now. Looks like Bulldog's doing a good job. Pyosik is now on the top side of the map, and Sobero does not have flash anymore. A Raptor saved his, as we talked about, but Sobero had to flash in to get this. He's level 6. But is he going to see this on time is the question.
Why? Like, he can 1v2 if they don't play it carefully.
Yeah, Sobero's already leaving.
Yeah, no, he's fine. Like, he can ult himself, and I don't think they can really...
They might have enough burst damage, though, even on the equalizer. He's going in, though, as Dudu burning a bit, but it is still going to be the kill. Very close, but they get the job done.
A little spooky there, but does end up working out. Yeah, crucial was the Dudu did actually hit 6, so I wasn't sure if he could clear the wave in time, but the timing was good there. Pyosik patiently waiting, so once Pyosik is on top of him, obviously the ult should always hit, thanks to the W. So nice counter gank there from Pyosik, setting up for a return of gold. No, Sobero is still going to be ahead because this is a cannon wave, so I think he misses the cannon, but he shouldn't miss too much more. But it does mean that we're now looking at a much more equal lane.
By the way, speaking of missing the cannon, I was watching that. There were 2 ranged minions hitting the cannon that had like no HP in mid, and Daystar barely got there on time.
But he did get it.
He got the cannon, yeah.
Of course, as
Again,
we
I'm
would
very
expect.
invested.
Every part of his journey.
I do have a bit of a history of like looking at rookies and being like, this guy's going to be big. Even back in my StarCraft 2 days, Wolf will tell you. There were multiple players where I was like, he's going to be good.
You were a carrier believer before it was cool.
Yeah, I was. I even got a picture with him back in like, I don't know,
and
20...
I think it was like 2020?
I think so.
I do it with
Steer X days.
Yeah, I do it with, you know, like any challenger player.
All
really.
of the
so
challenger players.
So not all of them, but a lot. Yeah. So it doesn't really feel that special.
How did you feel about Diablo when he first came in?
No, don't you remember? I was like, this was the first POC state of the year. I was like, guys, Diablo's good, and all of you were made fun of me.
I don't remember that.
That did happen,
actually.
yeah. It's the first, you can go back and watch it.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, I don't know, Crown. I'm like, no, Diablo's good.
I think I thought you were memeing.
I wasn't. You did
He wasn't memeing. Berserker in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get flashed on. And there's the ult as Diablo hits level 6, and no hope for Berserker as you're not getting away from the Kaisa. Very nicely timed play here by DNF, bottom lane. And Life, he is just going to get flashed on. Berserker goes down, Life goes down. Diablo picks up a double kill on Kaisa in the bottom lane.
Let it be known that this is a bottom lane that has beaten basically I can't remember quite a strong moment against like Delight and but they like 2v2 Duro and Ruler as well. This 2v2 bottom lane is crazy good, and it's the level timing there for Diablo and the attempts from Callan successful to get on top of Berserker. That really sells it to me. Nicely done in one of the few lanes that we've previously talked about as a consistent threat for DNF. Definitely not looking too hot. But yeah, no, I was high up. I think the reason why is with 80 carries, it's so easy to see because the role is exactly the same.
Yeah.
We saw those with Pays as well, right? Like, it's not hard to judge how they're going to do. As we take another look, they're very far up the lane, but the big thing is that Diablo is literally a single minion off. Otherwise, there's no shot he ever gets on top.
Yeah.
And then Kellen also doing a great job here with his CC. Cooldowns ready in just the right amount of time. This flash, we know this isn't necessary, but for all Diablo knows, there is a Pantheon waiting in the wings. So not going to be the case. 2 kills, both going over to the Kaisa as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. We know that Diablo, he doesn't really need to prove himself anymore. Like, he's an extremely capable player. Even though I was a little bit slow on that uptake. I think it was that one quadra kill he got on Callisto where DK just ran into him like lemmings. I'm like, he didn't do anything. It was DK that were into.
Which is, as we now know, the truth.
Well,
both can be
both.
true.
Yeah.
Both can be true.
It was a bit of both because obviously he was still playing well outside of that play, but I think that one play kind of warped my opinion in the opposite direction.
Well, he's definitely
like,
also had, I think AD carry is one of the few roles where KD isn't everything, but it is somewhat important. And he does have also a lot of games where he just dies like 7 times. I'm like, I love the energy, but we gotta dial it back.
He's perfect for this team.
A little, yeah, he is. Yeah.
They found the right AD carry.
That does also only happen in games where, you know, they're already in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, B&K, they're just always the same flavor, and they haven't really been consistently good since 2022. You know, there's been so many glimpses of exactly what we're kind of witnessing here as well. There's the aggression, the willingness to fight, and the commitment to fighting to the death whenever they see fit.
Yeah. Ahead or behind, they will fight. So, you know, if you're a guy who likes action, you could be a B&K fan, right? Because very often you'll just see games where you could sit back for like 10 minutes and farm, and they might have the comp, the enemy might have the comp, but B&K will force the fight regardless.
Yeah, if you like that type of gameplay, look at no further. I want to say look no further than the Bros, but it's not even that true anymore because they have Croco and Closer, which, spoiler alert, we're on this team together.
Yeah. More B&K players than Bro players, but they're making it work. Ooh, nice play there by Life. Might still be going down, though, as the cast is going to miss, and Life just gives himself up for Berserker, who also didn't have Flash. I mean, that's the best situation, honestly, for the DNF bot lane.
Don't think that's the end of the world. Like, I think Life always dies. They're a nice dodge from Diablo to ensure the damage comes through, and Raptor sidesteps it, but I think Life is just always dead there. I don't really think he has a way to make it out. As long as Berserker lives, it's not the end of the world. As Sobro is like, no cross map. He does need to be careful though, because he is very much on the weak side of the map, and seemingly also realizes that. His Equalizer is available, so could always ult either way, but doesn't look like that is necessary. Is Drake, and another kill over to B&K.
Yeah, Daystar actually fallen decently behind in this mid lane now, as Bulldog has been... It does look like Daystar is looking for these opportunistic charms, and he's just getting poked out big time.
Yep.
He did just get his first item, the Malignance, but not feeling good about his lane situation at the moment. Bulldog doing a very good job on this Azir. You know, we saw Talia and Gwen banned, so I thought we would see the Azir first pick, but they just picked the Rumble instead, which I think that's fair. You know, especially with the Gwen gone, we have seen Gwen be the answer many a time into Rumble, so they just picked that up for Sobero.
Really, the question is, why didn't Daystar just pick a Kali? That's what I'm...
I mean, he could have, but...
Nah, I'm joking. I don't think you should pick it that early.
Yeah.
Do have Kellen on the ward. See if Dudu can threaten to cancel, but doesn't look like he actually wants to go through with it. The early laning phase not going too poorly here for DNF, but they don't really have a... I think neither of these two teams really have a composition where you look at it and you go, you're scaling better. If anything, it's DNF, because I think both Ambessa and Azir feel really great. Ambessa in the side lane and Azir just as a champion into a lot of short range. But with how a lot of these fights are going to go, I really don't think that it matters. All that matters is who gets the jump on the other in the right moment. Both these comps are shotgun comps, right? Like, you shoot your shot, and if you hit, you win. And if you miss, then the enemy team just by default kind of runs you over. And neither of them have a lot of range. Really, again, the most range is just Azir soldiers. So
yeah, it's pretty good range. terms of abilities, you've got like Equalizer and Bullet Time. But yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still a very even game, but I am worried for DNF that Diablo has so much money. He's definitely the one guy you don't want to have a lot of money.
It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, it's still very early. Doesn't look like BNK is going crazy just yet, especially because the grubs aren't really a thing that you fight over anymore, unfortunately. And they got the first Drake for free after they got that bot kill, so they're just kind of getting whatever they want. They haven't been forced into any crazy fights just yet.
Grubs have more so turned into a bargaining chip and a way for a team to not feel as bad about giving up Dragon.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's fine. We got grubs. Do grubs actually? It doesn't matter.
We got
grubs.
2 grubs.
Yes, not even free. Free's hard. We got 2 grubs.
Yeah.
You know, they got Dragon. They're scaling into it, but we got 2 grubs. It's fine. Does it have actual value? It's fine.
Kind of.
Kind of.
It really depends on the situation. Like, I think the Azir can get a lot of value out of it, but that's about it. Berserker has to flash just for existing in mid lane. Not sure about stepping up to the 2 of them.
That was just an Alistair in full vision.
Yeah, in range of combo.
Well, I
Just not showing the respect the Alistair deserves.
I got nothing for that one, Berserker. That's what I'm saying. Berserker in week 1 would have never made that error. No way. Just walks up, loses his flash. That's a big cooldown gone.
Looks like BNK are going to respect DNF pushing into this.
I think I'm going to look for the re-engage. Maybe catch the wave in mid. Catch wave in top as well. Bulldog, it's going to have prio, but obviously Daystar can join the fight pretty quickly. Bit of a back and forth here. Kellen needs to be careful, though, because right now he doesn't have his mid laner here.
Yeah.
Both teams are just going to, I guess, just keep ping-ponging waves. Kellen has his flash and can go on Berserker, who, again, does not have a summoner, but it looks like the rest of DNF being there is enough of a deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure from the top lane is the biggest part. Bulldog just able to clear the waves so quickly, and Daystar always on the back foot after losing prio in this lane quite a while ago.
Ouchie.
Yeah. This is just the way it goes. Already definitely going to have some good moments in team fights, but in terms of the 1v1 versus Azir at this point, not going to be enjoying yourself.
Your boy's struggling. That's part of the journey.
Yeah. This is just going to make him better in the long run. I'm not worried.
Also, Bulldog, as I mentioned, I do think that he's kind of, I wouldn't say returned to his 2023 form, or even then he was pretty inconsistent, but at least I think he had his moments as...
He's committing to this turret. I mean, yeah, I don't know about this one, Daystar. As in goes Bulldog, and the entire team is top. So really trying to make something happen on a Bulldog who just flashes. And then he finds himself face-to-face with the Berserker, who picks up a free kill. And it doesn't even really look like BNK were doing much else on the map. They are going to get this Drake. That's the one thing. But that was definitely unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't know about the map read there. Because going for that play is, I think, understandable, right? Trying to save the turret. Flashing is illegal, though. You have to know that they're there. Your team is literally having full control as all. This is tricky.
Yeah, we got a TP coming in. Bulldog no flash, though, and the stun lockdown from the Alistair is enough. So Raptor picks up his second kill. And that's a pretty nice follow-up, although it does come a bit later.
I don't think you mind that. If you're BNK, do you still give up the turret? It's also Hextech Drake. If this was...
No, it's not.
Oh, sorry, Chemtech Drake. They got the Hextech.
We've had so many Chemtech souls recently.
Know. Well, Ox isn't here today, so I guess he's...
Yeah. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't... I'm looking... Imagine if you got Cloud. How great that would feel. Imagine if you got mounted into a composition that, again, will really struggle to chew through you if you have a shield, because both these compositions are so explosive.
Instead, you've got 13%.
So you do have a good amount of healing between the mid-jungle, so that's something. And then maybe it allows you to live through a combo, in which case it actually would be big. That's about as much as I can cope.
You know, I would rather live through a combo with Mountain Soul.
Well, yeah,
than
me
Chemtex.
too, Valdez.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's not a lot of times where players are doing tons of damage at low health. So I feel like that part of the Chemtech Soul where you're actually doing more damage at low health doesn't matter. At least for Pro.
I think we see it specifically in like Genji T1, Genji Homa, right? Where like the fights are on a...
Yeah.
Then I actually I unironically think that the Soul's really good. Because if you're good enough to, when you look at our best teams, to like go in, almost die, but not quite, get back out, get your cooldowns and go, but then I think you actually do get a good amount of, regardless of composition, value from it. With these two teams, what's going to happen is someone is out of position and they will die. that's the end of it.
That's every fight.
Every single fight.
DNF doing a good job so far. They haven't been forced into any team fights, which I think has definitely helped them. But in terms of their map plays, they have been good. Bulldog got the top turret. They got the Rift Herald. They pushed it into the mid turret. And we're going to see a little charge into the bottom turret here as well. Nicely angled. You can just do that. I don't know why we don't see more teams doing that. Nicely done by Pyosik. And that's already the third outer turret, very low on the bottom lane here for BNK.
And I was kind of being mean to Grubs. Guess what? That's now free out, or well, almost. Bot line is still technically up as... Oh, they're trying to punish.
We're just doing the Otacon.
Well, yeah, I think they sold Dudu back. So they're trying to bait them through this choke point. I think they're looking for a fight. They don't have Rumble Ultimate, though. Nope, they're just going to do this.
Yeah, first it down.
Too late.
BNK are just going to get this as... Oh! Pyosik gets in! It was calculated all along! And now a big divide right into the bullet time. And down goes my boy D-Star. We do have a kill on the life. But BNK now on the run. They will be able to get away. As Dudu never really got into this fight in a big way.
The flash Q smite combo from Pyosik.
Wow. I thought 100% there was no way he was getting that, but it was quick.
Oh, they're looking for an exit kill. Oh, I mean, it's oh, they're going to look for the dive.
Yeah.
Soboro does have an ultimate available. Oh, no. That wasn't the best.
It's zoning. It's keeping them under the turret, Chronicler.
Pyosik has ult. This might be a disaster here. BNK might want to call this one off.
Well, they're going to go for it anyway because it is BNK. Bulldog does go down, but Pyosik is here. Diablo lives for quite a while, but does go down. Still 2 kills to BNK, but they're so deep on this lane. They're eventually going to take out Pyosik, though, and it does end up working out pretty well for them.
I don't feel like that should have worked, but it kind of did. Yeah, after that equalizer, I wish it didn't, but I guess it's okay. As look at this from Pyosik, by the way. Flash, Q Smite ends up getting him the objective, and then here the attempted engage. This combo looked sick, but so Soboro flashes, and then it's Alistair with ult and Xin Zhao, so they don't actually take that much damage. And then here, so Soboro, if you ult the wave, I actually think that's fine. If you ult them, that's also good. But he did not. which is why this gets kind of messy. Diablo, if he ults down, I don't...
He still takes the turret shot, though.
Yeah,
I think so.
Maybe. But he did, and ended up going down. Pyosik does pick up that extra kill, and now a soul point fight here. Gold basically even, but the flashes are available for BNK. Not for Berserker, not for Pyosik, and not for Life.
Yeah. It's just a Chemtech Drake, just the first one here. And it does look like DNF, I say maybe they don't want to go for the fight, but now they're actually going to go in on a Daystar, force them to Spirit Rush early, as now, okay, the disengage Blast Cone that was kind of an engage from BNK, going to get the flash out of Bulldog. And now a little fight here in the pit. Another charm going to hit Pyosik in a really rough spot, as now we got the engage on the top side too. Pyosik is just dead though, and Kellen is Alistair. Bullet time doesn't really do anything, but Kellen is going to go down as it goes to the Azir, as we don't have Raptor in range for the smite. And DNF looking a good spot to take this fight down. This Raptor just goes in, knows he can't go anywhere. Soboro the same. And a big fight here for DNF as they come back.
Was kind of waiting for DNF to do the DNF thing and lose one of these fights, but they're able to actually make it work. This is one of the occasions where I think the value of that Otacon actually comes up huge. In these type of long drawn-out fights, just a little bit of extra damage makes a difference. Diablo, I love your aggression. That wasn't it. That's an Azir. Can't really... If that wasn't Mbessa, I think that play makes a little bit more sense. Then this ultimate from Soboro keeps them out of the pit, but it again doesn't really do that much. And then here, that ultimate from Berserk actually splits the fight. So on one end we have Dudu who can deal with the damage, and then Diablo, and they start putting in an awkward position. Diablo doesn't have his cooldowns because, again, used his ultimate to try and kill the Azir. The front to back from DNF actually ends up getting the dragon. I think Raptor must not have had his smite because he was in position there to smite. So maybe used it for damage.
Maybe
early.
he just didn't want to smite it.
I don't.
Maybe, yeah, he just didn't want the Chemtech Drake.
Okay, well, I don't think we rate Chemtech Drake. Feldas, what do you have to say about this?
He's being carried right now. They need him to step up. Like, some of the charms have been good, but he's just too far behind, it feels like. The Ahri's not getting a lot of value. We see this with our Ahri's where if you're not going in and getting very proactive charms off, you're not doing enough. Especially against probably the best mid laner on the patch, if it's not Taliyah, which Taliyah was banned, and Yone was as well. So Azir definitely the best leftover mid laner on the patch. And yeah, he definitely needs to be doing more. Nice little try there.
And for Bulldog, he's the one currently doing... Looking at KDA, not too much, but we have seen so many of these turrets have been pushed down by him. I think his shuffles in fights have been good. Saw one in the previous one as well. Now this is still a losable game, but DNF, it'd be so cool if you can bounce back.
Just get it done.
Better late than never. We're getting to the point where, you know, like you just want to see them succeed. Like
Yeah.
I can't just keep watching the same thing happen over and over again. I can't take it, Valdez. It hurts too much.
Yeah. That would be like watching the same TV show over and over again, which
No, that's fun.
nobody would ever do that.
No, that's great. That's different. That's not as tragic as this. As oh no.
Bulldog, he's going to try to dash here, but we got TPs coming in. We got Diablo over the top. Everybody's missing everything. And so I think Bulldog just gets away. Now Pyojic is doubling in! Oh no! Pyojic is dead. The bullet time is going to get charmed off of his Berserker has to flash, and now they just go for the Baron. There's nothing that DNF can do about it.
Not like this. Not like this. We knew!
You just had to say that, you know, you were looking forward to them continuing with the win.
You cannot put this on. What I said verbatim was, I am still terrified, Valdez. I can't take it. And guess what?
That's true. Yeah.
We knew!
A lot of clarifiers there.
We knew! As Callan does get on top of Bulldog. Just let life die. It's fine. Just let life die. It's just a Gragas. As long as your jungler's there, Bulldog can TP back. You have an Amethyl. You have an Ambessa. You can... Look how low they are! You don't need to try and salvage that. Just losing life. If this is Genji, they 100% take the Baron. You know, lose your support, it's over. This is BNK. You're gonna get a shot to try and salvage the play. But no. Trying to turn a bad situation into a good one.
It's not the first time either. I feel like that is a lot of times what does happen for their team fights is one guy gets caught, and then everybody doubles down one by one. It's like it's not even like they all go in afterwards. It's Daystar trying to make something happen here. This is what you have to do as they're kind of caught in between the turrets. Pyojic in a lot of trouble. Nice engage from Life though, but that's onto a Kaisa who just gets away. It's 2 kills here for the side of BNK. Sobero has his arm guard. He's going to break it. And that should be 3 kills here over to BNK.
Would have never happened without your boy. I'm just saying, he's the one that created all that space.
Creating space, yeah, nice.
Actually,
it was a zoning charm.
It was a it was a really nice stopwatch there from Sobero, because otherwise Dudu might kill him, definitely gets out. So him not being hit by the ultimate there means that now we are going to see this dragon go over. I kind of hoped that they were going to play for inner as well. So we take another look. So Daystar, he's fishing, playing very far forward. But the real threat, as we know, is Callan. Look at how he also catches Pyojic just on the edge of that equalizer. So he's just ticking down. Diablo again. He's taking some risks. And then, again, Dudu. If we TP to our death, we should have done it on the previous play where we made the call to try and salvage. Not this one.
I don't know if that would have been any better, Chronicler.
Well, no, it wouldn't have been, but it beats this. And this is not, again, not a call out to Dudu specifically. This is
It's a
just
team
what
issue.
happens. It's what happens to a team if you keep losing.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, we can't lose this moment. We gotta salvage
Well-
just like this.
Yep, now trying to go in on a Kellen, who did go Zeeks. He's doing tons of damage there. Piochet this time going to get caught out. No flash, just tries to engage onto Alistair. I'm not really sure. Daystar ults for some reason. He's stuck in his
He's creating space.
Okay, his Akali is much better than his Ahri. Just believe me. Yeah.
Wow, Valdez hyping up a challenger player.
I can't believe
and
I would
then
do that.
being wrong.
You know, he did look great in his last match against KT, game 1. Yeah. And game 2, I mean, he had some moments.
Now you know how I feel.
He just needs a little bit of time, guys. Believe me.
It's 50-50, Valdez. We've been over this. That's kind of my hit rate.
Yeah.
And maybe
Either
it'll be
they're
for you as
good
well.
or they're not. Yeah. 50-50. Well, it does feel like this is not very much of a 50-50.
It's not even actually over. That's the worst part. Like, this game is not done for DNF. This is a 3.5K
I feel
gold
like
lead.
mentally it is, though.
That's the problem. Mentally, it is. You have Berserker level 16, has his free items available, and BNK's comp sucks at sieging outside of when you have Nash. So, without Nash, they're going to put themselves in a position of harm. One good combo...
Because it's being...
Because it's BNK.
Yeah.
Also, even with this comp, I think most teams would, but BNK's definitely... Diablo's going to look for an old angle. You know who he is. So
He's limit testing for
he's
sure.
also, again, which in this comp, obviously you have to, he's going full AD. Kaisa, you can't go hybrid here because you already have double AP solo lanes. But it does mean that he has to put himself in harm's way, can't just sit there and poke. Is Callan again? He's the real threat. Daystar is just a red herring.
He's just a distraction. All those tails just like flopping around, and then all of a sudden a cow comes out of the
Ooh,
jungle.
look at me!
Yeah. And
it's
they're
just-
hiding on bush when there's no dragon.
That's no objective, guys. We can just base.
No, but maybe they just face check it. You never know. Daystar's telling them what happens in challengers, and they're all believing.
Guys,
for some
I
reason.
swear life's gonna walk in.
Yeah. Sobero, Daystar, and Diablo are all like, I remember this from my challenger days. Even Raptor has spent some good time
Yeah?
there. Even Kellen.
Telling you, DNF, they have another fight in them. And they can win it. They just need to believe.
Yeah.
We need to
Theoretically.
believe. Theoretically.
Yeah.
Because, you know, right now, I still haven't seen Daystar yet in this game.
It's okay. He's going to hit one charm right at the end when it doesn't matter.
He's at some okay charms. But yeah, when there is like 16 kills and you haven't been involved with a lot, although to be fair, neither is Sobero, and I feel like as Rumble you really should. Kind of a farmer as Daystar.
Daystar.
Well, he's getting ulted.
He knows we're watching him. He's going to die. He goes into Zhonya's. And he actually gets away. I feel like maybe they could have punished that, but instead he just walks it off. Here comes the Baron. And I don't know if DNF have the ability to start this. Not with Daystar, with TP.
There's no shot.
So-
If it was a dragon, you can definitely push for it hard, but Baron is still a sizable threat.
Clear out the vision at least.
Yeah. Can do.
It's a nice flank ward in mid.
So you can, as DNF, also just trade Soul for Nash. I think that's very worth in this instance. And Diablo and the gang say that is worth, so we're not going to let you. This is Kaisa, 80 Kaisa, by the way. That Baron is gone very fast. Pioshik
Yeah.
in position. The Giga Cone is there.
He's got to get in. Is he going to... okay, he went the opposite direction.
Yeah, no, you get Prio and then you try to play for Drake, but you don't have a Soul Point set up.
It's not ready.
No, also
It's 10
that.
seconds away.
Well,
they just walk over after taking the Baron.
Okay, so it's not Soul for Baron.
Oh, that boy Daystar! Yeah, Bulldog's dead. And that does mean that the rest of DNF just has to back away. And it will be Chemtixel.
What was that call? So you can push and trade Baron.
Let him take Baron.
You can give them Soul and threaten Baron. You can't give them Baron and then just leisurely walk over to a dragon that hasn't spawned yet.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think DNF are still figuring it out here. You said it. They have another fight in them in this game. If it were a different team, I'm sure they would have found that fight or at least tried to. Instead, DNF just kind of let them do whatever they want. Because mentally, they're not in this game anymore.
No, this game is now done. We're ready.
Yeah. Now it like 100% is. Oh, another charm hit by Daystar. Oh, nice engage from Callan. He has been really on point in this game. Like, he is my POM so far, even though I don't get a vote. Ingo's Daystar gonna sail wide with that one, but, A for effort. And, this game is over.
We've seen this before for BNK. There are very clear carries on this team, and it's Raptor, it's Diablo, and it's Callan. Soboro and Daystar, they're the supporting act. They're the opening act.
Yep, another charm gonna hit onto Bulldog, and he does go down. And Diablo is just unleashed in this game. He's even got an arm guard himself, and he will live at the end. Absolutely just rolling this team is Diablo as he just dies. How did he even die? I don't even know. That's gonna be the end of this game, though. The Nexus goes down, and BNK win game number 1.
Bit of a back and forth. But Raptor, Diablo, and Callan, big thumbs up. I think Soboro actually had a pretty good laning sense early on. Did have some positioning errors, and his equalizers obviously weren't the best. Your boy Daystar, he created space.
He put his body on the line.
Yes.
To make the play when it mattered. He wasn't the star of the show.
Is there a hockey term for this? Like, can we?
I mean, generally they're called like role players, But that's,
I know that term.
But that's more like, they have their role and they just play it really well. They're not the star, right?
And for BNK, it's so crushing that it never looks that hopeless. But then they lose. Oh, sorry, for DNF, yeah. Every time. There's like, oh, Bulldog's in a good spot. Oh, Berserker is coming back from his early mistakes in lane. And then you have a slight gold lead, almost 3K, 2 plays. And then it's gone. And BNK, it might be in the Rise group, but they're good enough to not let go of a game as soon as they get a hold of it.
Yep, they are good enough to do that. Are they good enough to take the 2-0 and potentially put DNF out of their misery tonight? Or will DNF show us something better in game 2? We'll find out after the break.
집탈할게. 집탈해봐.
야, 대치하고 천천히 해봐.
아들이 조냐 아직 없다 얘들아.
나 오른쪽 가면 할게. 나 궁 좀 돌릴게, 궁 5초. 기다려봐.
미포궁 생각. 대포로 밀어 대포로. 미포궁 생각해야 돼 얘들아.
다 잡을 수 있고 이번에. 미포 강남은 그냥 봐도 돼.
아질. 얘들아 애매.
잡았어. 좋아. 미포 노플이야.
미포. 나야.
안 뺏어봐줘. 안 뺏어 노플.
안 뺏어. 믿어. 안 뺏어 노플이긴 해. 안 뺏어 되나? 여기까지.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space as the new look Fearless Foxes take game number 1 over the DN Automotive Freaks. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. WoTV, WoTV joining us. And y'all, the DN Freaks
pattern
just cannot get themselves on the board.
The pattern seems to continue.
Yes.
Chronicler said it earlier.
Yes.
It's the laning phase that's fine. It's the macro and the objectives that's not. Bulldog having a phenomenal Azir performance, crushing, frankly, Daystar and lane, building a huge lead, having that good team fight around Dragon. And then once again, it just all falls apart. We all knew it was coming. We didn't want to believe. We thought maybe they can get it done with this lead, right?
Well, I mean, after the draft, I felt great about them having a misfortune on the bot lane because I'm known as Kai'Sa hater. The reason why I hate Kai'Sa is because of her weak laning phase. And second, I just don't want to wait for her item spike, you know? Like, you have to wait at least like 3 items. And you also have like so much risk in the team fight, you know? Whenever I see Kai'Sa in solo queue, I don't want to play the game because whatever you pick, you lose the lane. You can't win the lane, you know? Like, it's all about you having the early priority, early pressure in the laning phase so you can actually fight for objectives. Like, but you cannot do anything.
I know that you just said all those things, but this happened.
Wait.
On Kai'Sa.
Wait.
Right? You know,
wait.
Laning phase?
No. No!
Against the misfortune that you like?
No!
Level 6 spike?
Yeah, level 6. Double kill?
Don't tell me
what's
she's
better
gonna
than
get
1?
double kill.
It's 2?
Now, to be fair, everything Wadid said is still correct. That was unfortunately a misfortune positioning way too greedily.
But we're not done.
There's more?
There's more.
Oh my god.
Reiji, watch on. Keep watching. Oh god, that ult.
Man, life is definitely partying in this first game with the cast we saw.
My god.
I felt like there was a bit of a mid gap in this one. Bulldog had that one, but there was also a bit of a support and AD carry gap. The bot duo gap was pretty large. gotta position well if you're gonna pick this lane 2v2. Like, if you're gonna play the Misfortune Gragas,
pick
have
for
the
it.
lane, but don't get caught by the Alistair combo. You can't, as Misfortune, get caught by the Alistair combo. You were winning, you were doing the things. They stopped doing the things.
Well, we're not done yet with a couple of missed opportunities here. This is in the mid lane. Berserker.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk about Bulldog. So I'm Bulldog. Okay,
Bulldog.
my AD carry is resetting because she needs to get the 3 items, right?
Yeah.
And Ambessa, she's pushing bot, and she's gonna like base after pushing bot. Yeah, she got cut. Like we all know that Ambessa is bot lane. And now I graded for top lane, and I'm gonna path into their jungle, and I'm gonna get caught.
Don't worry, Wadidi's got a control ward.
No, this shouldn't happen because you all know that your team is not around here.
But what if a cask saves them for the disengage?
Slow-mo. Oh, God.
But what if Pantheon could turn the fortunes? What if Pantheon could come in even though there's a teleport?
Wait,
But your teammate is not here.
No, I'm out.
Your teammate is not here.
I'm out.
Your Misfortune is in the base. Your Ambessa is pushing bot lane. You know what? Your team is not here, and you all know that because it's your teammate.
Well,
you know.
Luckily, Baron's not up, so it's not going to be that big of a deal, right? Oh, wait,
But
wait,
Dasher's
Baron was up! Oh, no! Oh,
up!
no. Yeah, well, this was a bit of a disaster here for the DN Freaks, but it all starts off with that domino effect. And then if you just end up dying as life, or if it's just Bulldog who ends up dying who has TP, you could slow the things down. You could look to fight for the Baron prio. It's not a done deal.
Yeah.
But committing the Pantheon ult there, Life missing his ultimate, which really could have helped them get away. All those things stack up, and it's those lack of calls that have cost DNF a ton in the past. This time, making a decisive call, that was not the correct one.
I mean, it clearly shows that if you are unsynced as a team, like you give them like huge chance, and after that, I don't think like they can bounce back.
Yeah, okay. Here's the hopium take, guys. We actually called in on the broadcast. We were a little worried, and we've seen them be victims of the Otacon throw, right? Normally, DNF have the lead from their laning, and then they throw at Otacon. But now, right, follow with me, they made it a little bit further than that, and they didn't throw at Otacon, right? They didn't throw at Otacon, so they are progressing. They are progressing, and so maybe next game, it won't be at Otacon. They'll be able to close it out with the
Best I can do
Baron.
is throwing on Soul Point. Best I can do is throwing on Soul Point.
Get the Soul Point. Yeah.
I want to mention, though, the mid lane matchup a little bit, though, because DNF are moving to blue side. And Bulldog, in my opinion, outside of that catch there, you called out a lot of the problems there with how he was playing with lack of information on the map and the information that was on the other side. But I thought his laning was amazing. He crushed Daystar in lane, had really good team fight on Dragon, was by far the best performing player on his team. Daystar, still a rookie, still inexperienced. I think if you play through Bulldog, maybe that's the way. Because Daystar looking a little bit rough around the edges in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, from my side, it's again about the bot lane. Do you remember when DNF had a phenomenal performance on the stage when Life and Berserker won the lane? And when Life played his comfort champion, Set. So I just want them to prove in the laning phase, and I think DNF have great chance against them.
Yeah, Gragas wasn't it. That man on your stream, Berserker, struggled himself, right? We're not just blaming all this on Life. Berserker positioning early, losing that level 6, and then dying early on. That's not good. He needs to step it up if they're going to be able to come back. Otherwise, maybe they could become poets. You know, maybe writers, because they're really good at the tragedies. Let's send it on over to Akrani and Valdez for game number 2. That was bad.
Thank you guys, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. The biggest tragedy for me was how much flame my boy Daystar was getting from Wolf. Man, nah, I mean, Bulldog did have a good game until, of course, the tragedy began. Hi, English cast. Hello from Paris.
Hello! Oh, for DNF? Oh, no. Well, you're a true fan, and I respect it.
Hello, Twitch chat. Is that Diablo?
That is Diabo waving hello. I don't know the context. I don't need context. This is great. This is wonderful. I love this.
It says he's going to find a new POM. I mean, it's probably a quote from whatever anime that is, but
yeah. So
replacing one of the words with
he's
POM.
on the list. You know, it's between him and Kellen. Well, I will go Kellen now, but there's a second and maybe Even a third game, Valdez.
I hope so. I mean,
Well, do
we need
hope
as much
so?
warm-up for T1 Hama Life Esports as possible.
That is true. Ooh, the 6-game day
Yeah. That's so exciting,
will
Chronicle.
definitely
Could
happen.
happen.
Come on, DNF. We believe in you.
Your blue side, your drafting has been good. This is your opportunity to get a big win in the draft. Again. I mean, I think the draft was fine last time from BNK.
It was, again, I think it was pretty even. Really was execution, which was the problem, which has been, unfortunately, an ongoing theme. The Cyan ban kind of hints towards some possible prio on the Jace, but BNK is red side, so they can't prioritize it themselves. So maybe they ban Jace here as well, but they have a plan B that doesn't involve the Scion.
Yeah, thinking pretty hard about this last one.
Is it just it kind of feels like maybe you trade. Yeah, okay, so Vi is open. So we have the Vi that's going to get locked in for sure. And then what do you get? You get Jace. You get Jace and what, like Poppy?
Why is Vi not permabanned?
Yeah, I think she's still the same. But I also think the pick is good because if you're a cohesive team, it's really strong.
You know what makes your team really cohesive? Is someone pressing an R button and forcing your team to follow. Now, if there is one team that can kind of mess that up, it is DNF at this point, so...
Yeah, you know what also is a go button is Pantheon. And we saw how that went.
Yeah, but that has like a delay, and you know, you're far away, and your teammates might not notice it right away.
Ooh. Why? Very confused with what is transpired. And not even the pick. I think Eurogrise is fine. But more so, we are foregoing Jace, which makes sense because Yorick is up, and that is a rough matchup, as we have seen. But then the banning of the Sign really doesn't make that much sense to me. I do think Yorick kind of eats tanks for breakfast. As the Orianna, my excitement matches the win rate.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's specifically because it's playing in the Rise.
No, I know, but...
I know. We're on the same page.
So I mean, the combo with Vi is okay. Aatrox, that's a good top side. You know, if this was 2022 Worlds, like I see this draft, I'm like, man!
Jax?
Jax definitely feels better. Not a free win by any means when it comes to the matchup. As Raptor going towards the Wukong, which we have seen. Do think that the pick is good into Vi. Both by virtue of it being an 80 matchup, as well as the fact that Vi has no choice but to kind of just jump into the midst of your Cyclones. So not taken away. Probably eyeing an Ezreal here. Ezreal Lucian. As Ezreal immediately hits the deck. Because we have to pick something that doesn't just get completely incapacitated by Vi. Maybe an R5 Frog? That's a champ.
Frog.
Yeah, like Kench.
He's a catfish.
Yeah, come on, Valdez. They can also just lock Poppy, which I think is way better. And probably what they should do.
Poppy's very good. I think Poppy should be prioritized more often.
Do you blind Poppy, though? Because if you don't pick it, I think DN Freaks are fine blinding it. And it's really good into Wukong. I don't think it's that good into the rest of BNK, but... Yep, there is the Desire ban, unsurprisingly.
Braum?
So Poppy, Rakan, Braum. Lucian Braum?
Yeah. Maybe take the Braum and then say, we're playing Lucian Braum. Or take the Lucian. Or just pick Rakan without Zaya.
Is it going to be like Rakan... Now I'm like, are we going like Rakan Jinx? Like, what do we... Because Lucian doesn't make that much sense with me if you go Rakan. I don't really see the line.
Yeah.
Ash makes sense. What's it going to be here for the... it probably just like Zeri. But Zeri, the reason why Vi came up in the first place was because of Zeri existing as a champion.
It's just another one of these BNK drafts that don't make sense, but they're going to win anyway. Not the first time.
Well, I did watch Kaisa Alistair win the 2v2 lane.
Yeah.
So I can... Into Gragas MF. I get why Watchan was that mad.
We're not a Glask. Going to be coming through here.
It's good to be into the BNK comp. I think this comp is... Again, is this 2022 T1? Like, what is happening?
Yes.
This whole draft. That's a good plan.
Jin?
Oh, yeah. Forgot about Jin.
Forgot about Jin. Jin's really good on this patch.
I like Jin.
really
I like Jin in this setup as well.
Yeah.
I do think your life is still a little tough, but
At least you've got a lot of range, and
Yeah.
you have like bully frontliners that can create a lot of space. And
yeah, you're able to also let the Rakan roam, which
Yeah.
is valuable.
all right. Yeah, the Jin makes a lot more sense than the Zeri, and I feel like this draft definitely gained some value by it. So beginning to make a little bit of sense now. Some of the prio and some of the bans were awkward, but they got there in the end. I'm not sure about my boy Daystar on Rise. That doesn't seem like a Daystar champion.
It's really just Akali and its derivatives.
Yeah. He's a challenger player still, so, you know, he's adjusting.
In hands and speed. How long does he get? I usually give him like a year, and then at some point
Until
we
the end of
gotta-
this year. If he comes back next year and he looks the same, then it's like,
Except if they have like really good games and then kind of bad, then you can give him like maybe 2.
well, yeah.
A little bit more leeway.
I'm committed to Daystar.
I love that.
Regardless of how long it takes. We'll see.
I don't want to hold on too long. I've done that a bunch of times, and people make a lot of fun of you forward Valdez.
Yeah.
This Raptor also had a wonderful game number 1, and Wukong has a ton of agency. Big teamfight carry.
Yeah, I'm excited for Raptor in this game. Also excited to see if Boshik can have a good one on the bye. Definitely a pick that I think it's easy to have a good one on and potentially get your team to follow up behind. But we are ready here. Game number 2 is loaded up. Let's hop onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right. Game number 2. I'm sure a lot of you guys are waiting for the T1 Hanwha Life esports match.
No.
This is a nice little warm-up for that, you know. Get to see DNF try to pick up match number 2.
If this was an appetizer, what would it be? This series.
I feel like it's like cocktail sushi.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Cocktail shrimp? Yeah, cocktail sushi I don't think is a thing. I think cocktail shrimp is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's okay, but it doesn't really get
It's okay.
you.
It doesn't fulfill its kind of, you know,
It
its
does
role. And also you might get sick from it.
feel like
If it's been left out for too long, like if we go to game 3, you know, like some
all right, now
some
I'm just-
T1 fans are going to be like, uh-oh,
Now-
I don't know if I can take any more of this.
I'm just questioning your choices of establishment, Valdez. Never.
I mean, it's possible.
No,
it's seafood.
It's seafood. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, why are you ordering seafood at a non-seafood place? You're just asking for trouble.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's an appetizer, so it's not going to be what they, you know,
Yeah.
it's not going to be their main dish that they specialize in.
Well, I know that, but
It's just going to be out there on the counter.
But why are you not picking another appetizer instead of the shrimp that are on the counter?
Well, okay, well, in this instance, it's only been about 45 minutes, so you think it's safe, but actually the shrimp were sitting in the back for 2 hours.
You are thinking of like a conference where it's like a buffet.
Yeah.
You just go and pick up the little
Yeah.
appetizer.
Appetizer.
No, I was like, you go to a restaurant.
Oh.
And then you're like, am I feeling soup? And you're just saying cocktail shrimp that I think will poison me. And then I'm like, why would you get the? Why would you order
No,
it then?
obviously you wouldn't get that.
Okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah.
Maybe at a restaurant it's like dried fish.
I was thinking like gazpacho. Like, it's fine.
What?
Like cold.
I'm talking to an American here.
Cold-
Please
cold-
translate.
Cold tomato soup.
Ah.
You've had that?
No.
No. Okay. Well, it's nice. It's fine. It does the job.
I've never had that. I have had some cold soups, only after coming to Korea, though. Not a very big thing where I'm from, the cold soup. Orianna also does eat Rise like an appetizer, which is part of the reason why it was picked in this matchup.
Bulldog also is laning.
I got to give my boy Daystar a little bit of room.
Got to cover up his flaws. Yeah,
Exactly.
Classic challenger stuff.
He did miss the first auto attack CS in the game.
Oh no, not the cannon.
He's gonna miss the cannon.
No. Oh, Jonas Strong he's averting our eyes. He knows what's about to happen.
Thank you, Jonas Strong. Saving my challenger player.
DN Freaks, their laning phase is just good. Like, obviously, Dudu is having a bit of a tough time because I think this is one of those matchups that is both a skill matchup. I think it's one, in theory, right, or Jax eventually outskills, right? Because once you get your items, you're able to evade so much of Yorick's damage. You can get on top of him, you can get out of the ghoulie wall, but we've seen particularly early on that the matchup can be very snowbally, and if you do fall behind, you're in deep trouble. Now, Raptor is not Vi, he's Wukong, so I don't think he should be looking for help or anything, and it's Jax. So as far as champions that Yorick and Wukong should not be trying to dive is high up there. I'm gonna take the tempo base, but look at this. Leads across the board for DNF.
Yeah, except the jungle, where Raptor is 5 gold ahead.
True. That's just like a ward ping, no?
Yeah. It's exactly the same CS, and they're junglers, so you're going to end up with the same golds. A ward ping gets you a little bit of extra. And, you know, they traded Scuttle Crabs on top of it all. And they're just going to go back to farming at exactly the same time. So, BNK definitely need a little bit of time to do something crazy, just in general. Whereas DNF, generally a pretty passive team themselves, so not going to see any crazy maneuvers from them early on. What is your favorite appetizer?
I'm not really that big into appetizers, honestly.
What about, like, bar food? It's like similar
Doesn't
vein,
really,
but not.
I mean, I guess, but that's just a lot of, you know, like all of those are good. It's like fried stuff.
It's impossible to be bad.
Yeah, I can't remember ordering bar food and being like, man, this is not what I wanted. You know?
Yeah.
Like the bar obviously can be lower, and that's fine. Sometimes.
Wait, that's a great pun. The bar can be lower, like
For bar food.
for the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Kind of slipped that one.
really, what that one made me wonder is how the hell did both Canyon and Owner get Vi twice?
I think it was just teams taking chances.
Well, it's
against
also that, and let's be real, there's some pretty good players on those teams that probably draw bans. And then you look at that draft and then they banned like Chovy's Yone or something. You're like, okay,
Yeah.
you know what? I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah. That has definitely happened. That definitely happened for one of the times that Owner got it.
But yeah, in Europe it's often just like soup.
Soup?
Like tomato soup.
T1 soup. How's he doing? by the way?
He's great, yeah. Still hiding in the shadows in Challengers.
Makes sense.
The people aren't ready, you know? We saw that, and I think soup is coming when he's really necessary.
Okay. I'm very hyped
Just like
for him.
just like T1 beans.
Coffee beans or like kidney beans?
No, just beans.
Oh, just beans?
Just
wow.
beans.
That's really mysterious.
I know, you don't. I've never asked which kind of beans.
You never know.
You never know.
What kind of beans he's thinking about.
We're looking for a play in Bulldog here. He does a flash.
How about soybeans? That's not as exciting.
No, it's not.
We're making a play. Pyosik is level 5.
Walks
Raptor,
it off.
level 6.
There's a lot of people here.
Ooh, Ghoul's going in on the Doodoo. Berserker also in the top lane. But it does look like Sobra's doing a good job of pushing Doodoo out.
We have no TP and a Jhin that is just...
Wait.
How are they winning both sides of the map? What is happening?
Why is there no one bot? And they got blue buff.
Yeah, well, so I get this, because at this point they need to send Doodoo to bot lane ASAP. But that is a fat wave that's going into the turret. That is a lot of gold just being given over for seemingly no gain. As I say that, though, this top wave slowly getting pushed in by Berserker and Life, but especially with Cannon on the way, Diablo's going to be able to pick up basically everything on at least the next wave. Grubs are coming up in about 20 seconds, so they can set up a slow push and then turn it into pressure. But Pyosik is clearing towards the bot side of the map, so not quite sure. This is pushing in.
I think Diablo missed that minion.
He did miss that minion.
Yeah.
Elevation, baby. Or he just misclicked. I don't want to make excuses for Jins.
Well, I feel like Jins nowadays are more excusable.
There he is. I think he didn't even finish his Raptors. I think I saw the icon just disappear, so he probably only did like just big Raptor.
All right. Diablo getting engaged on by the Ash Arrow.
This is Jhin.
Not really much that Kellen can do about it. Just to help him. Wave not supremely large, so they just clear it out. Might actually be the 3 grub angle. Raptor not even showing on the top side of the map. He's just doing the enemy red.
Yeah, Raptor is also sitting on a ton of gold, so I think he really doesn't want to fight. But early on, DNF getting the objectives.
Ult on in.
Double feats, or 2 out of 3 for the feats of strength when it comes to the objectives as well. Very nice. This is looking like a good meal, Valdez, for now.
Yeah.
It's just
It's like
the moment is coming.
A plate of buffalo
It
wings.
might be right now.
I feel like it's too early, right? Nice dodge by Raptor, though, and that's going to be 2 guys knocked up into the air. Yoshik in a lot of trouble, just going to throw an ult in just to try to survive, as he's going to die anyway. No reborn for him. As Berserker also has to flash the root. Daystar comes up, perfect timing, as Diablo is going to pick up the kill. And yeah, you were actually right about the timing. It was right then where DNF threw away their lead. Meanwhile,
yeah, that shrimp had been sitting out too long, Valdez. You were right. You knew.
well, at least it's not going to be...
We were warned.
It's probably not going to be 3-game cocktail shrimp, so it's not going to be out for too long, if you know what I mean.
Can't believe you, as a cursed believer, says stuff like that. As we take a look here, Yoshik, he's just taking red buff. I get why he feels safe, because he's mid lane prio. And I know that the fact that I don't get this. Why is Bulldog backing as this play is happening? Because if he walks up, and like again, I think the play is lost before that, but it baffles me. There's prio mid. Either Bulldog walks up there as he gets prio to ensure that they can make that play there, and if not, then Yoshik and Life have no business being there. If he's like, I need to back, then he needs to back. That's fine, but we need to be on the same page.
We got a Renata Glass gank.
Yes.
I think just trying to help him with this wave, with this lane rather, but not really able to because Raptor came down too. And that means that BNK by default will win that push. At least Berserker's going down there as well. But the Dragon's going to spawn. This time it's not Chemtech Soul. BNK should be able to pick this one up, especially with the TP to the top lane. And yeah, should be ready. Dudu is at least going to be able to get this wave.
There are a lot of good dragons, so let's see what we get. Chemtech will be fun. Or sorry, Hextech, not Chemtech. I'm just all mixed up when it comes to the text today, Valdez.
You're not a big tech enjoyer.
No, well, Hextech actually is my favorite Drake. I just love the gauge.
Hey, you got it.
There we go.
Caster Blessing.
You'll love to see it.
It's a rare one from Chronicler. Thank you for that.
1 in 4 odds, Valdez. There's 3 other timelines.
That's
this
pretty rare, like 1 out of 4, you
happen.
know? It's not very common.
Clearly, you're not a gacha gamer. I've been told that you know, this is...
Yeah, you know, I was the one who got Atlas into gacha games. I feel responsible.
It was you?
Yeah, it was me. I was like, hey, there's this new cool game called Genshin Impact. And I didn't know what a gacha game was. I didn't know the construct of what a gacha game meant or what it does to people. And I'm like, hey, you should play this game with me, Max. He's like, hey, that looks fun.
Wow.
And then I quit.
He did.
And then he didn't. And, you know, many years later.
Next
I've
you're gonna
tried some other one. Like, I played Honkai Star Rail.
Next, you're gonna be telling me, yeah, like, actually, I was also the one that recommended it to Barrel. I'm like, what have you been hiding?
No, I think that was just Barrel's own doing to Atlas. That was Atlas's choice. I am more of a Daystar enjoyer.
Always have been.
Yep.
Since last Sunday.
Ever since Sunday. It's been quite a while now, yeah. Almost 5 days in the making.
He's scaling in this one. Now I'll get Roa
He's
soon.
20 CS behind, but he is Rise into Oriana.
Scaling. Yeah, just
And he left the lane that one time. You
gotta
know,
cope.
Helped with the kill.
He has an assist. I don't see an assist on
He
the other
does.
side. As here we see a good example of why the Jhin feels nice, because you're able to still farm. Ideally, you do want, when your support goes on the merry jaunt across the map, to do something. Unfortunately, Kellen was looking, but didn't actually find a mark to take down. The gold is basically even. And really, when it comes to evaluating this game, we just need to repeat what we said in game number 1. This isn't about compositions. This isn't about what should happen. It's about DNF beating their inner demons.
It's about what will happen.
We are like, you know, DNF, it really feels like when they beat Nongshim, I thought that was gonna be the turn.
Yeah, the breaking point.
That was gonna be. I thought we were. It was like Rocky. Like the moment happens, and then from that point on, you're just on top of the world. You can do anything. But instead, it is, as Degon was saying earlier. Oh
Well, he almost got the red buff, and now he's getting engaged on. Has their not a glass there, but this is a Vi going away from the team. He's going to get the rest, though, as they're going pretty deep for this one. Pilchik lives! It was a genius bait all along, as now Daystar trying to get out, but he will go down. Bulldog just flashes on him. It's 3 kills for DNF, as maybe they have a chance in this one.
no! A 3 for 0! What? So Kellen just really the one that unfortunately makes that entire play collapse. He just dies with flash up. Took way more damage than he was expecting. And that gives the reset to Pioshik, which kind of beckons the rest of this whole sequence of events. And what a big win there for DNF. As that really kind of nails this series in a nutshell.
Yeah.
That moment right there.
So,
this should
break it down, Chronicler.
Because they know, but I still think this shouldn't work. Because there is a Jin ready to join the fight. Pioshik should die here. But Kellen just ends up going down, gets caught in the combination of that Renata ultimate plus Shockwave. And he just dies, and then your boy Daystar, I think he also could have just went towards the boss cone. And then he made he could get out.
Yeah.
But he didn't. Does have Roa now, though, so that's nice.
Well, at least he's got that. Diablo did not have his ult in that last fight.
Yeah, it was big as well.
Yeah.
It actually woke up.
He was in the back, you know, shelling, doing what Jin normally does. Could have been a different fight. But to be honest, guys, I mean, it's a good fight for DNF, but they need to show more. They need to actually build off of this and get more. Otherwise, we cannot trust. We're not able to believe just yet. Daystar walking up to Dudu. Dudu gives him a 4 there, as now going in onto Bulldog. Flashing in is Sobero just to get ulted by Vi and die. And now we're going to get a handshake here on the Raptor, who also is going to die. Going very deep there for, I think it was Berserker, and it did not work out. And that's the Rift Herald on top of it. So DNF, almost 3K gold in the lead now.
And this too is BNK. This is why this team is in the position that they're in right now. They're 5-11 for a reason. When they're playing well, I think when they're fighting well, the team looks great. But they also have a tendency to battle when they shouldn't. And that battle tendency we saw right there when they should not have contested at all. And instead they contested everything. And they're not going to get the dragon, that part's fine. But the free kills that are being given over here, are just... You know they're on Herald. Sobero is flashing into a Shockwave. But even if he doesn't, I don't see it. I didn't see the vision. And I think BNK in hindsight also kind of regretting that one. As Raptor on the Wukong, not quite. They did get it. Reaching the same heights as he did on the Zinza. Was never say never when it comes to a DNF game in particular, but right now things are looking wonderful for them.
It's not an unlosable position by any means, but I will say that this is going to be one of the best spots they've been in quite a while. Like they've been good at getting early game leads, but we also have Hextech Soul on the cards. They have control of the map. They can just play passively like they like to do. They don't have to take a lot of team fights. Try to zone them away, play the vision game, get all the turrets down, and take the Drakes, and kind of like get to a point where you're too big to fail. You know what I mean? And for teams like this that have big confidence issues, this is exactly what you need. And, you know, Pusha can do risky stuff like this, and he gets away with it because there really isn't any recourse for BNK at this point in the game. So I really feel like DNF have a good shot in this game.
The 6 gamer is alive and well, Veldes. And I know I said it last game as well. I will not trust until the Nexus falls.
Yes.
I will not believe. I will not get emotionally invested. But right now, things are looking wonderful. We're building to a 4.5, almost 5K gold lead here with 18 minutes into the game. 2 dragons stacked up, triple grubs, full ring of outer turrets. Item finishes as a Horizon focus here for Bulldog. I do like the the Ludens, but really going for as much burst as possible. Even Berserker, you have great engage with the Vi arrow, with the Ash arrow and Vi combination specifically.
Vi arrow.
Why? Yeah, it does work that way.
Yeah.
And BNK is a short range comp into Renata. And I do think Renata is also one of those champions that just counters the entire idea of what BNK is as a team. So I'm glad that we did see it picked up.
Yeah.
I'm still hesitant, and that's I don't want to be Veldas. I want to believe.
You remember last week I was committed to believing that DNF were going to win against T1 in Game 2.
Okay, but that was T1.
That was T1, and I was committed. So if I'm not committed here, who am I really, you know?
Who are you really?
Yeah. What are my values
Brendan,
if I'm flip-flopping that badly?
Brendan Veldas.
I believe in DNF in this game.
They're going to do it?
I'm committed. I think they're going to do it.
Okay, we're getting our Sith gamer.
It's really, well, I was wrong the last time, but maybe this time it's
Otacon?
I really think they're
we
strong
do
enough
know this is happening.
I don't know what he does.
Who's baiting who?
Well, we got TPs coming in, and they're doing a lot of damage here to Bulldog, but he is very fed. Daystar's going to get engaged on, and down he goes. TP comes in from Sobero. He's going to be left alone. Kellen's already left as they try to pull off some kind of weird flank. Diablo was not part of it, and DNF will just get the Otacon.
I was thinking of this game as a metaphor, as an appetizer for the main course, which is T1 Hanwha. I'm now starting to think that DNF for the customer and B&K are the ones in the rest, because they just served Otacon for free with 2 kills to boot on a silver platter! What was that? They knew! They had vision!
It was just great service, Chronicler.
Well, clearly,
You can have this fantastic meal. It's on the house.
So, if
a side of teleport, why not?
Yeah, the attempt to take down Bulldog, I'm like, if that Wukong is a Pantheon, this play makes sense. Because then you can like collapse on the Bulldog, take him down, and then you can kind of maybe fight your way out. You have Jin to... No.
Or if Diablo was like in the same hemisphere as the rest of the team.
He wasn't.
It's not even his fault. Like,
No.
the team it's a team game, right? Like, you got to be on the same page. You need everybody there.
I think I know what's happening here. The top side is going full challengers.
Okay. Well, we're going to try to kill Bulldog again. Does it work this time? I think it will. With this many people, I think they finally figured it out. Okay. You got Bulldog.
Can they get more? Okay, DNF.
Objective bound.
DNF, we've been over this.
All right, just engaging into the Rise, and with the handshake coming in, Daystar, no flash. He will go down as Kellen goes in too, and they can't get him out either. Going really deep for this one. And yeah, a couple of kills do go over to DNF in the trade. I'm beginning to think it's not like a shrimp. I think it's like an old cheese, you know? Like, it gets better with time, but also it's not for the faint of heart.
Like,
you know what I mean?
It's a blue cheese.
Well, yeah, it's definitely got some mold in it.
Yeah, blue cheese.
It doesn't have to be blue cheese, but something like that, yeah.
Well, a lot of things really, when you think about it, just, you know, the entirety of yogurt is just bacteria as well.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. As this was a great pick, then trying to go for the turret was a little optimistic from B&K.
Let's just hope they're not there.
The bounty, and then... So Daystar dying is one thing, but Callum, what? So he goes in and then tries to E back out, I'm pretty sure, but he just gets cued by Pyoshik and just dies.
Yeah. So now, DNF, I mentioned they don't have to do a lot in this game. They can just farm Drakes. They're doing a lot in this game, getting away with it because, well, they're very far ahead, and B&K are also giving them opportunities, and they're also farming the Drakes. So again, I think DNF have got this. I think this game is in the bag.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Valdez. I think we're getting our free gamer. And DNF on blue side. Draft, it was good. 2 times in a row. Zerker's looking very comfy. I think Life and Pyoshik. One of my most often going back to talking points when it comes to this team specifically is just that it feels like they're speaking 2 different languages, which makes sense because Pyoshik is a North American import, but like,
yes,
let's be real now. Mark, at this point, we gotta get it together. They've been very in sync this
Please
time around.
become Pyoshik again and not Mark.
Yeah. It's been too long.
Yeah. You know, there's a guy in Challengers named Pyunshik.
Yeah, I saw.
I actually didn't know about that.
There are so many great challenger names. There's a bunch of really.
But that would definitely be very confusing for all of our foreign viewers. Pyunshik and Pyoshik. It's only 2 letters off. As we're engaging again onto life. This is a Renata glass.
In a corridor.
I think they do know this, but it doesn't matter as it's BNK. They're going to go in. That's a shutdown there as Kellen goes down. And life, actually, it's going to be Berserker going down. As now DNF come in, that's a big shockwave, and I think with the wallets, they should be able to get this one going. As Diablo's actually here for a fight, that's a plus for BNK, but they did go extremely deep.
Right, cut the tape. Cut the tape. They won the play. We don't have to go to the replay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to do that to Berserker, man. You didn't. I don't know. Did you see?
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
I know.
Well, you were play-by-playing. I thought maybe you were. I don't know if you didn't see, and then in that case,
No,
I wanted to protect you. Just look. You say, look.
Just look away.
So this is the desperation. BNK, they're chasing a Renata into a choke point. Shockingly doesn't work, as Kellen is just, or Lifeart is just fine. So he's alive for a really long time. As I actually looked away myself, so I didn't have to see.
You really did.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I did. It doesn't matter because the rest of the team is there. They're very ready to still make the play work, and he dies. But in the grand scheme of things, not the end of it. Really, losing the flash is definitely the worst part of that. That does give a little bit of an opening to BNK, but we're talking fringe cases here. Like, we need DNF to somehow go down like 0 for 4. In the Dragon fight, and then BNK just get Baron and then get 3 turrets, and then it's kind of equal. I could see that. I hope I won't.
Yeah, I do feel like DNF, even from ahead, are struggling to like stay together and not get caught out. So, I mean, it's possible. It's just a lot more difficult because everybody's got more items, they have more levels. It's harder to just pick someone off as quick as you have to, even though it is DNF. So I would imagine that DNF should be okay, even if they do make some mistakes here. Pyoshik is thinking about face-checking into some jungle, where there are a lot of members. They're trying to kill Bulldog again! They're trying to get him again! As this time the shockwave is going to miss. He's got his Zhonya's, and TPs are coming in. He even flashes away, trying to buy some time, but he's very dead. The question is what happens afterwards as Kelly goes down, and Dudu's in the thick of it among so many members. And now we got a big Wukong ult, but the Renata over the top is huge as well. And Dudu has the bailout, but he goes down right afterwards. A very close fight, actually, as Berserker, though, is untouched. And eventually, it's not a close fight at all. Daystar gets the phase rush and gets away, but DNF's still going to win it big time.
Investment paying off big there for DNF. That looked a little spooky, but because of the amount of gold that they have, members stay alive for so much longer. Bulldog actually, even though he gets caught, does a great job of just stalling for time. The rest of the team gets to arrive. And with this, DNF, that's Baron, and almost certainly the Soul as well. So we take another look. Bulldog messes up the timing. Last time he did hit it. This time, Daystar's just on the edge. So a bit of a mistake there, but the timing there from Kellen as well. That actually, I think, ends up being really big. If he perfectly hits the timing on the W and there's actually a full CC chain onto Bulldog, it's still tough, but they maybe win the fight. Instead, not going to happen. Nice stalling from Dudu there. Diablo tries to take him down. Not going to happen. There's a ton of value there for the Jacks with a counter-strike. Now, your boy Daystar runs for the hills.
At least he lived in this fight.
He did. Yeah, that is true.
Let's look on the bright side. Yeah, DNF
Is this
with Baron.
how it sounded when Lucid was just like losing games, walking?
No, it wasn't this bad. I'm mostly memeing at this point. You were serious though, which I think does make it worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But it didn't sound as bad, is what I'm trying to say. We do have another play, Ghoulie Wall here for Bulldog, who doesn't have a way out. And again, okay, the shockwave though is massive, and I think the wallets are just too heavy at this point. We got some bouncing rise damage, and they're not even going to get Berserker down before he gets bailed out. Eventually he does go down, but it's a quadra for Berserker. Looking for one more, but you know that Diablo is never, ever going to give that Penta away. And, I mean, Berserker's already dead anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And DNF, looks like they should be able to take this game down.
We're going to game 3. Valdes. The entertainment not done just yet. DNF, the Nexus is going down. We can finally trust them to take the game. But now comes the hard part. They've won games before. Can they win this series? We're about to find out after a short break because, man, DNF in this game actually cashing in. As I know we're seeing Berserker number for me, Bulldog from start to finish. Some missed positions, but every time they try to go for him, it kind of reminds me of what we see T1 do with Faker, where he just stalls for so long, able to turn around to play, and Pioshik and Life finally in sync, on the same planet, speaking the same language.
Imagine that. On the same page, winning team fights. DNF, they know how. We realized that again here in game 2. For BNK, not the best look. Definitely a lot of issues in that early game. Lost a lot of fights. The draft was a bit of a mess as well. Giving over Vi and then picking basically full melee plus Jin into Renata Glask. Not going to have a fun time there, but it is BNK. We know their tendencies, and that is what they love to do. But they do get punished for it here as DNF take down game number 2. And yeah, I think game 3 should look a lot different, but I'm just glad that DNF give themselves a chance of winning another series. Potentially doubling the amount of series that they have won so far.
Boy!
They may be able to do it, as this fan is hoping for it. And it might just happen. She's holding her breath until they get 2 wins. And there you go, 1-1. We have a series on our hands. We'll be right back.
네. 과감하게 나 지금 물릴 생각 하면서 질각이 없다. 얘네 무조건 바텀으로 나올 거야.
이제 락한 도는 것만 하자.
락한 계속 돌 거야. 얘네 삼거리까지 밀자 이거.
그냥 감을 생각도 하자.
여기 나쪽 봐줄게.
랑 찾았어.
오케이.
잠깐 밀네.
야 치고
맞아 락 끊었고. 나만
붙어줄래? 나만. 여기 물렸다.
잠깐 볼게. 맞아줘. 맞아.
나 보는데 있고. 나 더블 아니고.
아까 라이즈 볼게 라이즈.
라이즈 더블 줘봐.
라이즈 봐봐 라이즈. 나와줘. 이거 바텀과 끝날 때 뒷점 보여. 미디어 펜타.
The dive coming in, and Yukal in a lot of trouble. He's taking damage, goes golden. But Canyon is in the back line, Keen's in the back line, and they're just tipping away at these front lines. Canyon is going to be taken out finally, but look at the health bars of DRX. Ruler Obi finally gets here, and now the real damage will be coming through as Fudge incredibly tanky, but he's looking for lazy kills. He's getting the jump offs. As the explosion should go off and kill Rich. There it is, and he takes down Hondo. And that is exactly the fight that Jinju was looking for.
Parker kills no Penta. I know Ruler's gonna complain about that one. Okay, the train comes out of the station, but unfortunately the tracks went straight to the wall for some reason. Charmy's gonna connect on a Showmaker, but he's in relative safety at the moment. That is gonna be the Drake secured by Lucid, as now Polo's in a bit of trouble, and once again, he was trying to do battle right in amongst it. And there goes the Impaler, goes
somehow he was in the Shroud, and they're not exactly able to zone him away. I think he can just dash in on that, and yeah, he goes in, but they immediately turn on the Peanut, and it will be the Otacon over to the side of Gen Z. Now a big sweep on the Zeus, and the damage from the soldiers is gigantic, right next to that wall. As Canyon gets away somehow at the end of it all. He does it again. Toby goes down. Toby penta ankle. As they're going to try to block for him. The Quadra comes through, and Toby comes in and picks up the penta kill. Another penta.
I'm slowly starting to come around.
Yeah, beginning to lead. Here we go again. They are going to find the one guy that they are looking for, that is Bulldog, and he gets speared right at the very end. As It doesn't quite matter though, as Berserker, the last auto from Baker, gets him down.
That is the Crocodile going down, but another Raptor is going to fall, and it's Stockton to collect that kill, and now they're trying to burst this one down. They might be able to do so, but the culling comes through. Diablo looking to try and knock them down. Sobro happy to get out of the fight, and now Peter down to 100. The scatter is once again phenomenal, and KT just have that little bit more left in the tank. B&K will be cut down.
This is the second most fun you will ever encounter here in the LCK, as it's a warm-up for the road to MSI in Busan. It is all tied up. The DN Automotive Freaks are able to get it done with a massive gold lead, and B&K Fearx unable to battle back. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. And you know what? I think this series, the winner's going to come through friendship. So it's time to change the name of these teams. It's the DN Automotive Friends and the Busan Friendship Foxes. Who will win out? You let us know while they break down game number 2.
Well, they're going to have to make it to Busan first. And you got to keep the sponsor name in there. But anyways, I want to talk about this Jhin because I thought the Jhin was this insane lock here at the end of the draft that was, for me, what kind of saved a lot of what was otherwise kind of a draft that had a lot of engaged but didn't have a ton of follow-up. Like the Rise can be okay, can get you in the right place, but the Jhin can follow up from so far away. It gives you a ton of agency on the map. So I saw this draft and I thought, oh, okay, this is kind of a done deal, even though the Vi went over, which is insane, and you know, its win streak continues. But I do feel like the execution here for B&K left us really wanting, and they were caught a lot, hard forced a lot of fights where they thought they had those advantages, lost too much control, and the Jhin never really hit its mark because you have the Yorick that can front to back a little bit when you have the Jhin, you have the insane engage of the Wukong Rakan, but they just fell too far behind, lost control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think DNF played around their early priority pretty well. The one thing I was really surprised at is they actually fixed their issue during the mid game. So I think it also comes from the draft as well. Them having a kind of like stability in the laning phase. I think it helped a lot for the team.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights where we start at the red buff, where friendship helps out Pioshik. He gets bailed out by his buddy Renata Glask.
Yeah, well, this fight was from the perspective of BNK, was actually a pretty reasonable fight to look for because they have a lot of prio, they have control around this red buff, they have vision on Pioshik, like, they know everything, and so they continue to push this, right, and try to index into this. It's the bailout, though, and the quick arrival of Life. I think the Hex Gate is really the game changer here because if Life can't get here in time and set up the bailout, then this fight looks completely different.
Yeah, and Pioshik actually survives after that. It was actually impressive that he actually managed to survive that from that HP, and I think the follow-up from the DNF was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think, again, a bit of a shaky game from Daystar. It's still a rookie, obviously still playing in his second big series here in the LCK. There's a lot to improve on, but that was not his problem. That was not his mistake in particular there in that first fight.
Yeah, and it was so close, right? Bailout getting there in time, keeping alive. If that goes the opposite way, maybe we're just talking about a BNK FearX 2-0. Here's our second highlight where you just need to follow the mid laner.
Yeah, so here is the one that I talked about in the draft. They actually fixed the issue that they had in the game 1. Here, I think Bulldog, he understands how he's in danger after him pushing the side lane. He already knew that he cannot be on the next wave because, as you saw, your jungler is resetting, so you cannot be in the bot lane. So after that, you go on the mid lane to help your bot lane to get the mid pressure, which does make sense. So after you getting the mid priority, your bot lane is helping you to go into the bot side. So whole sequence was in their plan, and I think this is the one that I really want to see it from the team, and it was really clean play by DNF. And after that bot pick, I think DNF was in favor.
Yeah, it felt like this time Bulldog quite literally ran circles around these BNK players.
Nice.
And the TP coming through here was just super late, super disjointed. And it was this time BNK who just really didn't understand the numbers game they were losing here. This ends up leading to Otacon. And Bulldog did make another play topside where he was caught, bought a ton of time. He had the first ult combo after Daystar's Realm Warp in. The second one didn't hit, but he was able to buy time for his teammates, knowing where his teammates were at all times. It feels like whatever they said to him between games 1 and 2 absolutely worked in terms of side laning, or he just kind of slapped himself, woke himself up a little bit like, all right, we made a huge mistake in game 1, let's not play like that, because in game 2, this is the Bulldog you want to see.
Yeah, and also this is a great tip for a solo queue player as well. You cannot cry to your jungler or your support to come to the side lane. You can always go to the mid lane to get the push first, and then your teammate can help you after that. So I think this is the one that you can actually have it for your solo queue as well.
Pro climbing tips here by Wadid. Love the fact that we're giving Bulldog his shout-outs despite the fact that he's been replaced earlier this season. He's having the bounce back that they need, and this is looking more like the roster that the team thought they would have going into the beginning of the season. 1-1 is the score. Will the DN Automotive Freaks get their second win, or will the Fearless Foxes close it out? Let's find out.
Thank you, Degon and Wolf and Wadid, for that awesome breakdown. Looking forward to game number 3 here, as BNK should be moving back to the blue side, and we'll see if they can solidify some of those issues they had in game number 2, which were nicely pointed out by our space.
Feldas, I don't think they will. I think this
You don't think so?
No, I think, well, they might win. What I'm just saying
You think DNF are going to win this?
No. What I'm saying is, I don't think BNK will change. I think BNK will remain BNK.
Okay.
And they will win fast and they will lose fast.
Execute.
Aww.
Hello.
He's back to... That's cute. Love that.
It's execute.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Valdez.
Yes, it is. He's here to support
his old team.
Yeah.
Very wholesome.
Very nice to see. What are these drafts going to look like?
Well,
game 3.
Again, we know one of them.
Does Jace exist?
He really hasn't, has he?
Not in this series.
Yeah.
Gwen's been banned 2 times. Maybe we get those 2 open, like other target bans.
I really thought with the Sion ban that was where their prior was going to be, but
yeah,
didn't end up coming through.
That was a game where the Orianna actually looked good. I don't think it was because of Orianna, but Bulldog played well. He's in a matchup where he should be winning.
He also, and I do want to really highlight this, I want you to look at the impact of that Orianna versus the like Mercs. I don't even know if we saw Roa specifically, but like Mercs, Archangels into like Zhonya. That Orianna did so much in the mid game fights, right? Like every shockwave, it just felt like, oh, he hit the shock, fights won. Because he actually went for damage. He went Ludens, he went Horizon Focus, and I think it made a big difference. Is the bans, not really anything surprising. A repeat of the bans on either side, I'm pretty sure.
Jace available though.
Is it? We're so deep into the draft setup at this point. I feel like it's somewhat of a no-brainer, but maybe both teams are aware of a new pick that has come up. As picking a strong pick for Diablo, definitely a good call. This has been one of his best, and
good
Diablo
idea.
has been good in every single game. I think that clearly in the last game he wasn't really able to make anything happen. I think Kellen did really have a bit of a stinker on the Rakan. But Diablo, no notes, except I guess being there earlier, but that's also more of a team thing than it's tied to a specific individual player.
Berserker was laughing there. I do wonder if they're going to pick Lucian Braum. Try to get it early. But we've seen that this can backfire big time, especially in Fearless. Like if you're picking your bot lane duo this early from the red side, you don't get a lot of choices for your top side of the map, which is generally where we see a lot of the picks coming through. They're just going to pick the Lucian for now.
It's like an early Nico prio. Trying to figure out what else you could play. Problem is that a lot of the things you'd want to pick, you can't really blind because they're probably going to pick Braum. But you're not really sure. Bard's another. So I actually like just picking the Varus. And there is, I think, as long as Kellen's confident in his pool, enough picks that you can go that can punish the Braum, right? Like there's even things you can go towards like the Soraka, which Kellen does love his enchanters. Could see him go towards that. Neferi picked up here. And that is a... this is blind Galley. Okay, that's. I feel a lot better about that. The Annie works well with the Neferi.
Yeah.
This early core from BNK is both so BNK, and it works well together, right? You have the resets on both the Neferi and the soft reset on Varus with his passive, the attack speed that he gets, and then Annie is great at setting those up. So that's a pretty strong early setup. There's also going to be, I imagine, not a lot of junglers left.
No Braum selection.
Well, BNK is happy to just pick it on 4. They could even postpone it to 5.
But now it gets banned.
Yeah, most likely. Especially with the Fairy and Annie locked in. Unless, again, they have a good counter pick that they really trust. But trying to play a short-range composition into Braum Galio does not sound like the best of times.
That's true. You know, I'm just happy that Daystar finally gets a pick where he's not going to get bullied in lane. Like, third game here. We'll see what he's actually got. And he's very simple. You know, his Ahri, I was making fun of his charms a little bit. I think that Annie is a little bit more, okay, you hit the timbers or you don't. So maybe something a little bit easier for our newer player here. Nautilus also bans.
Is kind of interesting because I feel like they would be leaning towards Braum, and now it makes me wonder. Because if you're planning on picking Braum, you do not ban Nautilus. That matchup is unplayable.
Yeah.
Nothing you can really do. So are we? Maybe we just save the life counter pick. This is a flex pick, which is actually kind of interesting. I really wish it would save support to last. And maybe they want to deny the Braum Varus, but that's okay. But I don't think it's that amazing. And now you give the opportunity for counter pick. And unless you have a really crazy jungler ready here for Pioshik, I don't know if this is really worth it.
Yeah.
Does Callum want to play? Nico has been taken away, but like we're looking at Bard, we're looking at Soraka. Also depends on what type of Varus you can play, of course, as well. I guess you just go Rel. Not super exciting, but Rel is one of the engaged supports that can kind of do her job around Braum.
You have a Lance, so kind of just like pokes him from afar. You don't have to fully engage, although generally you will.
Even if you do, right? Like you can... The rest of your team has a bigger issue with it.
You can go through the Braum. Cassante.
I have not... Yeah, okay, thank you, win rate. I have not seen a single Cassante
16%.
anywhere look good.
He's 2-10.
I
wins,
think
10 losses.
Riot actually did their job very well when they completely boomed this champion. when Keen stopped picking it,
Didn't Zeus lose on it recently
yes,
too?
he did.
Kindred!
Yes!
It's him! It's Pyosik! He's playing as Kindred.
Oh, please play your own skin, Pyosik. And I can't believe we didn't talk about it yet, because it's his champion, he has a world skin on it, and the enemy is playing a short-range reset comp now into Kindred Galley. I think this is a smash hit for DNF. I actually like looking at this draft.
I agree.
There's a Cassante on the enemy team. That's big.
I think there's a certain level of
Oh, you need to be good.
difficulty
Yeah.
that is inherent to this pick. It requires teams to be somewhat coherent in their team fighting and kind of be on the same page. So that's the only worry I have, but I do agree. Like draft-wise, nameplates off, like we're not looking at the team or the players. It's a great pick. Unless you're in the front line and you get stunned by Annie and you get 100-0'd.
That does happen.
Kindred, then you're going to be in a world of hurt. But otherwise, it's great.
I think DNF, they have the setup. You know, the execution needs to be there. It's something we keep talking about with this team because they have just let us down one too many times. But imagine if they do it, turn it around here, and setting up some scary stakes for the DK DNF game, which does, in fact, Valdez, have immense implications for the standing.
It is a huge deal. Even one game.
Even a game.
Even one game can change the way that works for the Legend Group spots. As we're getting ready, game number 3 loads up right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty. Game number 2, 3.
30초 남았습니다.
Third game.
3.
Yeah. It's already been a fun day so far.
There you go, Pyosik. Great choice.
Yes. If he played any other skin, I mean, what's the point?
Well, Barrel does exist.
Yeah, but that's Beryl, not Pyosik. Pyosik's different.
Faker has so many, and his thing is, it's kind of fake, because his whole thing is that he never picks skins, so I feel like that's not really a good example. He's aptly named in that regard.
Yes.
Face Rush Annie. Interesting. Into Galio, I can kind of see it, but also not really. I feel like if he hits his stuff, it does chain very well. See how much value you can get out of it. Diablo did pick the lethal tempo.
It's definitely very good for keeping your distance, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it can get you out of a range of a Justice Punch. You can proc it pretty easily, just like you can with Full Execute, which is what we normally see.
This means that Diablo in the longer fights really gets an opportunity to pop off. Does make them even more short range than we already knew they were. I do think Cassante has kind of changed his role. I think on paper he's supposed to actually be a pretty credible laning threat now. And then he just doesn't quite hit the mark outside of his displacement when it comes to his late game tankiness. Much more of a utility pick than the things we used to see from him, which I think most people are happy about, me included. A champion that kind of terrorized the Rift for a very long amount of time. I want to say like the most generally disliked champion, but Smolder also existed. But I feel like, yeah, because I think Cassante might be higher up. Because like Aphelios, for example, is a very short amount of time.
I don't think Aphelios is on that list.
I feel like people were like, no, like the 200 years meme, it started with him, right?
Sure, but I don't think he was like...
Like release Aphelios with all the... I don't think he was disliked.
I don't think people hated him, you know what I mean? I think they thought he was OP.
Yeah, it's hard to make...
Like, Cassante was OP, and people disliked it because I think he would win every fight solo, and that just didn't seem fair.
I think both him and Smolder had a really long period where they weren't actually that broken unless you were really, really good, and they still... People were still like, nope.
That's not going to stop the internet.
Oh, no, nothing.
Don't bring logic into this, Chronicler.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Valdez. Take it away, Valdez.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
That's the way it goes. But I think a lot of our LCK teams as well were like, no, it's still OP. and it would get banned a lot, it would get played a lot, even when maybe it didn't have to all the time. We do have Raptor here on the bottom lane. There is a relatively large wave, although it's getting cleared pretty quickly.
He has no shot.
Another wave is coming in.
Unless...
So now they're just going to go for it, I think, as already taking the aggro there is the Nefiri. Berserker in a lot of trouble, burns down. First blood goes over to BNK. Diablo flashes out and will live. Meanwhile, Sobero in the top side is going to get away because he is Cassante, but we do have Pyosik here, and he's able to change the mark over to the Cassante on time. It's going to be big.
There's a flash.
If he can get this lockdown, Pyosik is going to take the aggro, and he does flash away. But that's a mark here for the Kindred already. Make it a second one as he got the Scuttle Crab on the top of the map.
Hit the flip. 2 marks at 4 minutes. Pyosik feeling good. Even though that bot side play worked out for BNK, I think that DNF is going to feel very happy about that trade, getting your Kindred accelerated early. As we take another look, another highlight of really how strong the Nefiri is when it comes to these early plays because of her ability to reset, nicely done by Raptor, and then Diablo. Good flash. He would have definitely died if he taken another turret shot. And here, actually it looks a little scary, but the combination of red buff and the, look at the execute damage on that E. Nicely done there by Pyosik. Soboro, his only other play would be like to walk. I don't really think there's a line that gets him out alive, unfortunately, with how low he got early. And that's really the big issue, is that especially when your jungler is going to be making a dive on the other end of the map, based on how the wave state was, he was trading a lot more aggressively than he should have, right? And that's one of the...
okay, flashing forward, trying to get Diablo here. The stun lands. Nicely played by Life and Berserker. The stun comes in on a kill too, and it's a thin one.
He's dead.
But it's going to work. It's a double kill here for Berserker. Picks up 2 as they bait them into that fight wholeheartedly. I think they're beginning to figure out the way that BNK functions, and they're taking advantage of it.
I'm just going to take a quick look-see at some predictions, Valdez. I'm just wondering. Because I know there is one big believer in DNF. And it's not quite as well known as his love for the bros, but he did in fact do it. It's Degon. Did predict him. I'm just putting it out there.
Professor Degonagle.
Take a look. Kellen, we're going in on Braum. And then the successful flash start from Life to get the passive stacked on the Varus. As soon as Varus is dead, there's no damage. No shot. Slight miscalculation there from Kellen and Diablo, who started this series off with winning the 2v2 and in a very aggressive way. Now the CS lead means that Diablo is still fine. Down a kill, but
yeah,
got a kill of himself as well.
I do also want to point out that BNK had ample opportunity to ban this Braum. The Lucian was picked in the first rotation, and then they had 2 bans. They threw both of them at Pyosik, who is, or used to be, a Kindred one-trick. Which, yeah, it's not in the meta really, but we have seen it in recent times. And they banned Trundle and Nocturne instead of just the easy ban of Braum, right? Lucian is still good, but he's better with Braum, so it felt like that was kind of a, a slam dunk. Just go ahead and ban it, but instead they elected not to, and they got punished by it. So that's some, what do they call it? Karmic justice is what they call it? Yeah.
Poetic justice. Yeah.
Poetic justice.
As well.
It just feels like, they chose this life, and now they have to live it.
Yeah, we did know. Pyosik sitting on 3 marks. 7 minutes in. I was saying earlier, where's Mark? Or sorry, where's Pyosik? Because we've just had Mark.
Who are these players?
Who are these players? But now we have both.
Yeah.
It's Pyosik and Mark with 3 marks. And in case you don't know, Pyosik also means Mark, because he was a Kindred.
Yes.
That's like the whole origin story, in case you hadn't heard. In case you were asleep.
We got some Zoomers in the chat,
Yeah, if you missed the greatest tournament in League of Legends history, that's okay. We're here to tell you about it. That's our job.
And it feels pretty good because he's ahead on farm.
Yep.
He got a kill early, which netted him a mark. And it could be the arc for Pyosik where, he has been having a rough tournament so far. But maybe this is his time to carry a series on his signature champion. Trying to come in here and stop Raptor from taking this. He's going to smite one down. Gives the Rammus okay. Thumbs up.
It's good BM. Like to see it. Daystar is here.
And there you go. The engage goes in on the Pyosik, but that is Kindred. They don't have the burst afterwards, but he's kind of left alone as eventually, the Kasante just ults him. Life not able to keep him alive. Berserker on the run. Life on the run as Berserker misses the dash. I don't think he would have lived anyway, but it's just insult to injury. 3 kills go over to BNK in the top fight.
Might have gotten a little bit of false confidence from game number 2, Valdez. I'm not going to lie. I thought game number 2 showed that DNF had gone large ways to fixing their mid game, but just like I said, BNK doesn't change. They have been the same.
It's like a 2K gold swing.
Yes, we know Daystar is there. They go in on Pyosik. Dudu is so far behind the play, because normally at least you can equalize the health bars a little bit, but you're just not able to. And then Raptor is able to stay alive throughout the entirety of that, like, as you say, even if Berserker hits that dash, like, it looks tragic, but he gets flashed after and still dies. It doesn't really change the outcome. And Pyosik, you are the one member, together with Berserker, that can't get caught. But actually, Berserker has cleanse. So, realistically, that play happening to him, he cleanses, and then he takes less damage, and then he can dash into your ult, and then your Kindred with 3 marks early on, or a lot of gold rather early on. You're able to at least play the video game, and instead, look at that gold swing. Like, that alone is not enough. Yeah. But what I'm worried about is the impact this has on DNF, a team that is 1 in 15. Because that's not a game-losing play. It's rough, you know, it's a big mistake, but that shouldn't be what ends this game. And I am worried that we are going to get to the space, and they're going to be highlight 1, they mess up a fight, and then that's just the end of it.
Yeah.
And the space would never do that because they're never predictable.
Yeah.
But if they were, that's what would happen.
I mean, this is what I was talking about in the draft with the Kindred too, where it's like theoretically your ult is really good into this all-in kind of play style, but like if you're Kindred and you get ulted and you throw it down,
you mentioned it,
then you don't have it for the rest of the fight, and you're really squishy, and your top laner isn't there. So. Yeah, it just felt like BNK were all in more than DNF were ready for, and they got caught off guard. And they didn't expect Daystar to go so hard.
You should always be ready for BNK to fight to the death.
Yeah.
That's their whole thing. If this was Bro, I'm like, wait, there's 4 people here, and they're...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I don't know about that.
What do they mean by this? Bulldog doesn't do very well as Galio into Nefiri.
With Eclipse? That's not
this
fun.
Hollow Radiance. It's like, yeah, I'm fine. He's bleeding down. Sobero.
He's
also
okay.
fine. He's playing Kasante, who is on an 8-game losing streak. Going for the second Drake here is BNK. It does look like DNF want to fight this, but you don't have engage outside of running in with Galio up top. Pyosik's not going to hit the smites. And the engaged Braum, surprisingly, does not go very well as everybody gets caught by Kellen. And they do have the Kindred ultimate to help out, but Tibbers is still ticking in that back line. And the level 1 ult isn't able to do much in terms of healing. Everybody's just on the run. And now we got the Fury resets. Everybody's being chased now. Life is going to go down here as well. And Kellen is still looking for more. No flash is available. Actually, Berserker still had his, but Pyosik did not have his. As that will be a 3rd kill and a laughing Braum emote.
You can't do that when everything missed! Look, Kellen jumped in! It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why are we engaged Brauming?
My favorite was when he walked in a straight line and Galio ulted on top. That was their engage. And then he he also did the engage Braum thing.
We can like Annie has no flash. They were in the pit. Like you can slow play it.
I know.
You don't.
It's painful, Chronicler.
I don't. And the reason for this frustration is because the early game actually was set up perfectly for them. That was all we wanted. Ticked all the boxes. Early kills onto the Kindred. Berserker and Life got a 2v2 double kill.
After getting dove, like they turned that around, and they were ahead.
용 먹어봐.
Like they know he's there. This is a great engage.
야, 빼면서 봐줘 이거.
Do not get me wrong.
봐줘.
But
앞라인 싸움 해봐, 앞라인 싸움.
This is why you run Brom. This is why you have Rommel. This is why you have Galio. You're not to use them here, but when the Rel inevitably goes in, you have those cooldowns. So when you blow all of them, obviously you're not going to win the fight. Like, yes, you can ult as Kindred there, but who cares?
Yeah. The Braum ult was so sad. Like, he threw it at the Annie, who had Molten Shield available, and he just presses it, and he's running 1 billion miles an hour. He's running faster than the Braum ult comes out of the Braum. It was never going to hit him with tier 2 boots and being Annie with the shield. So
I'm sad.
It was just very desperate, and yeah, it's just the DNF woes coming back to haunt them.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's a 2.5k gold lead. The game is still not over, by the way.
It's a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, it's 2 Drakes up already.
Yeah.
Maybe it is over.
And what Chronicler means by the game isn't over is that on paper, in this game, you put like 2 different teams here.
Do we just go? I'm just gonna go. Maybe I just spiral. Maybe I would just go full Doomer. I've never done that. How would that feel?
I mean,
guys,
it's a new look.
This game is so over. There's
no
you
sound like Wolf now.
There's no chance they can come back. Like, what would it? They had a great position, and now they're just gonna lose. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like this. This feels wrong.
It doesn't feel very Chronicler.
No.
Yeah.
No, I want to believe.
Yeah. You and I are the lawful good duo. Although I was very much on the line of good and neutral. But it counts for our parameters.
You know,
so we want to see DNF do well.
What is anyone? Is anyone really like that lawful, that good? All we established was that, well, no, we established that I was in the context of the LCK, of our group.
Well, yeah. Also not within that context, I would imagine. As really nice Chain of Corruption is going to get him out.
A lot of damage.
Otherwise, he doesn't live without a splash. Now we get the counter engage coming in, though. Pyosik taking a lot of damage, but he still has ult. And he has a Braum in front of him. This time, it's not DNF engaging. They actually disengage. They pull off of the point. Dudu, though, is kind of in no man's land. Bulldog going to TP over here, but the fight's already kind of done.
So Bro's here. He's ready for a fight. That's my challengers player. He's waiting. Okay, are they just going to get this?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is now DNF can't engage. Unless they really try to force it.
Yeah, they don't have engage. You can't just give up control of an area like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Galio or nothing at this point. The Braum shield comes up. They're trying to fight as life nearly dies to... Okay, well... I don't know what to say about that one, guys. As we got ults over the top, and actually maybe a decent stun here on the Daystar, who will go down, but the rest of the fight... Oh, Berserker getting some range, getting some space.
Diablo, though.
Diablo is doing quite a number here to Bulldog.
Oh, he doesn't get the kill.
He doesn't get the kill. Berserker comes in. Pyosik with the last shot. He picks up a double kill. And DNF are not down just yet.
I knew they had it in them. Never be a doomer. It's always winnable, Valdez.
You're so good at these caster curses. This is more of a caster blessing game in this case. I'm just surprised that DNF actually pulled that off.
Well, I also think they had some help. Because if we take another look at this fight, it's so fragmented. And just exit here. You got the objective. Like that, even that play is fine. But then they go further. And that is exactly what the comp was waiting for. Like, there's an attempt to bait out these cooldowns from Raptor as well as from Cal, and they just both get knocked up anyway. So they go way too deep. If Diablo gets that kill, by the way, and he gets the extra attack speed, maybe he can do something. But that is what the DNF comp wants. That's all they want. Just dive deeper. Just go, just one more engage, bro. Just a little bit harder. Just go for our backline. Because you see there, that combo of the Galio ult and the Kindred ult, it will hit. If you just give it an opportunity to.
If you dive on top of the Kindred, I think almost all of the times it will happen. But unfortunately for Raptor, he's playing the Fury. So like either he does that or he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, okay, but they got the objective though, so they could have just not done anything.
Well,
true. Could have left.
They could have not ulted that time.
Yes.
But if Raptor wants to fight, which
good.
As we know, he always wants to fight.
You're right. I'm
He's going to press that button.
I'm asking BNK to be something they're not. That's not fair. You know, you can't do that.
Yeah, just like Chronicler, you wouldn't be a doomer in this case.
Can't do it.
You know, don't be something you're not.
You know, is really acting like he's worthy of being your boy.
Daystar?
It's been kind of.
He's been good. Well, this is more his speed. You know,
been anying it up. Yeah, C champion kill.
Exactly. Like it's not. There's not a lot of gray area, right? It's like either I'm going in.
I would say 0 with me. There's only go.
Pretty much.
Or just run away.
Unless you're like Showmaker. We've had some like some Annie Tibbers that like don't stun people and stuff, and just kind of running away.
Well, then you're still going. You're just not doing it well.
Yeah, I guess. Big calling here. Diablo has to ghost just to live. Not having a very fun time.
It's not that fun of a game to play. Varus into all these very big threats. If you misstep, get attacked by a Braum passive, you just kind of die. If you walk into Galio, you just kind of die. Be very respectful of how you play out the fights, and that's also why Berserker sitting on a sizable gold lead here. And this game, basically even. Which for a third game, just before we get to the main course, and we were thinking this was a slightly suspicious cocktail shrimp that definitely sitting. I don't think that's that valid.
Some very aged cheese.
I think this is a mozzarella stick. It's simple.
Mozzarella stick.
It's simple, but
straightforward.
it's nice.
You know what you're gonna get.
It does the job. And guess what? Depending on the sauce, it can be a straight up treat.
I like mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, everyone does. it's
so I don't really
cheese.
care about the sauce. I'm just here for it. I'm committed. And it does look like maybe we're gonna fight over Otacon in 6 seconds.
Yes, both these teams have nothing else on their mind. Maybe a catch here towards the mid lane. Berserker has his ultimate available again. Does have an item lead, a pretty substantial one. Helen.
Bit of damage in a Kellen, but he's just a Rel. He's just having a bit of fun.
That was one of the rare occasions where, like, you know what? You could actually ult there. Could have done the engage Braum in a way that is... Oh, that was funny. Actually successful. As the Galio has not really had the impact yet. But Galio in this game does truly just exist to ult when they start ults on the important people, which are Pioshik, Berserker, and maybe Dudu once he finishes another item.
Just getting a red buff. No Otacon just yet. Saw both teams kind of playing with the idea.
Yeah, also the objective damage is like okay, but I don't think either team is like an amazing one. Varus is fine and the Leandris helps, but I don't think it's that crazy. Diablo playing with confidence as he always does.
He's just looking for an angle to ult, knowing him.
Always.
He's like, can I kill this guy right now? Someone in the prompter just said Chili's Nashville mozzarella sticks.
It's G-Sun, I think.
I've never been to Nashville, but I have been to Chili's.
I have never. I assume it's just the type, like it's the sauce.
Yeah, it's probably like
or seasoning.
You know, they have like the Nashville chicken sandwiches, right?
Sure.
Like kind of.
I definitely know. No, I do not.
You're Maurice Middlebrook from Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
You know all about Nashville,
my,
okay?
Like, I don't know how many fake origin stories I have, but that's definitely a big one.
That counts. It is one of them.
They are thinking, yeah, I don't think you should. So I actually like the idea of DNF starting an objective because their comp again is exceptional when engaged into. Otacon is not the one though. Dragons are great. Turrets are great. Not Otacon. Baron, depending on setup, I think is okay, but like Otacon in particular, just.
You think that'll stop them?
No, we don't. We know neither of these teams will be stopped by anything.
The Otacon.
Well, that's
all standing in the resistance.
But BNK has control of the area, which means that they are the one that are going to just start the Dragon, I assume, as soon as it comes up. Because there's the teleport now from Bulldog.
Yeah.
Gosha taking a bit of damage. Is
Soberon. He is Cassante.
Nice, clean.
Yeah. Cassante isn't, you know, the best champion in this meta, but he still is Cassante. So he still does
W is still good.
Yep.
How is the poke from BNK? Like, kind of better? Neither poke is really hitting. Need to see the shock blast.
Yeah, just waiting. You see, they don't want to commit onto life. And Raptor already started up this Dragon, and DNF, they don't really have a good way into this one unless they put their face in it. As we're thinking about it, the engage comes from Daystar, kind of misses, gets taunted, but the Dragon does go over to BNK. Tons of damage here from the side of Diablo, and Daystar lived! And the Galio dies before the ult goes off, and now it's all falling to pieces like dominoes the second the Galio dies. As Raptor, not going to be able to follow up on that one, but it's a big fight win here for BNK. On top of getting the sole point for the Hextech Dragon, they'll get the Otacon here too.
I don't want to do Reveldes, but I don't got good things to say. Oh, that is a rough one. Soul point, Otacon going over, and with BNK's comp, that already is so snowballing, now even more so. As I want to see, what creates the chaos here for DNF?
I think it was Callum.
So Daystar goes in, gets just Pioshik tries to hop out, actually gets it. He has actually been having an amazing ending game, by the way. And then look at how much damage Berserker takes just from Tibbers as well as the Malignant. Just burns down.
Yeah.
And then, as you point out, Raptor gets the cancel on the ultimate. Ultimate I don't think would have been enough to turn around the fight, but maybe they get an exit kill or two.
Yeah.
So then they can't do Otacon because you can threaten. Not going to be the case.
Yeah. And it was just one by one. Like, DNF weren't doing a lot of damage. Meanwhile, they were just getting chipped away at, like, burning from so much damage, as you mentioned. And even though it looked a little bit disjointed, like, Daystar at least hit targets. It's very hard to not hit something with Annie, which is, again, why I think this Annie is a lot more his speed, at least for today. And he's CSing quite well as well. He's fallen behind in pretty much every game that he's played in CS, but this time with the Annie, you just press Q on some stuff, you eventually are able to AoE wave clear, and it's pretty hard to mess up. So I really do like this pick for him. Diablo still not having a fun time into the Lucian, even with the upgraded plated steel caps. But at least he gets some help from his boy Kellen. And now BNK in a pretty good lead here, about 3,000 gold. One Dragon away from the Soul. They have the Otacon. Looking for maybe a play in mid. As now the engage comes in, Berserker just stepping up to them. The disengage is coming through though. The Galio able to appeal for Kellen, but pulling out the Lucian from the Kindred ult is so great, but still looking good for the side of DNF. They kill Diablo. As Daystar only now getting here. Everybody's pretty grouped up, but he doesn't have flash. And Cassante is doing an insane amount. Pioshik, though, on the right side, chipping away, getting a bunch of kills. Dudu going to burn down. And I think Tibbers wins in the end as Daystar is the final one standing at the end of all the chaos.
What are we fighting over? Who knows? Who cares, Veldez? It's a 4 for 5. Objectively only surpassed by the 5 for 5. The truly mythical team fight. Not gonna get that one. It's why are both bot lanes fighting to the death? It's because both teams think that they have the angle, but that pull right there from Soboro, so big.
But then Bulldog,
and then
huge pick on a Diablo.
Gets the pick on Diablo, which is nice, and Pioshik just gets the auto so much. Daystar isn't here for a large part of, that's why this is even remotely close, because he's taking the long way around, which in hindsight, Daystar probably should have just cut that corner, baby.
He wanted to play it safe. It's not his fault.
It's your boy Daystar playing it safe.
It's definitely his fault.
It's fine. It's a 4 for 5. Nothing really changes. Both teams got a big influx of gold. But when we look at the cooldowns, who does benefit more?
Just Stu Baron.
Is that your boy at top of the charts?
He's doing a lot of burn damage. And DNF
Diablo
doesn't
have flash. That is big. Pioshik is in a position. He's Kindred very.
Dudu. Yeah, he's going to get stunned and he's dead. And now the turn comes in. I feel like they could have just taken the kill and just gone for the objective. But instead, they're going to look for the kills, 2, plural, and then go for the objective.
Yeah, now they can just take it. And now they are able to, without the Jace, without the Braum. Oh, so bro!
Yeah, Pioshik is in a lot of trouble here as the ult comes out from Pioshik, but he knows he's dead. It's only a matter of time, and does a little bit of damage, but my boy Daystar picking up all the kills as well. Soboro, I don't think he dies to these two, but actually, trying to pull them off the objective.
Kind of a crazy performance on Cassante. I'm kind of caught off guard. I know Soboro used to play this a ton in Challengers. I just felt that
like every other Challenger stuff.
Yes, very true. Cassante was just kind of and it's your boy. Dudu, why
Hiding on bush.
Why are we okay? But why are we just face checking when they're doing Nash as Jace? I don't know, Veldus. I don't have these answers. And then Life ends up dying for the sins of his top laner, and then right here, he's just ready. Kidnaps him.
Yeah.
And holds on to the other. It's like, oh no, we got him. I don't need to drag him over the wall.
He's a knower.
There's no need. And this is that's gonna be it.
XX.
DNF. Oh no, don't show me this player camps.
Yeah, cover it with the Red Bull down power play.
Oh, the loss streak is going to continue, unfortunately. And BNK,
They had a real angle in this
they
series.
really did.
They really did.
That early double kill, but the team fighting, some of the decision making just still wasn't quite there.
Raptors having a big game. You know, he's not the main character, but he's definitely doing a good job of farming up and hitting the right targets. And he's making a Fury work and a Braum Galio, which is, I think that's, and Callista.
If it was POM, I would have voted for your boy. But I can't.
You mean POG?
Sorry, yeah, because it's POM.
But because it's POM,
I can absolutely not do
He doesn't deserve it.
Absolutely no shot,
Sure,
Veldus.
he gets POG for game 3, but we don't like to think about games 1 and 2 for my boy Daystar. Not having a great time. But that's okay.
This game free
He's still learning.
This game free, he really stepped it up.
Yeah, again, the Annie is, it's a Daystar champion.
There's only 2 types of players, right? Unless you get good enough, but you're an assassin or a mage player. He's an assassin player.
Yeah.
Very obvious.
He's like a young Zeka. Okay, trying to engage here is the Galio, but Pyosek gonna get it very low before he actually goes for his ult here. Kellen pulling out the Galio, as we do have Daystar down, but I think the wallets and the Hextech Soul are just too heavy here for the side of BNK. That'll be the end of DNF in this game. And BNK will move on to the 2-1 victory in this series.
Oh, DNF. They keep getting better, and it just keeps not being enough. It says a lot about how deep in the abyss they were. Because every time we look at them, I think we see improvement. But BNK, they have a lot of experience
so happy
with these fights. And Soboro and Daystar get a win for their team.
Yeah, good stuff in this one.
That's after a 5-loss streak as well, Veldus. This team have been really going through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that they've been struggling themselves, and that's why they made it into the Rise group. They were at like 5-6, I think it was, and then they lost 5 in a row, so definitely some difficult opponents within that streak. But then they go up against DNF, who, you know, not really up to the task to take down BNK. Even with, you know, 2 new rookies coming in with Daystar and Soboro for this one.
Who?
Daystar?
Your boy.
My boy Daystar.
Come on, Veldus.
Yeah.
Get it together.
I feel like people get it now.
No, Veldus.
I don't have to say he's my boy every time.
Do.
I'm biased enough.
Soboro.
Oh, it's Soboro's dad. And maybe mom.
That's
probably.
So cute.
They were so happy. That was so cute.
Especially since we had Raptor on the space.
Yeah.
Just such a feel-good player. Still a little shy, a little nervous when he's been kind of tearing it up. One of the big reasons why this roster, especially in the beginning, was able to get wins. And this man right there also having wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Diablo. But I had to vote for the Gentle Giant.
Yeah.
Man on your screen right now, he's just Kellen.
He is just Kellen. You know, I was going to the bathroom during the break. He and I did that little thing where we did like the awkward shuffle, like
left, right,
trying to
left.
get out of our way, and he just had. It was the most just Kellen moment of all time. I wish I could have shared it with more people, but I was happy to have it myself. You know, he's great. Kellen is just Kellen. And he's just killing it.
His family waving at him as well. Soboro. Really cute to see. And
Base
great day.
family.
It's a tumultuous series. Diablo, yeah, I mean, it's Diablo. I think Deveris had a little bit of a rougher one, but even then, this wasn't an easy game to play. And he has been such a consistent performer for this roster. BNK is just fun. You always know what you get. It's like a B-flick action movie. You know, it's just, you know you're going to go in, you're going to get some weird special effects, you're going to get some nonsense fights. By the end, you will have been entertained for about 2.5 hours. It's perfect. Even if they lose.
Doesn't matter.
What you get.
You had a good time. Yeah.
We're always entertained.
And then, you know, eventually, in BNK's case, the heroes win. It's the hero's journey. Takes a little while, but you get there in the end. And everybody played their part. You know, every character was important at some point or another. Daystar had his moment finally, so did Soboro. Everybody else had their moments in games 1 and 2, I feel. And, you know, there was a lot of fighting, including this one that didn't really make a lot of sense, but when Berserker's standing right next to the Rel, even with life there, like, that's the thing about Rel and Tabram that you were talking about in the draft. It's like, yeah, you can stand there and hold the shield, but you're still getting ulted by Rel. Like, he's not going to be able to stop that unless his ult is, you know, instant.
Soboro also, these fights, actually getting so much value on the Cassante. The knockups, the displacement. Pioshik here, unfortunately, losing to a bear. A good amount of money as we see the power of this composition, even this late into the game. Where Pioshik stays alive for so long, the health bars actually get a little low. If they didn't have Hextech Soul, you right there, that moment, that snapshot, they could have maybe done it if they weren't that far behind, but fortunately neither of those things were true.
Yeah. See Daystar head and hands. I mean, he knows that his first series was much better than his second series. So he probably feels a little bit bad after that, but that's okay.
He's scaled into it.
He's still new.
Soboro having a great
time.
time. And yeah, you can see, as you see, pretty distraught
Yeah.
at his own performance.
A big Annie game, you know.
The final game, as said, he would have been POG for sure. In this specific game,
Yeah.
Kellen over the course of the series, I think, is a bit of a no-brainer. We'll see if he actually ends up getting it.
Should be.
Diablo, I think, also was consistent, but this final game was not as flashy as the other two.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of hard to play the Varus. Like, a lot of the times he was just getting cullinged, and he's like, oh, I'm less than half health. What do I do now?
And with Jin, he was just, well, that's the craziest part.
That
He
wasn't
did
his
only
fault.
100 damage less.
Yeah.
While he was with Jin, he was just running around. You know, he's doing the Jin fin where it's just like...
He's reloading while his team...
It's your boy!
It's my boy Daystar. I guess he's going to be interviewed for some reason.
He's also doing the...
This
the
is...
Chainsaw Man gesture. Big
So,
fan.
I feel like a lot of our voters are still thinking about the difference between POM and POG, and they haven't fully grasped it yet, and that's okay. But hopefully for rounds 3, 4, and 5, we kind of get it by the end, because as much as I love my boy Daystar, he did not deserve POM for this series.
Absolute no-brainer as a POG. If this was POG, we'd be like, yeah, of course. His engages were amazing. Danny was wonderful. But
one game.
I feel like if... So you can forgive the Rise game if the Ahri game was good.
Yeah.
But the Ahri game was not...
It had like some decent charms.
Yeah, okay. But if
it wasn't as bad as the Rise
if we are continuously joking about zoning charms...
Yeah. I don't know. I want to see those votes. That's all I care about. I just want to know who's on this, who's on board with me,
actually,
with my boy Daystar, you know?
It turns out, like, all the Korean analysts are also claiming him. All the comments are about, like, Feldus is a fake fan.
Yeah.
I watched this guy 3 years ago in Challengers.
Yeah. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready with Daystar. I'm going to hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation, joined by Daystar after a 2-1 victory up against DNF. Congratulations! Thank you very much. With this win, you guys are able to end your losing streak and pick up your 6th win of the season. How do you feel? I'm very happy that we got the win, and also that I got a POM as well. Indeed, your first POM after your debut. How do you feel? Amazing. So, BNK FureX decided to put you and Soboro on the starting lineup during the losing streak. How was the process? Well, we didn't really have too much time to practice together, but we just wanted to, you know, put in the effort in order to boost our teamwork all together, and I think it kind of worked. Rue also mentioned after your debut match that I was a little bit concerned because he didn't really get to practice together, but he put up a great performance. What kind of mindset did you bring today? I just wanted to play better than the previous series. Maybe I was a little more nervous and I didn't really play up to my expectation, but in the end, we managed to get the win. I'm very relieved. Well, Vi is one of the most spent cards currently in the LCK, but it was let through. And your enemy was on a 6-game winning streak. Why was that? Well, we decided to play Wukong into Vi, so we wanted to test that out. And then Game 3, last pick from DNF was Kindred. The iconic pick from Pyosik. How was playing against it? It was for sure different, you know. I was very scared of his Kindred. Then what was your plan going into his Kindred? Whenever I had Flash, I just wanted to make sure that I focused that Kindred. That was my only mission in my mind, and I think it kind of worked. Well, so you were on Annie in Game 3, but the counter teamfight comp from the enemy was also very effective. So how did you plan out teamfights throughout the game? I just wanted to be proactive as much as possible, especially whenever I had Flash. I just wanted to go in, open up the team fight, and the rest of my teammates will follow. And I was looking for that play every single time. So you blind picked Annie. How are you that confident to go for a blind pick on the mid lane? I just wanted to, pick Annie and then set up for my teammates, believing that my teammates will follow. So this is your first ever LCK POM interview. What kind of impression would you like to leave to everyone? I am just very, very grateful that you guys came all the way here to support us. So I will make sure to put up a good performance until the very end. Your final opponent in the second round in the LCK is Hana Life. What is your goal and mindset for that match? It's going to be a very strong opponent, but we would like to put up a great performance and fight up against Hana Life and do our best in that match. And before we go, since this is your first POM interview, any ceremony would you like to do on stage? I will also do the trend, the hearts. Let's take a look. Congratulations on your first POM in the LCK Daystar one more time. And that was Daystar from BNK FearX, and that was him stopping his team's 6-match losing streak. And I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Hello, friends. It's cold down in the Wolf Pit as the now last place predictor in the LCK Global Prediction.
I'm out of the Wolf Pit. It's just him. Ox is out too.
It is very, very cold down here. It is a 2-1 victory for BNK FearX, and I guess it's my fault for picking the DN Automotive Friendship team to get a win. They could not do it.
I kind of want to talk about the palm vote.
Already?
Yeah, I kind of want to take a look at that.
Go ahead.
That was the only thing colder than the predictions. Ah!
Guys, it was clearly a Kellen vote. Come on.
Jonah Strong also voted for Daystar, by the way.
He would have gotten POG for Game 3.
Yeah, for sure. I agree on that.
But he was over 1,000 gold behind the other games and made very little impact. I'm very happy for him. Like, I am very happy for him. I will say that, but I think Kellen got robbed.
Are you very happy? I don't think I've ever seen
Wolf robbed!
Wolf has never been maulding, well, he's never molded before like he did before. Wolf, can you make the same face?
Definitely molded before.
You like just had you had the smile. You had like this disbelief smile. It was like that. He was staring at the screen like that.
You know what? Ulf and I already like voted for Kellen, but I was actually thinking about voting for Daystar. So like when I was talking about that one, like Ulf was actually mad about it.
I did tell him I would flame him.
So yeah, I mean, I voted for Kellen for a reason.
Yeah, well, Jonah Strong, that's Wolf's coming for you.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's just Kalin. I mean, I have to vote for him. Like after that Alistar game, when your player can win with the Kaisa Alistar against Misfortune Gragas.
Yeah, also the Rel game that he just played. Does anyone else see that? I kind of saw that. Like the Annie was okay, but the Rel, I don't know. For me, you said just Kellen. I think more than just Kellen. It was more than just Kellen, because just Kellen might not have hit those engages, might not have been able to avoid the Jace and get in there anyways.
All right.
Any
more than just
Daystar explainers? Oh no, Chronicler also voted for
just Kellen. That's enough.
It was more than just Kellen, Chronicler.
I'm actually first time seeing.
See, it's Chronicler's fault. If he was more than just Kellen, he might have won it. Well done,
Cloud Templar. He knows it.
Well done, Kellen.
Well done, yeah. Well done indeed.
No, but there,
yeah.
The exclamation point.
Who's the voter?
All right, who? Yeah, we want to know. We just want to.
Oh, he
all right,
voted for Diablo. Oh, yeah.
Deft is gone, but we have Dift. Please be safe and healthy. We love you.
Yeah, Deft just went to the military.
That is, yes, Deft has just gone to the military, and that is Diablo's nickname because you spelled D-I, Diablo.
Prince?
Oh, Prince.
Oh.
Well, his name is Yu Ji Myung, so.
You, Ji Myung, you are the PO.
Yeah, like kind of like I choose you, Daystar. For me, I was like in game 1, I was like Daystar return.
All right, here's our last one. Daystar. Cool under pressure, deadly in fights. BFX have found their new star. Good job, Gogo. It's BNK, but that's okay. Like, yeah. I don't know.
His Annie was good. We can all accept it. Yeah, the Annie was great. That was it.
That's why it looks like really bad here. You know, like we are acting like maybe we are flaming Daystar, but he played good in the last game. But you know
really
what?
Did, but the other one's not so.
POM player of the match.
Yeah, LCKers know this was a classic Game 3 vote. As we take a look at the standings after that Game 3, it could have been so different, DNF.
So
it could have been so different.
A lot of people are looking at this like, oh, this series doesn't matter that much. It's the T1 Hanwha waiting room. Remember, even though these teams are locked for Rise, and it won't necessarily, of course, be competing going to MSI, the standings do carry over. So every matchup between these bottom 4 Rise players that happens this week, or groups, or rather Rise teams and players, everything still matters. Like, it's still going to affect your standings moving into rounds 3, 4, and 5. So pretty big win here for BNK. Nearly losing to DNF is not what you want. And it was basically a preview of what Rise group will look like.
I mean, they have to find a way somehow to bounce back. I mean, as you mentioned, the standing still is gonna like keep going after that the Rise and Legend happened. So I feel like they really have to find some way.
Well, you know, as it happens every now and then when you do math on TV, sometimes you get percentages wrong. And we got some of the percentages wrong on the possibility of tiebreakers. Earlier we said there was maybe a 1% chance for a 3-way tie. Now, no, there are only 3 possible outcomes out of 1,024 possible outcomes for a 3-way tie. It is more than likely that there will be a tiebreaker based off of the Nongshim and D+ way. But we'll see. Who knows? Tiebreakers might be in front of us. If not, it'll be shaken on out with the way the matches go this week. Speaking of tiebreakers, if T1 want to find the tiebreaker, they got a 2-0 Hanwha Life Esports in this one. But remember, last time Hanwha Life Esports took the series. So get your popcorn ready. It is the biggest match of the week. T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports in just a little bit.
KT 입장에서는 기세만 보면 우도할 수 있다 이렇게 얘기할 수 있을 것 같고 하나생명 입장에서는 어디 한번 보여주세요라고 얘기하고 있을 것 같습니다.
양 팀의 세 번째 세트입니다.
세주 안에 6렙 어디든 조심. 웬만하면 위야. 세주 윗장거리다 그냥. 다름안 보이고. 정레드 싸움으로 볼게. 나 이번 지나가면서 한타 써줄 수 있어. 와서 지울게 일단.
우리도 가. 천천히 최대한 늦게 쳐볼래?
자 여기서 어그로 끌게.
안 빼놔도 간다.
됐어. 여기 들어오면 돼. 얘 노아되거든 여기. 기다려보자. 온다.
노플이야. 안 빼놔갔어. 괜찮아.
잡았어. 자르마 볼래? 자르마? 좋은 거 같아.
야, 앞에서 띄워줄게. 앞에서 뛰어.
좋아.
노플이야, 쫓아가볼래?
같이 쳐. 할 수 있냐? 좀 안 좋고. 와우. 나이스. 집 갔다 와서 유충 보자 이거. 돈 써야 돼.
확실하게 하자. 야, 우찬이 형 말만 들어.
미드 가줄게. 기다려봐. 미드 살아봐.
애닌 다 먹긴 해 이거. 천천히.
얘 스펠이나 이런 거 스킬. 얘 이 없어 지금. 궁도 없어. 갈게.
잘 맞아. 고치 있어.
조심.
고치 되는데.
막아 우탄아. 갈게. 다 왔어.
까비, 여기까지.
다 왔어. 와! 대우찬 잡아. 깨비.
어떻게 피하냐 이거?
용싸움 볼 생각하자.
우리가 시야를 먼저 잠궈놔야 될 듯?
우리 용단이 잡아야 돼 이거. 아탄 탈찍고 한 번 리드해도 돼 앞에 사도. 오케이. 야 택 탔어. 여기 싸움 마무리만 하다.
여기 한번 숨어볼게요.
온다. 확실하게.
잡게.
잡아.
여기 할만하거든. 나.
위에 용하다. 야 크게 나가. 크게 감자. 온다.
맞아.
아들을 좀 볼게. 애니 볼게. 애니 높을.
야, 나 맞아.
아지르부터 볼게. 아지를 살기만 해도 좋아.
아들 나왔어.
세주. 불용이라 괜찮을 때.
다 러프되긴 한다.
이거 게임 유리해.
미드 하자. 얘네 포지션 많이 안 좋아.
나 이거 세게 하는 거 어때?
좋아. 야 미드 칠만해? 와보자. 쳐보자. 앨리스. 빼면서.
나 높이야.
안 빼다.
나 포탑 있거든. 이거 애니 녹음. 잘만 이쪽 받았다 나한테.
안 빼다 좋아.
오케이. 얘네 다 상태 부리긴 해. 개딸 피긴 해 이거 다.
자 3대.
아, 보자.
야 아지르.
처음 있네.
요리 잡을게.
루시안 봐봐. 칼리 고치. 미드라도 끝날 것 같은데? 아니 이거 끝낼만하다.
끝나기 싫어.
일단 갖고 오자. 그 애니 10초라서
나 6초긴 하고.
애니 7초. 개찍긴 했어. 그냥 끝낼 생각으로 하자.
끝낼만. 내가 가볼게.
5초 애니 5초.
잘 막아보자.
잠깐만.
내가 애니한테 공격줄게. 잠깐만 가볼게.
자, 빨리. 루시안 막아줘. 루시안.
가비. 못 끝내냐?
앞에서.
오케이. 바로.
하고 우리 땅콩이 나올 때까지만 막자 이거.
막으면 돼.
피해 주시기 해다.
나비.
여기 ኳ리 죽네.
가보자. 안따 잘하자. 장로 나가냐 했어. 이거 피도 좀 차긴 했으니까.
나 그냥 어그로 끌 테니까 장로 칠 생각도 해볼래?
앨리스 여기 있다.
애니 여기 있다.
야 앨리스 볼게.
나 안 죽긴 해.
살아봐봐. 여기 3 볼게.
이거 있다.
할리 조심해.
애니 살짝 애니 녹음이야. 애니 녹음.
나
아지르.
아지르 누구야?
내가 가서 백 빼줄까?
야, 엘리스 백도.
야 앨리스 막아. 제발 까지.
타워줬다.
너 나오냐?
막아. 쫓을게 우리.
죽을 듯?
버려버리네. 가비. 이거 쌍타라 안 끝나.
우리가 바로 쪽에 싸움 보면 될 듯?
야, 나 미드 가도 되냐, 이거?
야 얘네 끝내려 한다 이거. 야 그냥 미드 막아. 집가 돼.
나 집 끊어야 될 것 같아.
동화면 끝났어 요리. 너네끼리 해봐. 나 집 갈게.
나머지는 쌈볼 생각하고 몇 명에서 막자 이거.
이거 애니 여기 있다.
집 막았어?
막았어. 야 아지르 피었어. 3번만 좋아.
야, 바로 가자.
치고 있다.
괜찮아. 죽어서 한번 보자. 야 아지르 집 못 가게 할게 이거. 천천히 하면 좋을 것 같은데.
나 상태 안 좋아서 안 해도 돼.
뭐야 집 못 갔다 왔구나.
애니 때문에 치고 못 갔다.
장로 싸움이다. 좀 여자의 싸움 걸 거야. 이거 스마트하기 하기 싫어 얘네는.
내가 치고 있을게. 얘네들 위치 몰라?
버스강 나와서 슬슬 나올래? 2차. 하나 둘 셋. 왔다.
아지르.
리코 노플.
칼리 가인이야.
아디를 지켜야 돼 무조건.
루시아 루시아.
기다. 갑니다. 우리 나이스. 아깝다잉. 나쁘지 않아. 이런 경험도 나쁘지 않아. 잘했다. 나이스. 갑니다.
롤러코스터.
와, 게이트로스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐? 올라갑니다. 은하열차가 출발을 하듯이 오늘 그냥 시원하게 그 한화 생명을 쓰러뜨리면서 승리를 만들어냈네요.
传奇该如何铸就？
Uzi. He was really young and really prodigious.
The AD carries known for being like greedy, very selfish. The game was about him at all times.
This is the best AD carry in the game.
Incredibly mechanically gifted.
He's going for every trade. He's fighting for every farm. He's playing like a psycho. Whoa, that's dude.
我特别喜欢虐别人的感觉，他打法像疯狗一样。
근데 우지를 보고 캐리가 이런 거구나라는.
Everyone loves a wonder kid.
这肯定是会有一个，就是有一个利弊的一个衡量的。
Only person to reach 2 finals and have 2 losses to his name.
Uzi is denied another title.
太多次觉得可以的事情都没有做到，
People wanted to see him lift a trophy.
就觉得自己还可以赢一切的对手，我都不会怕。
他们会在他登场的那个瞬间，就是
他的这些经历、这些故事，到今天依然能打动人。
He made people see that there is more to it than just doing what's expected of you.
Groundless king now rules the world.
화이팅! T1 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅!
하나생명 화이팅! Hello and welcome back. That's the energy we need for this series.
Let's go!
I don't think either of us can match that guy. That was insane.
It's only downhill from here, Valdez.
I mean, after our first series, I was like, all right, this is the preparation for the good one. Get through this one, and we'll make it to T1 versus Hanwha Live Esports. And we made it. We're here.
Okay,
T1 versus
so
Hanwha.
That guy just got released from military, apparently. So I think it's okay that we
all that pent-up energy.
We can't match his energy, but we're gonna try. That's what the whole cast is now about. We gotta match him. He set the bar so high.
Yeah. We got the popcorn. Degon pulled something in his neck. Oh no. He doesn't cheer this hard for the Bro series. I don't know what's going on. What? It's coming out. Okay.
Is Degon okay? Are we?
Degon's not okay.
Degon? Okay, well now I'm worried about Degon. I'm getting distracted.
Well,
we need to lock
worried
it on
about
the game.
1-2. I don't know. Oh, not Tibbers. It's looking like my boy Daystar in that first series. So,
okay.
Hanwha's second, T1's third. But that can all change in this week if T1 win this series.
What an absolutely stellar season of LCK that we have so much still undecided. We have the fight for second, and second is such a big deal. Again, we're talking about having a double elimination chance for the road to MSI or not having it. As T1 looking for second place, all they need is a win. And just for Hanwha Live, the win would get them there. Whereas when it comes to T1, they also need some other stuff to go in their favor, right? Just a win here is not enough. They also need some crazy stuff, as we do see. And this is, it's kind of cool to see the kind of rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah.
Because recently, again, barring at Worlds where they didn't meet, where obviously you'd rather be T1 in this equation, Hanwha have been doing incredible. As, oh my god, that is so cool.
The 100th time we've seen Faker versus Peanut is tonight.
And they played
the timing's
together.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
After facing off 99 times, there's
there's too much hype. This is going to be like one team is going to
be the most blowout series of all time. It's going to be terrible.
No. No, there's no way. They wouldn't let us down.
Unless you're, a base T1 predator like I am, truly believing that T1 are going to take the victory tonight.
You should watch Chronicler. You should watch Puck State, everyone.
Yeah. I definitely don't have a one prediction behind Chronicler, and I want to catch up or anything like that. And I had to choose one series to be different from them.
I have to take a gamble, Des.
To be honest, though, this is one of the ones that is close. Even if Hanwha gets more preds, T1 could easily win.
Well, during the Puck State recordings, I was still leaning T1, and I've mulled it over a lot. There are two schools of thought here. T1, going into this, look better. I think that's undeniable. I think we see a lot of the regular season Zeus that T1 themselves had to deal with. As the load to MSI.
The load to MSI, are they loading up into MSI?
Well, so I predicted Hanwha, expecting them to load in today. Because they haven't really, for a couple of series now, have we really seen Peanut? We didn't see Peanut against EK, that's for sure.
Not recently.
Not recently, beginning of the split, yes. Not recently, but I'm assuming that tonight that comes to an end. I think this series for Hanwha is a big deal. They need to win this to lock in the second place. And again, as obviously these teams, these players played against each other countless times, they know that there might be some cinema in the cards tonight. But for Hanwha, the win guarantees them the second place in the LCK. Second place means that they will have an opportunity to lose the series against, let's be real, Gen G. And then
the opportunity to lose to Gen G? That's what you win?
That's what you win, but then you can learn from that. And then you get another.
Or you beat them.
Well, that could happen, but I'm very Gen G.
They have a chance.
It's domestic Gen G. Ask me again at MSI, Valdez, and I will give a very.
It was also domestic Gen G in last year's summer finals.
That is true.
Against Homolife Esports.
That is true.
So here's an opportunity to compare directly Doran to Zeus. You know, we just love doing this all the time. Zeus is really good in terms of stats.
So the best
but he
part
plays
is,
a lot of Nidalee.
So I feel like Zeus's KDA should be way lower than this. Because I feel like I've seen that man go 1-7, like 5 games. I know that's not actually true, but that's kind of how it's felt. This is something that, again, we've seen him in a lot over the last couple of years. Doran, I am happy to state that domestic Doran is back. Now, was I impressed by his Nidalee? No, but when he's playing things like Gwen, things like Jax, his team fighting is back where it used to be. Yeah, the Yorick, I think probably still the most impressive Yorick performance that we've seen. The things that made Doran a multi-time LCK winning champion, and you can be like, oh, but he played with Chovy. Doran still had great moments. There's to this day a discussion about whether he was robbed.
Should've got MVP
for finals MVP.
Over at FaZe, absolutely.
Exactly, which I don't believe. But I do think that Doran had not shown that form up until, like, what, 2-3 weeks ago. I think now he's back where he used to be. On, like, pure lane-dominant carries, I still don't think that's his style. I don't think that's where he used him best. But if he has a champ with any teamfight impact, he will be doing great. Yeah, we got to bring it back again. This is so hype, Valdez.
It's crazy because we've had like CGs like this for players who hit certain milestones. We very rarely get to have a CG where it's just two players playing off against each other and hitting a milestone. So 100 games here is game number 1 of this series of 3, which we're hoping it goes 3. We can't have all this hype and then it just be a 2-0 blowout to either side. Nobody wants to see that.
No, we don't.
Although, I will say that it would bring up the hype if T1 if T1 do it.
If it's a T1 2-0, playoffs are...
Yeah.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
That's a lot of hype. It also brings in more stakes for the rest of this week, right? To see if T1 have a chance to take over second place.
If you have no horse in the race, I think you want T1 to win here.
Yeah.
That would be my... Because that creates a lot more chaos, creates uncertainty, also sets up Hanwha's narrative. Because this team is the reigning LCK champion. Obviously, won first stand in LCK Cup. But in the regular season, also, this is now a Gen G that is truly here, which I think in LCK Cup we can collectively agree weren't quite on the same level. And Delight also needs to step it up today. I think it's still Delight, but I do think he's had, like a lot of players on Hanwha, like the last couple of weeks, he's steamed.
Yeah, some time off,
It's not quite as... And
playing some other games, you know, playing Expedition 33 or whatever.
Yeah, or 100 Line, you know. A lot of great games out at the moment, although I don't think Delight even knows that game exists, but I gotta, you know...
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you and, you know, like, one other person that you know.
Okay, this game is big,
Maybe
Valdez.
Delight.
I'm trying to focus on the game here. I'm not about to be distracted before Champ Select has begun.
So T1 have blue side. They have side selection here, which is another thing. When I looked at this, I was like, you know what? Predicting T1 isn't half bad because side selection has been big. Now, Homolife, they do have guys like Zeus, like Zeka, who can use counterpick very well, especially Zeus, obviously. But will they use it in this series, or are they just going to be picking Jace and, you know, Prio picking Nidalee, stuff like that?
Well, it's an interesting question. We're getting to the point where if you can get away with not showing stuff, you probably want to try to do so. Now, important to note that when it comes to the patch, there will obviously be a different one. But given the stakes of this matchup with these two teams very realistically, for T1 a chance, for Homolife the certainty of that second place, it is a big deal. Because I was joking, obviously losing to Gen G is not a given. You still get the best of 5, and you can get a lot out of that. As we have a ton of mid-lane bans here, kind of the expected ones, as the Rumble also taken off the board here, so that leaves the Jace open, which has been answered very consistently with the Scion. The Victor, Faker, I think we have still some questions remaining regarding his champion pool, but if he gets his hands on Victor or Azir, those kind of, even at I think they kind of fall by the wayside. All those champions, very dependable, and it should come as no surprise. And I think the biggest issue with Victor is that if you want to counter, if you really want to go hard on something like a Kali, that does really shape your draft. Much more than I think Homolife are going to be comfortable with this early on.
For sure.
Zinzao,
and for Doran, you know, even with the Jace available, you don't necessarily want to pick that because Zeus can just play Nidalee. Or, you know, you can play Scion, which he also saw a good game on. We're probably picking the Jhin here for Viper.
That is so interesting. So, like, Jinzao, I would guess?
Yes.
Right?
Jin Zhao.
Because giving over the Xin Zhao to owner feels like it's just something that you can't get away with. Alternatively, maybe like a Poppy. But the Jin prio for T1 has been very high. Understandably, I think they are the team that in the LCK plays the best around Jin. I don't even
Viper plays a great Jin too.
So I think Viper's Jin individually, I would say he goes toe-to-toe with Guma. But when it comes as a team, I feel like T1 have so much experience with the core of playing around that champion and the way they use it for side lane setups,
All right.
picks.
The draft is over. We're having a 2v2 to start off the match here, guys.
So who do you got? Who do you think is favored?
So actually, it's actually a 1v2. It's Victor versus Jin and Xinjiao. So
I know who I'm
gonna go for the 2. Yeah. So Han will Life win the exhibition match. We're remaking the lobby.
I wonder what champion, like, because even known like level 1 demons, I don't see it. Right? Maybe if you're in a box, if you can't run away.
Like in an arena, perhaps.
Oh, don't you remind me of the pain in my heart, Veldes.
Chronicler lost his arena. So
Not
did
just
Ox.
me.
Yeah.
Everyone out there that has great taste.
Zeka Viper, please win. 2 hearts from 2 fans. They have a pretty good chance.
We could do that as well. You and me.
Do what?
Like the fan sign.
Yeah, who are you cheering for?
I don't know. Well, I mean, in this case,
Cheer for our
I'm
spacers,
cheering.
maybe?
I like Degon's neck. I'm a little. I hope he's okay.
He was probably overplaying it just a little bit, you know.
He is a theatrical man. But I know the feeling when you like pull a muscle in your neck.
Yeah.
It's like, and it goes away in a little bit. It doesn't.
I was trying to imitate my 7-month-old son crawling or trying to crawl earlier today, and that exact thing happened to me. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm 34 almost, so I probably shouldn't be trying to do whatever he's doing on the ground.
On the floor, you're like, oh, I'm so dumb.
I'm like, he's trying to do it like this, and I'm like, oh god, my neck. I'm such an unk.
Sounds like you need to practice more and step up your game.
More crawling?
Yeah. You can do anything if you put your mind to it, if you just practice.
Yeah. I'm going to leave the crawling practice to him. As we are back in the lobby, we are restarting the draft.
So as a reminder, we had Victor picked up for Faker, and then we had the Jin, which normally doesn't get prio'd this highly, but it is very likely that T1 would have picked it up on the rotation afterwards. We have seen a lot of teams just go for very straight up topside into bot lane drafts, but T1 clearly wants to play around the Jin, or at least that's the read that Hanwha has. The
Wait, it's different order! Okay, so B1 Victor was the point where everything was intact. So apparently the Jin was not meant to be chosen. So we have a different draft here.
So this is a lot more according to expectations, right? Because the Kalista is a champion that Vipers look exceptional on. And it also works well together with the Xin Zhao. We'll see what T1 picks up here. So Jace is open. We have good reason to believe that if it doesn't get picked here, a pick for Zeus of it is likely. And then, especially if you don't pick it here, so you're picking for lane dominance, which makes sense. This also denies the Renata. We have seen players just be like, I don't care, and still pick Renata into it. But I gotta say, when there's already a Victor on the enemy team, maybe let the Renata go. But that's not gonna get the game. If this was a, you know, an RE or something of the sorts, I think it makes a lot of sense. But now, maybe it's time for something else from the light. Because you can also go for a top lane picker. Again, you can secure that Jace. As I mentioned,
or you can just play a Kali.
I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Now that we've seen more, I think you have a better chance of getting away with. This is a little bit less intense. And there is already a great ultimate with the Nico as well for you to pick away. Because the Akali, I think, really forces you to fully commit to the dive, whereas Sylas is a little bit more modular depending on the ults he can steal, depending on what position you can get him on for side lane. It does mean that there's an opportunity for T1 to ban out rough matchups for the Nico, but it does feel like Nico is one of those picks that's really hard to reliably shut down. So we'll see what T1 wants to go for us. Yeah, they do have Poppy and Xin Zhao, and Owner hasn't picked yet. Like, maybe what's next, like a Nocturne or Wukong. I don't think either of those picks are must-bans, but just try and keep T1 off that game. I think Wukong is a good ban, looking at this, because trying to play to Wukong Victor and MF can be really tough later in the game. Still with the Elise ban.
Trying to target stuff that can go with the Callista that can actually have a decent lane. Seems like they really want to lock down Prio here for Guma and Keria.
And that has been something that they have relied on historically, but they've really leaned into again recently. Now that Guma and Keria are both back in form. That bar performance from Keria last week was kind of insane. The Jace is getting picked on 4 here. Although I still wouldn't hate if they just leave counterpick for Zeus and just pick a support and then just take away the sign just to block a good blind pick for Doran.
It's a good blind pick. It's frontline for already 3 squishy champions. I think it's just a good ban in general. And you can hold on to
good
it
right now.
Yeah, I mean, even Zeus played it. He was like, no, Sion's good. I just want to play it. Even though he's kind of the guy that always wants to play the flashy stuff. We are going to have Rel bans. So no Callista Rel, which would have been very nice,
like
hard engage.
Alistair maybe?
Yeah.
Nautilus?
Either you're blinding the Jace or like a Nidalee for Zeus, or you're just picking a solid support.
So yeah, benefit of Leona is obviously she's a really reliable way to shut down the MF ult in case she's in a position where you can't get to her. And yeah, I love keeping counterpick for Zeus, right? This is the whole reason, and for me, the heart of this matchup is between Zeus with the counterpick and Doran on what I assume will be a very safe and stable top laner as possible.
Like Ornn or something?
Well, you can even something like the Jax, right? Like, you obviously can try and... Yorick also fulfills that same niche, right? Like, that makes sense to me as well. And Panther, I can't believe we didn't talk about him, but is obviously still very high prio, should be solid here. Does mean that Zeka gets another good ulti, a bit more limited, but it does allow you to side lane a lot more aggressively.
Jax.
And there is the Jax from Zeus. That is kind of a double up because it's both one of Doran's best picks, particularly when Doran has been on form. I think his Jax has been where he's showed some of his best team fighting. But we know that this is a skill matchup, right? This is not something that Jax wins by default. And I think it's very snowbally as well. I do think if you get the Jax ahead early, it's really good. But otherwise, we've seen the Yorick be able to get such a consistent early game that the Jax never really gets to scale. And I also think that games right now feel like they've decided a little bit earlier. But then you look at the fact that there is a Callista, a Leona, and a Xin Zhao. And then I think that you're feeling pretty good about your early game if you are Hanwha Life.
Yeah, the early game is pretty insane. You know, I'm not sure how that bottom lane is going to go because I still think that MF Nico should at least win the lane. But in terms of like early skirmishes, it should go the way of Hanwha Life Esports. But how much prio are they going to have when they're getting poked down in mid, poked down in bot? The Jax is like kind of going even. I feel like T1 kind of net themselves a pretty good starting draft here on the blue side.
So T1 as well, right? Playing heavily for the lane prio. Playing heavily for the early game and try to snowball from there. But still a decent team fighting with this comp. But I don't know if it quite compares to what Hanwha Life, particularly in the skirmishes. And I think Owner, as always, is going to have to be the glue. If he has a good game and he is able to shut down that bot lane early, could be huge.
Well, we'll see if he's got it in the tank for game number 1. As Hanwha Life come with a very aggressive draft here in this first game. Let's hop into the Rift for game 1.
생선까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right. As we're getting ready for game number 1, we'll see how this goes.
No invades just yet. Not expecting anything too crazy either. Looking at the rune setups, also no big surprises. Faker did go for the grasp, which we've seen a lot when you're playing things like Victor, like Azir in melee matchups. Should be able to get a good amount of free health from that. And then we also have Zeka on his Silas, which...
you think he plays this one?
Yeah, yeah. And the the calls about Zeka being even at Worlds, I think, weren't really true about him being an Akali Silas 2 trick. But he definitely was the best at those champions, and then there was a reasonable drop-off, and there was things like Azir, and then there was a large drop-off. That's no longer really true, but we have still seen him have absolutely mind-boggling performances on this champion. And for Faker, I think together with Azir has been the champion that he's been most consistent with. I think Faker has had a couple of good weeks left and right, but as a whole, I don't think this has been his best spring season. If we look back even to last year, his spring was insane. And I think during MSI, we're starting to kind of see some issues creep in, but that inconsistency, I think, has been something that T1 have kind of been dealing with, which is why they're currently in third, not in second. Early game, though, obviously the Silas not going to have the most fun time.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of an issue. I feel like especially control mages that can just take grasp and not care about matchups that they were already going to win into, but then also you don't have a lot of all-in pressure as the other side, as the Silas. It's not a great field to go into that, so Faker's going to have a good time. As Guma, the only person to win on this patch with MF.
Does this make you feel good or bad? I never know, because it's like, yes, you are the guy that won, but also MF is clearly just not, not having the best of time.
Think about some of the MF games that we have seen, because remember game 1 of DNF versus BK. Berserker was playing MF Gragas into Kai'Sa Alistar, and they lost the lane. So, you know, some of them you really have to take with a grain of salt. Like, that loss is not because MF is bad on this patch, it's because DNF are struggling.
Zeka, as he often does, just playing.
I mean, he might get the kill here. Very, very close. Faker not respecting it. He's going to sidestep and flash away. Zeka potentially was going to flash in for a couple of, an auto and a skill, and then he's dead. But getting himself in that situation is not a good look for Faker.
That should not happen pre-6. Yeah. Like, Silas, one of the big advantages you have when you're playing any control mage into Akali, into Silas, is that they should fall behind naturally. Now, there are players like Zeka, like Chovy, that are able to not fall behind and go relatively even, right? Like, they're able to stay very close in terms of CS.
Yeah.
Straight up, winning the lane early and hard forcing a flash, that's a big deal. That means that Peanut now has a much better gank angle than you would otherwise be. Having Delight has a great roam timer now. If they're able to get him out of the lane, obviously needs to make sure that Vibrant gets his wave, get a truckload of experience as well. And by itself, this isn't that big of a deal, but the flash to me is the biggest, right? The fact that he had to invest that, not wanting to get like flash autoed by the Silas.
Yeah.
That's something that a team like Hanwha Life, I would expect, are going to be looking to punish.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, he's still playing Victor, who has grasp, so he can just, push waves and not really care about the Silas. But you're absolutely right. For like the next 3-4 minutes, he will have to play safe, or he's going to be in a lot of trouble against Xin Zhao and Silas. So has to respect it. We'll see if he does.
Also means he's not able to very early on pick up something like a Catalyst, right? Which is an incredible item. That's kind of what you want to TP back to lane on, because it allows you to stay for so much longer, gives you the sustain that, particularly in a matchup like this, where Silas is naturally going to out-sustain you, it's going to be feeling really good as in they go.
Right, going in on Aguma, who is going to take a bunch of damage. I don't know if they actually have kill pressure here, but still a good engage from the side of the Hanwha Life Esports bottom lane. And
Viper clearly didn't think so, because I feel like the Light, was trying to get as much damage down as possible. Viper had already given up, or maybe he was looking to try and play off of resets of the wave. One thing we hadn't mentioned yet is that Guma and Carrier were kind of stomping the 2v2, which is why we see the big lead. They were very aggressive starting level 1, able to, as a result, build a nice lead. But with this 2v2 pressure from Viper and the Light, and that great jump that the Light found on top of Guma there, going to be not equalized, but minimized when it comes to that lead.
Yeah. So everything pretty good for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, I'd say. Mid lane, they get the flash at a Faker. Bottom lane, they equalize it up early on. And so when we get to see some of these early skirmishes over the first Drake or over the Grubs, Hanwha Life being on parity is always going to be a good spot for them with their insane skirmishing power early on. So liking their chances, as we do have our top laners are still in the bottom lane, but we do have walking up here is Doran. Now Storm comes down from Faker just to push the wave. And it's probably got a good back timing here. I don't think he's in any danger, especially with the sun coming down. And yeah, he'll just back away after the clearing of the wave.
Timing here is not that big a deal because there's no grubs up yet, and Humble Life aren't really in a position to contest a dragon. Does give a possible roam here for Zeka. We'll see if he actually goes for that or if he opts to use his timer to back. Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. Just going to push in instead. And now Peanut will be making his way back to his bot side, which is respawning and get some gold. We're sitting on like almost 1,000 gold there. So does finish his tunneler. And this early game is really just about the setup, and it's the explosive nature of the Humble Life early skirmishing that I'm going to be looking towards, where they are going to be the ones trying to call the shot, right? For T1, the big potential is there as well, but I do think you want to try and play a little bit more conservative because your poke is actually pretty good. With the Nico, you can kind of fish, see if you can get a root. Faker can obviously just keep firing lasers. Whereas for Humble Life, they're a melee comp. Kalista is, you know, not technically melee, but we all know it.
Yeah. I mean, she's gonna put her face into the fights regardless. Zeus having a pretty rough time in this one, but he's keeping up in farm, which is really the important part. He's actually ahead on farm once he clears out this wave. So yeah, he's gonna get harassed down, but at the same time, he is doing a good job of just clearing out the waves and staying ahead a little bit on the gold. About 150, but still feels good as he still has his TP available. Take it back to the lane if need be. No big action just yet.
Truly a game one, where both teams are
it's
just
all
like
brewing.
Yeah, they're kind of getting a feel. They're like, what? How
side-eyeing each other.
How are we feeling today? Are we gonna fight? I know we should. Peanut tries to take Dragon. Faker says no.
Yeah. Good luck. Go over there, stop that. As now we got the engaged. Pantheon coming on up. Owner is here. Viper in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. First blood. Goes over to Guma. And now the bullet time as well. As, well, Keria dies to the turret. So actually it is traded back. But the kill goes to Delight. And a wave is missed by Viper. Still a good play for T1.
Big win for T1. Able to get both of Viper sums. Get the kill over to Guma. Did he miss a cannon? Or?
No, he got the maiden.
Oh, he got the maiden, yeah. I'm like, Valdas only makes those noises generally if cannons are missed.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
So it starts off with, I think, Viper and Delight kind of looking, but then Keria has an earlier level 6 timer. That's what sets up the play. Knock up comes through, and then Owner can obviously follow up. The fact that Keria does end up going down is a little unfortunate, but even with him going down, that's a big win for T1. More gold into Guma. The only thing that worries me a little bit is that gold onto an MF is good, but you are playing MF into a lot of champions that I don't think she deals well with. Right? Like, we're going to get to a point where the damage just isn't enough to get through Jax, with Counter-Strike, to get through Zeka with a fully stacked Rod. And it will be really hard to actually get value out of it. Right now, though, I think T1 going to be feeling good about the fact that this Kalista is put on the back foot very early.
Yeah, and you can use your MF early to be a big threat for team fights. Get your Victor scaled up, get your Yorick scaled up, and utilize it. And, you know, even if Guma doesn't do a huge amount of damage, we've seen Kalistas get behind and then not do too much either, depending on the fight, of course. The opposite is also true. You were pointing at T1 picking up all 3 grubs.
Of that top play, I assume. Owner just running, and the eventual trade will be a dragon picked up for Humble Life. Early Infernal Drake, always nice, but not that crazy. Until they can stack 2, and oh my, if you get another Chemtech Valdez.
It's gonna happen.
We've had too many.
We've had so many.
We've had way too many.
One thing I really like for Doran on the Yorick is that even when Zeus tries to all-in him, like we saw, Zeus is like, okay, give me the Jax. But even with the Jax at this point in the game, there's just not going to be a lot of volatility. And I think that Doran likes that because he's a player that sometimes gets caught out in weird spots or sometimes makes big plays happen with solo kills. I feel like this just evens out the playing field, makes it very straightforward, and you don't have any crazy moments where either side happens. And so you kind of neutralize yourself a little bit, but also you neutralize Zeus for now, as Zeus elects to drop a wave.
That's
he's got Viper coming up.
T1 is really running the map here. That's 2 full waves. Like, the top casters are going to be picked up, but the bot wave is just fully gone. Zeus is just not going to be able to pick that one up. That's a wave that they're going to be missing out on, and look at that. Now we see Doran has his Triforce finished. Zeus is not. TP is nowhere near. And if you are any it doesn't matter which champion. If you're playing into Triforce and you don't have yours and your opponent does, you don't really get to play the video game. Zeka, long chains, but the all-seeing eye of T1 owner still at the ready as
it's just Victor with grasping catalyst. Like, he's just never dying.
Also, Zeka got blocked there by a grub. There's like a time...
I saw that.
I wouldn't have hit. I think it would have hit the wave instead, but it did look funny.
A little grubby getting in the way.
T1 actually building up nicely towards their early lead.
Yeah.
As there's Jonah strong zoom.
Yeah. You don't want to miss those cannons. They are a lot of money.
It's really a big problem that Jonah Strong has too many things that he's known for, because otherwise you could just call that the Jonah Strong. But you can't.
I think that's the main thing.
I don't know. His predictions are another.
Yeah.
I guess context clues might help there, but oh my god, this Nico!
Yeah. You know, you mentioned Carrier's Bard last series out, looked insane. Yes, it was against DNF, but individually he was, you know, carrying on support and looking fantastic mechanically. So it feels like he's really on his game now. A lot of our top players, I feel like, had really rough beginning of the series, or rather beginning of the seasons, for all the players, but everybody's really coming online here towards the road to MSI, which you do love to see, including Carrier. Bit of damage here on Zeus, who is Jax, but yeah, stun comes in, 1Q, and he's dead. Owner just easy dive, and now you've got a whole turret worth of plates given over to Doran. T1 getting massive leads here in this early game.
Yeah, they're kind of obliterating them. It's 13.5 minutes, and they're about to be up 3k gold. It's all lane. That's it. It's literally just laning pressure.
Yep.
Every single lane is winning. Even with Zeka getting the early flash out of Faker, wasn't punished whatsoever.
Yep.
And there are waves just being shoved into turrets. There are plates being picked up across the board.
So many
plates. Like, look at this!
This is way too many plates. And we knew that T1, with this draft, were going to win the early game. But Humble Life, like, evened it out early, but then they have just fallen off a cliff since.
Humble Life has some of the best team fighting and skirmishing that we have in the LCK. But there are limits to how much you can kind of catch up with just being good at something when you're facing T1.
Yeah.
And it's not like their comp is bad early either. There's still Pantheon, there is the Nico and the MF, which the team fight power of those, if they can get their combo off, is big. This big a gold lead this early on, almost 3.3k.
You don't really see gold leads this large, especially between two teams that should be very evenly matched.
So you will have one more, like, I think you have an opportunity to fight where right now, like, your item spikes, one item spikes are done, so are the ones on T1. You do still have a Callista, you do still have this this Silas, but so many of the situations look like they're half health before anything has happened. As Owner hiding behind Otacon. Maybe this is the win that they're looking for.
Yeah, he's just going to flash away. Good call. Peanut and Delight right there. And they had kind of snuck through vision, snuck past vision to get in there. But they get the flash out of the Pantheon. Decent amount of engaged potential taken away from T1.
Yeah, Humble want to fight. It's very obvious. And when the space is open, I do think that their target selection, a single target burst, is insanely big, but they do need to find an early kill.
All the one-item spikes were finished for Hanwha, so even though they're down 3,000 gold, it's really only components that are T1's ahead on.
Well, exactly. So I think the confidence makes sense, but then I look at the health bars.
Yeah.
Or rather, the lane situation for both mid and top, and they're just not in a position to really do too much.
Zeus doesn't really get to play the game. He's just sitting here against Eora trying to scale and just not really having an impact for the entire early game. This is not what Zeus is comfortable with.
No, and well, Life really look quite muted here in the early game, in T1 on their end. High marks. Everyone looking to be playing very, very well. Laning pressure is there. Cole's cashed out for Guma to really add to that gold lead. All right, Doran trying to play for this turret. Might be fighting him.
All right, he's going towards the other enemies. He's buying a lot of time. The turret goes down. Owner tries to come in and save him, but Doran gets knocked up, and there you go. First kill, but now Nico, the massive ult over the top. And Guma's right there, but the damage doesn't go in. As now we got the engage coming in on Guma. He has to cleanse. He flashes, but he's not getting out of this one. Hama Life making something of this team fight. As Faker on the backside, Carrier here alone as well. Triple kill for Viper, who has been totally untouched in this fight, picks up 3.
Well, there's that team fighting, fellas. And we said, yes, there's a gold lead, but the item spikes are really not that different. And I think we see it right there. What a back and forth. And that combo looked disgusting from Carrier and Guma so much. But this is the second time I've seen this today, by the way. One of the people in that combo was a Xin Zhao, who is not taking damage. So take another look. The timing window here, attempt to punish Doran for taking this turret. Zeka has the stone node, but a lot actually goes wide. Zeka doesn't need the change, which allows Owner to show up. Then Peanut goes back in for the re-engage. But I want you to look right here. So yes, Zeus goes down, but that really is all that they got. That's 2 ultimates invested. And then Viper in all of this goes unchecked. So he gets to stack up spears. And once the fight goes long, and these big ultimates don't do what you need him to do, you have Kalista, Silas, and Xin Zhao. And if there are 3 champions that you don't want to have long fights and multiple rotations, it's those.
And Jax, eventually. Although, in this game, he's just kind of been sitting back.
He did his job there.
He got the kill, and then he died. So that's all he's going to do for now. But talking about champs that love to stick around for long fights and get multiple Counter-Strikes off, Jax is one of them.
Carrier.
He is in a lot of trouble. No ult available. He's just dead. Root comes down, and now the follow-up, the recommittal here from T1, trying to save their buddy. And now Hama Life are going to get another flash away from this one. Guma is probably dead here. He doesn't have flash as the bullet time. It doesn't hit, but it doesn't matter. Zeka just takes the 1v1 Hanwha. Now wiping the floor with them. They're going to take down a Rift Herald.
It's a fork right there. Either Guma walks into it or walks away from the turret. Either way, Zeka gets the kill. Losing Carrier there, it's fine. T1 though, with a desperation that I don't think is warranted, are really trying to fight. And again, this is Xin Zhao, Leona, Kalista. They're gonna try and look for these jungle fights, these skirmishes. T1, you need a good setup. And this isn't it. So much invested there. Faker loses his flash. Guma and Carrier end up going down.
The insta-cancel on that bullet time.
Look, he's in slow motion.
Yep.
That's a super soldier right there.
I mean, it's just like free food for Silas. It's an MF with no cleanse, no flash, running through the jungle, trying to catch up to the team's bad decision to go for that fight, you know?
And you know the funniest part is T1 still has a gold lead, despite all that.
It was from all the laning leads, but I don't think it matters nearly as much now. The Silas is online, the Kalista super fed. And yeah, I mean, there's a big lead in top lane.
Well,
but it's a Jax.
When your back is against the wall, and it all comes down to your Yorick. I think there's compositions where there's compositions where you see that and you're like, I believe. I don't think this is one of them.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at what Hanwha have to offer, and Zeus is still really far behind. But the rest of the team is able to cover for him well, and it's crucially the engage that's there for Hanwha Life. It's so easy for them to start fights. I also think T1 are letting them, as we saw.
It felt like Hanwha were playing into T1's hands early on, and now T1 are playing into Hanwha's hands.
Yep.
Here in the mid game, they're like, "You want to take fights? We're gonna blast cone into you." It's like very strange angles. I think it's just like trying to very quickly respond to Hanwha Life's engages, but that's not really the way you want to play. You want to have set up engages where you have all your ults combined together. You want to be the ones that's setting them up rather than desperately scrambling into position against all of these skirmish-heavy champions on the side of Hanwha. As we have Riftmaker already finished here for Zeka. 2 items.
Yeah.
Silas is pretty giga-huge at the moment. Not even that far ahead of Faker, but he's feeling pretty good. Already fully stacked that rod. Got it very early, so only able to hit level 15. But ahead 2 levels because of that on Faker, who hasn't finished his.
Faker, though, gonna get more relative value.
True.
Because he gets a later level. Right now, I think he just preferred to not be behind Zeka, because you can see he needs to play it very respectful. Wants to get a grasp, but I don't think he's going to get one. And the lead that Guma had over Viper is now all but evaporated. And I want to highlight something. I think that our perception of Kalista, or Kalista as a late game AD, or as an early game AD carry, I don't think it's true anymore. I feel like with the build that she's going for, right, where you get with Terminus and Jaxos, you actually get so tanky that it becomes more about the length of a fight and the skill of the player, as opposed to you need to win early and post 2 items. It's like kind of whatever. Right, I feel like Kalista really used to be, you need to stomp lane, and then once lane is stomped, you have value, and otherwise you kind of taper off. I just don't really see it that way anymore, particularly when you itemize well into the damage that thus far T1 haven't really been able to find, as Hullbreaker done 2 item spikes are there for T1. And this Drake fight is a possible soul. We haven't even talked about the mountain as the TP comes in from Zeka as well.
All right, they really want to fight for this one, but the Drake is already gone. And, okay, it's gone.
That was anticlimactic.
We're, like, building up to this, and then T1 just,
They get mid-turret, which is nice, but soul point.
There's a Rift Herald in bot lane. Did you see Peanut summon it in the bottom river?
It is there.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be there for a lot longer.
Yeah, probably not.
Says, take it and drive mid, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you heard me.
You're onto something.
Well, there are like 5
wouldn't
T1
do that.
players, so maybe just leave. Yeah, he's just leaving. That's better. Unless
he's rotating.
Yeah. Whoop.
Back to bot lane for you.
No, back to the wave.
Turret in top lane.
That's all Zeus, by the way. He drew attention.
Yeah. He drove attention.
So still
get it because he drove.
Because he drove the. Yeah, that was my.
But you said he drew.
Yeah, I know. But I felt it was implied because of the driving.
He drove viewership to the.
What's T1 Hanwha? I don't think they need help with the viewership, though. That's
probably not.
I think they're fine when it comes to that.
Still a very even game.
It is.
I think that Halma's comp actually will very much enjoy the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, no, that's because they already will have so much tankiness, and I think eventually we're going to obviously reach a point where Guma and Faker are going to have a pretty decent amount of being able to, but like even then, even with Deathcap and Void Staff, if they get Ocean Soul and like Silas ever gets to hit anyone,
yeah,
good luck.
It's an issue.
He's not dying easily.
Some context for the graphic we just showed. Faker is on 9 stacks of his rods, so he's about to hit level 16. I think we're not having a lot of action now. We wanted to show something, but that's really the situation.
Flash.
I think he just doesn't do it now. There's just way too much rotation over here. 4 people kind of angling down there, so it's still a win for Hanwha to take him down. There's no objective up here except the Otacon, but they're not quick enough to start that one up.
Don't want to risk it. Zeus still has his TP available. Good call by Doran. I think he was contemplating it, but he would have flashed into the light. So there's just no world where he ever gets out. So oversteps his bounds. And I'm pretty sure that kill also went to Zeus. And I feel like we're slowly starting to feel the tilt of that matchup. As now Zeus is going for a Zhonya's next, which is going to give him a lot of offensive power. Allows him to play way more aggressive. And yep.
And by tilt, you mean it's tilting towards the Jax as he gets more fed.
I'm not saying...
Not that one of the players is getting
I'm not
tilted.
saying that either player is tilted.
I just think our gamers might, misinterpret that.
Well, it's
they hear the word tilt and they're like, oh, who's tilted?
No, I would say it's skew, but I feel like tilt is more accessible.
Yeah.
Who says it's skew?
Lawyers.
Ugh, this guy's
the worst. Yeah. Well, it's definitely one of these chess matches, as we had the one big fight in bot, but after that it's been sitting back
This
waiting.
is a thinking man's LCK. This is the kind of LCK game you can be really smug about. It's like, oh yeah, no, my league.
I understand. You wouldn't get it.
Deeper. We are already planning 5 waves ahead. None of this is not planned, which is why nothing's happening. I was told that adding objectives would make this better, Feldes.
Yeah, we added grubs, and then we took the grubs away. We made them whatever they are now. That's not the only
they're
reason.
They're fine. Oh, possible collapse. I say, as no collapse comes through.
He did hit him with the laser.
He did. A little Leandri's burn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of damage.
Yeah. So is it just one team fight for Ocean Soul, and then whoever wins that fight gets Baron and the game is over? Is that?
Yeah, and Otacon. Don't forget.
So who do we like more? Who you looking to? I'm seeing a Terminus for Viper. I'm seeing 2 stopwatches. Well, arm guards, but you know.
I just feel like the setup for the fight is everything. You know, if Hanwha make it scrappy, they're gonna win like 99 out of 100 times.
If T1 don't have control of the choke points and force Hanwha to walk through one,
yeah,
it'll be really hard for them to actually get full value out of this combo. And again, if they had the 4K gold lead that they had, by the way, that they worked very hard for it to get, like Hanwha can't just walk up to this dragon and set up shop. But here we are.
They're walking up to the dragon and setting up shop because the gold is even, Chronicler. A good point made. And I just...
Oh, did they just get it?
I don't know. I mean, they're starting it, but they're apprehensive about it. Owner is here.
Flanking Yorick.
We've seen this work for other teams. Not sure about in this scenario as the Maiden is bye-bye. It's another 50 gold over to Zeus.
Zeka doesn't have an ultimate yet. I think he's going to be looking for Carriaz if he can find it.
Doran's just pushing.
Or Fakers.
Wants to go for the engage. Is Faker just going to go golden, and now Delight maybe in a bit of an issue as everybody gets knocked up by the Nico, but the counter Nico comes in. They get onto that back line as Carrier the first to go down. Guma's already out of the fight, as will go down Owner, and it's just a disaster. T1, they set it up, and Homalife knock it down as they do not get the soul, but they get a massive team fight, and now they're going to get the top objectives.
That's a world champion right there, Zeka with the Silas! I thought that Nico Engage had done it. They get the dragon, deny the ocean, and then carry a flash multi-man ult. And it's still not enough. As we take another look at this fight, the light goes in, but this at first looks a little disjointed. And then watch this. Boom. Immediately, Faker not in the position to do any damage. Guma taken out of the fight. And then Doran, he's just a Yorick, man.
Yeah.
He's just a Yorick by himself. Can't get through. That's Nash. And yes, the soul wasn't given. I don't think Homalife are going to be feeling too bad about it.
I think they're okay with it. They get Nash, they'll probably get Otacon if they want to prioritize that, but maybe they just want to extend their gold lead instead and not try to throw on that objective. It was an interesting fight because both AD carries were pushed out pretty early on, but again, just the skirmish power of the Silas, the Xin Zhao, the Jax, like those were all unchecked. So even though they went super deep to kill Viper, like they just have so many other threats. And
I can't believe Viper hasn't died yet. I swear I've seen him die like he's gone so deep. That feels wrong, right? Or sorry, Delight.
Like he's died twice.
No, Delight.
Yeah. That makes more sense. And now Zeus doesn't really... I mean, Doran's going to keep going on this, but it's getting close. You can feel like Zeus is getting close to the point where he's just going to begin to take over the side lane. New York's still going to be strong, but...
We're going to TP back to the wave. I mean, I don't think he should, because you want to really keep it available in case T1 find a collapse towards top side.
They just got his Zonias. Otacon
We
picked up
forgot
here.
about Otacon.
I didn't.
Well, I did. Kind of just assumed that that was already gone.
It's just they use this Baron to take Otacon, and now they still have a minute 30 left on the Baron, so they can just push top and mid carefully.
It is not a game-breaking Baron, though, nor is the team fight. I think T1 from this position obviously are going to be in a really rough spot. And the main issue for me is that it feels like Faker has been stuck at these items for like, what, 10 minutes now? I swear, he got his Rod of Ages and his Leandri's really fast.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, I think for them to actually chew through all these health bars on Humble Life, because these are some beefy targets. Literally no one is squishy. Like, there's no easy damage that you can find.
Yeah.
I think you really need Void Stuff. You really need Death Cap. You need some actual damage to chew through these people. Guma, for example, because of the Executioner.
Or not an MF.
Will help a little. Well, that also, obviously, is part of the problem. Yeah, and then Owner, tried his best in the early game, 100% kill participation, but at this point, you are Pantheon.
All right, they're going to try for something here, but Carrier doesn't find the angle, and Fate's Call comes through. It's kind of a broken engage from T1, and there's still 30 seconds of Baron. So they have this wave, they take down the turret anyway, and that's some tools taken away from the T1 side. Zeus not yet in a position where he can threaten a kill. In fact, he is getting pushed off of the wave, so not really getting value out of the side push of the Jax. And we're following Guma here. Looks like he got a Dirk, but nothing big at this point.
Jack Show is approaching. The goal lead for Zeka just keeps getting bigger. Peanut, he's just sacrificing his camp. And I'm happy to see awake Peanut again. I feel like he was gone for a decent amount of time. He's playing.
He was on vacation.
Yeah.
He was hanging out.
Humble Life does do that. But, you know, that's one of those things that you can say, and either it can be cope if they then lock in the next series, or they just lose and you're like, okay, yeah, no, there's an issue.
Everything we said on the box stage is coming true.
Yep.
If Humble Life lock in, if Peanut's on his game, they should take it. Peanut is running into 4 people, and the ult here from Carrier only hits the Xin, who does not care. Peanut doesn't care, even if he dies, as now they get to the backline, and Kuma's ult does absolutely nothing, just dies immediately. Baker's got a good angle under the turret, but he doesn't have any teammates, as they're dying the turret. They're just tanking the turret, and everybody seems to have his on as everybody's going golden, and Baker just doesn't do any damage. He is dead. Humble Life stomp the fight, and maybe they take the game right here.
That's a red side win as well. It's Humble Life. Yes, they fell behind, but those team fights, man, they are just something else. The early skirmishes, we saw the signs, and Hanwha will be able to end this game. Carrier's trying to clear the wave as best as he can, but nah, there's just no chance.
Not having enough pull. They turn and take the kill first, and then they will kill the enemy Nexus. Humble Life, very nicely played game. They got down 4,000 gold in the laning phase, and it still didn't matter because they were just the better team fighting team with the better team fighting comp, and they made it work. T1 will have to go back to the drawing board and figure it out because that game was not a good look.
And as much credit as there was for, I think, everyone of T1 in laning phase, I also feel like after that, everyone kind of dropped the ball, right? Carrier, a lot of engages that looked good, and I think his deaths are the most understandable because he's the support, that's his job. But Faker lacking any impact out of the lane. Guma, I think this is a really hard game to play, but even then, felt like with that lead, we need to hold on to those, or at least T1 does, if they want to actually threaten Hanwha Life. Because once we got to the fights, and Hanwha got the skirmish with their Sylas and their Kalista, it didn't even look remotely close. Like, look at the moment, about like 15, 16 minutes in. In hindsight, that's where the grasp of T1 on the game ended.
Yeah.
And Hanwha started running the Rift.
Yeah, it was that one team fighting bot where, you know, they collapsed on a door and he tried to escape and T1 tried to turn the fight around, but it was just one of those broken up fights that Humble Life Esports' comp just loved. And they were able to play it out from there very nicely and control the entire game from about 15 minutes. Humble Life get a win on the red side. They're up 1-0 in this very important series, looking to secure second place. Will they do it? Let's find out after the break.
판테온이 맞으면 여기 리포.
저희 판테. 나 가야죠.
나 괜찮아.
어때? 싸움하는 거 어때?
싸움하는 거 어때?
맞아. 리포 미포 봐. 포 보고 있어 나. 미포 봐줘. 맛있게. 미포 노플.
나 살았고. 야, 판테온 노플.
봐줄래?
뒤에 판테온이야. 안 빨려도 돼.
빅토르 좋냐야? 해도 돼. 오케이. 빅토르 좋냐야?
뒤에 판테온. 판테온 노플이야.
나 뺄 수 있어.
판테온 잡음. 판테온 노플.
무대 빼는 게 좋고.
갈래. 가져.
미드 가면
될것 같은데? 미드 텔 찍어줄래?
We have the dive coming in, and Yukal in a lot of trouble. He's taking damage, goes golden. But Canyon is in the back line, Keen's in the back line, and they're just tipping away at these front lines. Canyon is going to be taken out finally, but look at the health bars of DRX. Ruler only finally gets here, and now the real damage will be coming through as Bud incredibly tanky, but he's looking for lazy deal. He's getting the jump bombs. As the explosion should go off and kill Rich. There it is, and he takes down Hondo. And that is exactly the fight that Zenji were looking for.
Parker kills the Penta. I know Ruler's going to complain about that one.
Okay, the train comes out of the station, but unfortunately the tracks went straight to the wall for some reason. Charmy's going to connect onto Showmaker, but he's in relative safety at the moment. That is going to be the Drake secured by Lucid, as now Polo's in a bit of trouble, and once again, he was trying to do battle right in amongst it. And there goes the Impale, it goes wide. The Magnus Storm is decent, but so is the AoE from DK, and it's a triple for aiming. Hype is now in the back of this pit. She is surviving for so incredibly long. As the charm comes out, the Arch Blaze comes on in, and the Gromp is going to kill aiming. DNF's got to get in somehow. He was in the Shroud, and they're not exactly able to zone him away. I think he can just dash in on that. Yeah, he goes in, but they immediately turn on the Peanut, and it will be the Otacon over to the side of Zenzi. Now a big sweep on the Zeus, and the damage from the soldiers is gigantic right next to that wall. As Canyon gets a win somehow at the end of it all. He does it again. Toby goes down. Toby Penta ankle. As yeah, they're going to try to block for him. The Quadra comes through, and Toby comes in and picks up the Penta kill. Another Penta. Beginning to lead. Here we go again. They are going to find the one guy that they are looking for, that is Bulldog, and he gets speared right at the very end. As Carrion going on into the It doesn't quite matter though, it's Berserker! The last auto from Baker gets him down. That is the Crocodile going down, but another Raptor is going to fall, and it's Doctom to collect that kill, and now they're trying to burst this one down. They might be able to do so, but the culling comes through. Diablo looking to try and knock them down. Sobro happy to get out of the fight, and now Peter down to 100. The shatter is once again phenomenal, and KT just have that little bit more left in the tank. B&K will be cut down.
Game number one between these two titans did not fail to deliver. It was a great one, and it is Hanwha Life Esports up 1-0. Degon here alongside Wolf and Wadid. Y'all, it was a very, very high-level game number one.
Absolutely. 45D, macro chess, LCK gaming. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, especially the first highlight we're gonna show is about the lane swap. Normally, after the objective change, the lane swap doesn't work that well. But I think HLE did insane macro here. So we all know that they got harassed in the bot lane. Like, the 2v2 was not playable for HLE, but they did insane macro here, Ulf.
Yeah, they decided to, of course, back away here and go topside. And this ends up being really important, of course, because this allows them to temporarily try to get away from this matchup that's really tough to play out. The decision that T1 makes afterwards, though, to follow the swap instead of trying to force push into the Jax here and go for Dragon, ends up being one that Wadid and I weren't 100% on board with.
Yeah, I mean, especially like whenever you have like rough matchup in the bot lane, yes, you can lane swap, but after the objective change, you cannot really trade grubs with Drake. So it's really, normally it's in a bad situation. So we are like thinking about, like, I think you should just get the Drake instead of. And I think T1 could definitely just go for the Drake instead of just matching the lane swap here.
Yeah, because ultimately, with the Pantheon pathing towards the bottom side, you had the ability to hold bottom lane and not waste all the time that Guma spends coming up here, and actually then look to control for that objective. And what happened ultimately instead was later on, T1 got the grubs, obviously were able to deny that first dragon, but I feel like they could have had kind of a freebie here, then went back to the top side like they ultimately ended up doing, and then could have actually led to a bigger advantage where they got both first dragon and the grubs. And obviously this was a kind of unintended symptom as well of the swap back to the top side. I don't think that's necessarily fully about what we're talking about here, but still definitely another bruise in the side of T1 after they went back to the top side.
Yeah, you could see Owner hesitating, like if he's like gonna go for top side or not. So let's say MF and Nico stayed on the bot lane, just pressuring Jax and get the first Drake. I think that kind of gives a T1 for the better Drake cycle. So we're gonna show the graph of the timeline of the objective in the Rift. So basically, they changed the objective. We only have the one grubs in the timeline. So I think it's really hard to just go Drake and like, can you actually trade grubs with Drake? No, you have enough of time for prepare for the next Drake. So I feel like you normally, if you want to like snowball from the early game, you should take the Drake, and then you can actually swap for the grubs, and then you can swap again for the second Drake, which makes more sense. But I think T1 lane swapped in this position where they could have free Drake. They couldn't have the pressure on the top side as well, so they couldn't get anything of these. I think that made a huge issue for them.
And I do think that if they had swapped, or had not swapped, for sure, that things would have looked a lot better for them. They still ended up playing it well, right? They still were able to deny Peanut the Dragon. They still got their grubs. The Yorick and the side ended up being super high value, but I think it could have been even better. I think indexing into winning the 2v2 that they drafted hard for is what their game plan was, but I think they missed the bigger picture.
Yeah, when you think about it here, so much of the previous lane swap meta was match the swap and just be there. And in this case, just a slight missed opportunity for T1 to expand their lead, which they had here in Highlight 2 on the bot side of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they blind pick Yorick, but in this kind of team fight, Yorick is not a great pick in this situation. And I think they played so much better, HLE.
The ultimate here from Peanut, so well timed as the bullet time comes out. Fate's call as well, I think was played incredibly well by the bot duo here of Hanwha Life Esports throughout the entire game. They were able to avoid engages, turn engages. And, you know, with plays like this, if you over-index into Hanwha Life Esports' comp, their comp just team fights better than you, straight up. And look at Peanut, man, getting the knock-up here, surviving with, like, just 100 HP, going back in with the wind becomes lightning. He just doesn't miss.
I mean, you normally just back out if you're just 1 HP, but Peanut just jumps in back to the TP position where a Faker TP'd, so I feel like he changed a lot of things.
Yeah, and remember, even at that point, they still had a gold lead, which is why we did the whole point in the first place on the early game, because it could have been even larger gold lead, which then led to this Drake fight where we get maybe not double Galio ults, not double circles that way, but double circles from the Nico ult.
This is the reason why you pick Silas whenever you see the Nico. Thanks for the ultimate! I mean, at first place, I thought Carry Island did such a great ultimate, but when I see this, Oh my god! It's even better!
And Viper also flashes away here, so you know there's no way Doran can actually threaten him anymore.
Oh god, Peanut. Oh, it's okay, Peanut. It's okay. Your team's got it. Your team's got it.
Oh, we had to do him. We had to do him a little bit dirty, and ultimately the end of this fight ends up being a disaster because Yorick is left all alone. And yes, Viper does go in a little bit needlessly there and does die, but it was otherwise a really clean play there from Zeka on the Sylas. He's known for this pick. He was able to generate a lane lead over Faker in a tough matchup in the early game. He's looking really on form tonight. This is the Hanwha Life esports that we haven't seen consistently and really, matches they're favored in. We don't even necessarily see this level of Hanwha, but people always say when it's the big matchup, the matchup that matters the most, that's when they do play to their opponent's level at the highest. And I think today we are, at least in this first game, seeing evidence of that.
Yeah, this is the one that we wanted to see. Not the one that matches the level of the opponents, the one that leads us away. They did that in the early game with the macro. They're looking to do so here in game number 2 and close off any possibility of losing that second seed. But T1, yes, tiebreakers are off the table, but they themselves could take the series lead if and only if they close out this series 2-1. Let's find out what happens in this banger of the week for game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. Great coverage of all of that early game and what it meant as
Wait,
a Mogos?
Who? What? But they played together. Who's the betrayer?
Who's the imposter? Who's got the little shield there? I like the tank who's like flying in the air. I don't think he's supposed to be flying in the air. Today's sexy food. Tea. It's a new slang amongst the new Korean Gen Z. Okay, I'm trying to talk at the same time as Ji-san. So yeah,
it's just slang.
It's slang for,
I
guess, good food.
Sure.
And it said T1 food.
T1 tomato.
Yes.
They're a tomato color.
The sexy food. Tomatoes are good for you. I wouldn't call them sexy.
Well, that depends. I think if you have like a nice plate of burrata or like tomatoes like fresh out of the garden with some salt and olive oil and pepper.
Like caprese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
You're impressed I know that word, right?
Well, I kind of am, yeah. It kind of caught me off guard there, Velvis. Culinary des in my LCK?
My knowledge goes deeper than you can imagine.
Yes.
Through your tutelage.
Oh.
So are we just going to see the same? No,
Oh,
not. Jace, man.
So, feels like T1 were happy to leave the Jace open when the
first
Yorick
Gwen
was there.
Is probably being looked at here. Gwen or Rumble. So maybe Hanwha leave both up.
Yeah. And then I think...
Or not.
Okay, so Doran's going to go towards the Gwen.
The Rumble, you mean?
Sorry, the Rumble. Gwen band. And then Zeus... Well, the Galio is an obvious one. We've seen the Aurora pick come through as well. But the Rumble does feel like a necessity. I think the Yorick pick was fine. I know Doran has had great games on it. But I do think against a team like Hanwha, if you want to be able to out-team fight them, you need a pick that can actually team fight. Because that's where Doran's strengths lie, right? We saw him with a big gold lead here in the lane early on. And part of that was just his laning on the Yorick, which was great. Part of that was the fact that T1 was kind of running Hanwha Life around and able to build pretty substantial leads as going through a lot, only to lock in the Neferi. And then I would expect Hanwha Life to try and look for a counter pick for top and keep hidden what Zeka is playing. Faker, unfortunately, not having really any big impact in the previous game. This specific combo we've seen a bunch of times. You have the point-and-click CC for Neferi, which she does enjoy.
Yeah. And the Ryze, you can go either lane. Probably going mid. Ahri, okay.
Okay. Yeah, Neferi Ahri is a strong combo.
Yeah.
Because if you go Ryze, maybe you end up playing into like, what is it, Nocturne Orianna?
Yeah, they're really choking out Faker's champion pool as well.
Yep.
Because Victor's gone, Azir's banned, Yone's banned, Ahri's taken away. So what is Faker going to play?
So it's
We're not going to see it yet.
Guma Senna. Now, I wouldn't have minded a Poppy pickup. I'm like double checking. I feel like the champion is going somewhat underrated here. Owner is an insane Poppy.
I love Poppy.
Not going to come through. This is just like, oh man.
He looks so unimpressed.
Play Ornn. You got the Jax game, buddy.
I
Come
don't
on.
want to play Ornn.
Ornn's
Can I play
boring. Can I play? And Danny's just like, no. Lock in Ornn.
Maybe it's Ornn support. It's definitely not Ornn support. So yeah, what are we going to have here for the bans against Faker and Owner? I mean, I still feel like there's a decent amount left in the jungle, but the big ones, like the Wukongs of the world, you definitely have to take those away.
Wukong Skarner, maybe? I don't love Skarner, but I think Skarner with Senna and a Rumble can definitely get a good amount of value. Picking the Ornn here also has the benefit that you don't need to be afraid of a Braum, right? Because Carry has already locked in the Alistar. Trundle also, that's a really good ban, actually. Trying to play Ornn into Trundle is not fun. Not a good time.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case.
Trundle Senna too. I mean, your front line is insane. You have tons of healing, tons of zone control. So they take that away. A lot of targets towards Owner. I guess they feel pretty comfortable with whatever Faker's going to play from what's left.
I swear, if we end up with like a Viego, I'm ready to call myself. If we pick Viego with this comp, I am not a believer. Now, is it going to be something aggressive? The Lucian did get banned away, which I think is a great call from the T1 bot lane. There are two schools of thought. Either you can match the scaling.
Varus is
or you can play...
up.
I think the issue with Varus, unless you really commit to playing aggressively for the lane, is that... Yeah, I was looking towards this.
Okay.
This is something we've been seeing into the Senna, and the big benefit is that while Senna's sustain in early lanes is great, and it's hard to really bully her out, you get the stack for free for a very long amount of time. Really, if the nameplates were off, I see this, I'd be like, that's Gen G. That's a Gen G draft. Although I guess the Smolder would be most likely going mid as Faker. Thinking about his champion pool.
Galio makes sense.
But like Galio Kindred?
You need some damage though. I mean, you have the Rumble, so it's definitely short up a bit.
It can't be AP, so like, what, Kindred,
Viego.
Nocturne. I don't think this is a Viego comp though.
But what does Owner want to play?
Well, we're about to find out. Talon?
Talon. Kindred.
Well, I think Kindred.
Zed?
Zed. You gotta do something like that.
Master Yi?
Okay, we're not gonna...
Briar?
Okay, we're carry us trolling,
Kindred,
guys.
okay.
Kindred, that makes sense. Kindred Galio. A lot of healing.
We just saw this.
We did. Yeah.
This feels like a better comp though.
Yes.
What we saw.
I do quite like this. I think the Kindred Galio combo is one that's very strong. Senna also gives you the added benefit of you can use the Kindred ult and then use the Senna ult on top.
There it is.
Oh my god, that
Poppy.
is... So I really like the Poppy here. I think Poppy just feels like a smash hit. It makes Galio's play pattern a lot harder for him to reliably get. It is good into Alistar. And then it also just... Kindred as a champion is just invalidated kind of by it, because you can knock her out of her ult and knock other people out of the ult. You have the ability to not let her Q, which is a pretty big deal, and you have great point and click CC. So locking her down, slamming her into a wall, gives you a lot of opportunities. Now the obvious issue for Humble Life is that these are two separate compositions. We have Neferi and Ahri, and Poppy kind of does both, which is one plan. And it's go aggressive.
Yeah.
And they have to be the bridge where Viper will carry you to the promised land, because with this front line, that engaged power, I think Smolder's going to have a great old time.
Yeah, I think this is one that's going to go a pretty long distance, this game. Unless someone gets a big early lead and they're able to snowball, I would expect this one to take quite a while. You got Senna versus Smolder. You've got an Ornn in the game. And yeah, you know, Ahri and Neferi are there, as you mentioned, but they're not. That's not the comp. They're just there as a powerful duo that gets you towards the late game. But then T1 also have a large amount of scaling in their own right, with the Kindred, with the Senna, and even the Rumble. I do think that this is going to be a very close one, and one that should go a while, this game number 2. And maybe gives T1 a better chance of coming back in the series. Let's see what actually happens as we are ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number 2 already here on the cards. Hama Life. Pretty... It wasn't one-sided, but once they got going, it was one-sided. Like, the entire game wasn't one-sided, but it definitely felt like a solid victory for Hama Life Esports after the first 15 minutes. Once they took that first team fight, it kind of felt over from there. They snowballed very well. Let's see what this game looks like. If they can pull off the same.
Should be able to get the ward, which is nice. Nope. Oh, never mind. Just not in time. I feel like if Zayas stuck around, they could have. Not going to be the case. So Peanut will be tracked here early on. We have double barrier for the AD carries. Both trying to be as respectful as possible. No electrocute proc there for Zeka, it looks like, which Jake's going to be happy about. And the gold lead was in favor of Faker, and I think in early to mid game he did also have mostly of lane prio, but even then going things like an unforced error that got the flash out of him early on, and the complete lack of impact to Victor. When part of that was the gold lead, part of that was the build. Didn't really feel like he could contribute a lot. And the Galio, I do think it's a lot easier to have that impact as we have the level 1 terror of Alistair. Was knocking the light away. Been seeing this a lot more recently as both these AD carries have a single thing on their mind, and that's stacks. That's all they care about. And the sustain is obviously going to be favored towards the Senna, but Viper is going to rapidly accelerate once he hits the certain breakpoints. If you haven't seen Smolder in a while, you know that
Scalesing.
That's yeah, he's really on multiple levels.
Yeah. Not just scaling, but scalesing. As, yeah, I mean, this lane is going to look like this, right? They're going to get stacks, Skuma's going to attack them, get souls, Viper's going to attack them, get...
Yeah, so that's not good. That is, if Faker gets another very early back forced, in a matchup...
the charm, he has to flash. Would have died if he didn't flash. And already, Zeka is winning this lane once again.
He hasn't even brought out the eye drops yet. This is not even his final form!
That's true. Zeka hasn't needed the eye drops yet, as far as we can tell.
Those only come out for like game 4. And there will be no game 4 in this series.
Yeah.
Just take, Zeka, come on, I'm trying to...
It's why Hamlar is such a... Oh, another charm. Nice punch by Faker, but again, it's basically just trying to stay alive.
Well,
like he's not winning.
Yeah.
He's just, okay, I'm not dead. Like, but I'm still falling behind on CS.
Mark is on the southern part of the rift. Should be hard to
Mark's not
get.
in this game, actually. He plays for DNF. But it's a good point. There was a Pyoshik on the bottom side of the rift, which Peanut did deny. And Owner's looking for the dive in the top lane. Chronicler's very angry with me. Double knock-up as T1 just jumped into it. Thorin takes double turret shots. The TP takes about 8 years, so they're okay.
Yeah.
But that was one of the messiest dives I've seen in a while.
I don't know about that TP, but it does mean that Zayas stays alive. I really do think that with that outplay, he would have been fine. And the wave is going to be lost. It looks like, I think Peanut is able to pick up most of it, so that's something at least, not going fully by the wayside. Does mean that Faker now builds an experience lead over Zeka. So Zeka...
like almost a hard freeze. So it's going to force a TP out of Zeus, who...
I think it's Ornn. I think he's okay.
I think he's okay. Okay, he's going to flash.
Yeah, so he tried to predict it, because obviously with the W you can prevent it, and then he was just like, yeah, no, I don't need to flash. Which was correct. He does. He did need to. Is he just still... I was about to say... I don't know if Guma hits the
He's a
W.
tank and a warlock. You can't stop him.
Yeah, maybe if he got a kill earlier there. You know, he got the kill top and then he TPs and he's like, I have 15 ruby crystals. You can't kill me.
It's a lot of crystals.
A lot of crystals. No flash on Faker!
Okay, nice Justice Punch. Not much that Delight can do. And that is going to be Zeka down his flash. But he's Ahri, so I still like making the play, you know, chunking out Faker, trying to extend your lead in the mid lane. Especially against a Galio who's supposed to be pretty safe into this lane. But not in this game.
Still waiting. But there's no flash anymore. Zeka, not that close to level 6. Delight doesn't have Hex Slash either. I think they're trying again.
I mean, with Ignite and Flash, like, if Delight hits him into a wall, then yeah, he's dead. Speaking of which, Faker walks up, and the exact thing that I just said comes to life. As for some reason, Faker just didn't think it was possible. But as we knew, it was very possible. And that is going to be first blood given over to Zeka.
I'm vexed. And I know Vex isn't in this game, but I am still vexed, Valdez.
Good job getting ahead of that.
Yeah, I know. I knew that joke was coming. That was definitely imminent. This is one of those plays where if you have flash, you cannot play that, right? Like there's an angle where you flash and the Poppy ends up just dying. So then I would be like, okay, if you try to play for that, it doesn't work, that's fine. But you didn't have flash! It was right in front of you! And you literally give him the angle!
It's just not respecting the Poppy.
나이스, 잘 봤다잉. 역시 완중이.
Good roam.
잘하네.
That's Delight. You're pretty good.
He is.
Gotta gas up the teammates, you know. Even though Zeka didn't show a lot of emotion, it's fine. Peanut is going to be in a lot of trouble here, as he does not have flash anymore. Trying to give this kill over to Doran, maybe, but one more wins a war and he does go down. Okay, trying to go untargetable once again as in goes Faker, and finally they take him down. Owner picks up the mark, as it looks like that's what they wanted by the end of it all.
Is that worth it? Like, I know we got the mark. You'll get to 2 marks now because it always picks up. But they got Dragon. And, like, you have to invest a TP in 2 flashes?
Probably not worth it.
I mean, I guess it's fine, but I don't think you're excited about it. You know, it's one of those deals that's good, but you're not immediately you're going to go like, okay, I gotta put that in my basket right now.
One of the most mediocre trade deals of all time.
As a stack check, Guma, as he should, gonna be relatively behind. I've heard like different opinions of what is a good breakpoint for.
What is the ratio?
So what I
heard,
like anywhere upwards of 60 is good at around 20, because obviously you're gonna get less souls. We have more items, so kind of offsets what we used to go for, which was with the fasting Senna, where if you don't have like 120 souls at 25 minutes, you're just a pleb, you know, that's just not good. Zeka is just getting further ahead in this middle lane.
He also has a Dark Seal.
This was a counter pick, Valdez.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we talked about in the draft. Like, there were a lot of Faker's big picks just denied. Like, no Talia, Yone, Victor, Azir, and Ahri was taken away. So, went to the Galio, and now he is the lane that is farthest behind. Definitely not the best feeling for Faker in this one. Viper is living his best life. You know, Aguma's moving around. He's like trying to help on objectives and stuff. Viper's
not
like,
interacting.
You know what I do? I attack the minions, and I use my skills on the enemies, and then I back, and then I do it again. I'll see you at 225.
When he becomes a real champion. Yeah, no, Humble Life, they have a slight gold lead. I can assure you, I know there's a Sen on the enemy team. I mean, it's a Kindred on the enemy team. Humble Life will be very happy to play to late with this composition. Funnily enough, you could argue that when it comes to the range, the fact that if you get enough marks on Kindred, mostly the Senna, is going to reach a point where she's a big issue. I also do think that ever since they did all the rounds of nerfs to Smolder, Senna is one of the few champions where your healing can actually be really annoying for him to deal with his burn, and you can kind of negate some of the value there. At the same time, I don't think we've had versions of Senna in the past. Like, remember when her heals killed with lethality, where you could really... That was a thing. Yeah. They removed that, I think, on the most recent set of changes to her. Not the one that changed the souls, but before that, I mean the soul change. We've had, what, like 15
Which
million?
one?
It always happens, and then she becomes meta, and then at some point they're like, okay,
we've had enough Senna. Let's
and then
goodbye.
Just turn the knob. Go down this, and then she's gone. This goes away again.
And then inevitably they're like, you know what? We haven't seen Senna in a while.
Seen her in a while.
Maybe she needs a buff.
I do like that this is 80 Senna, because I feel like that has a different flavor than Fasting Senna. The downside is that Fasting Senna creates way more fun, because the supports can be anything.
True.
I thought you said
also,
Cho.
that is one of the options.
Yeah.
Seen Rumble,
He's like
Kong,
halfway there.
Lee Sin,
That's good.
all sorts of fun stuff.
Now the Drake fight in about a minute. With the early Drake, I think you're perfectly happy as Humble Life to not take it. So the big break points, as you highlighted, for Viper it's stacks, you want to get to 225, and for Zeus it's levels. Once you start giving out your ornaments to level 13, you get your own, and starting level 14, you can give them to other people. That's kind of when the Ornn goes from just being pretty good to being such a insanely deceptively gold skewing champion, where every upgrade is, what, it's like around 1,000 gold?
Yeah.
So it snowballs very quickly.
The numbers are pretty ridiculous.
They really are. And now you can also just pick whichever item you like.
I forget which item it is, but I was watching the game with Ox on the space, and some item was giving like just straight up 700 health. Like,
that's insane.
It's like, oh, just one item giving that much. Oh, this seems very strong.
And it must not have been Warmox, because then you would have remembered. No. Yeah.
Might have been like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. Boom.
He
so
did it.
Satisfying.
That's the game. Viper's always been one of our best Smolder stackers. If you remember, I think he had the record for fastest stacks, which was like 1745 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it was never the mid-Smolders, because you have only a single champion that you can reliably hit. Now the Drake, Humble Life cannot fight for this, but they also have Nefiri and Ahri, so knowing them, might be looking towards it. Zeka's nowhere near though, and Faker obviously will not have prio. But he does have his ultimate, as Zeka is just on his way.
Just walking.
Yeah, I thought that...
Faker gets there first, I think, with his ult.
It's pretty close. Zeka can also use the first instance of his ult. I think they're going to arrive around the same time. If Humble Life played a little slow.
Well, there's the equalizer. It's a good one, but the Poppy ult is even better as they go all in onto one target. Down goes Owner. And the smite goes the way of Peanut, and now this is really rough times for the side of T1 as in goes Peanut, but there's no damage follow-up. And Zeka still on the chase. He's going to hit the charm again. As there you go, another kill goes over to Zeka, and already the snowball is beginning for Humble Life Esports.
They have Ornn and Smolder! They have Ornn and Smolder!
Ornn and Smolder. Don't forget the bridge.
All right.
The Ahri Nefiri.
Again, yeah, and the real bridge there was Poppy. The one thing that you can't have happen, and we've seen it with 2 Kindreds in a row now. You can't be the first to die.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. And Owner, it's understandable because he really wants to try and play for a steal, which I get. There's also the fact that Zeka is indeed earlier here. And Keria gets knocked away as he uses his ult. And then Delight. Oh my god, man. Like the fact he removes their main initiation, he then ensures that they also kill the one target that can stall until Galio gets there.
Yeah.
And because imagine this scenario. Keria, like, either flashes or doesn't get hit by the ultimate. Then he gets to create space. They do get on top of Owner, but Owner, because of Keria stalling, gets to use his ult. Then Faker comes in, Guma lays an ult on top. That might be okay. Instead, the game is not over. But after seeing how last game went, plus the fact that Humble Life's team fighting has just been so much better, plus the fact that they have I can't state, they have Ornn and Smolder.
Smolder.
There are champions where, because I still think, again, the T1 comp skills just fine. There are great parts of scaling there. I just don't see it comparatively to what's across the Rift.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see the angles.
I don't want to accept it, Valdez, because I don't want to live with reality. Oh.
We need to see more Poppy. As Dorn is going to flash out of this one. He's
how was
okay.
that an R5 pick, by the way?
I don't know. It was just totally ignored. We wanted to see, you and I wanted to see it in game 1.
We have 4 players on the Rift that can single-handedly win games with Poppy. Because I've seen all 4 of them do it!
All 4 of them can do it, yeah.
Both junglers, both supports.
And it's just ignored until the very end when it was amazing. Into T1's comp, they're like, huh, what's the best? Oh yeah, Poppy. Huh, she deserves more respect.
Okay, T1, Doran TPing in, level 11, does have the equalizer, level 2. Poke is good here.
Yeah, I mean, they're zoning them away.
Nice.
Doesn't really look like Kalmar is set up for contesting this very well. So that is going to be the Rift Herald going over to T1. It is an Ornn getting some free time at the bottom lane. Just most importantly, going to get those levels we keep talking about.
One of my biggest pet peeves with Ornn is when they do exactly that. When they're like, oh, he's a tank, we gotta just wait. At least let him hit level 14. Then he can start grouping. You know, like, give a buff to whoever's your most fed member. In this case, probably Zeka. You know, really try and use that spike that he's on. Smolder will be big anyway. You can give it to him later on. But you need to hit those breakpoints, because if you start grouping now, it's fine if you win the fights, but lose a single fight and then you have zero pressure at any point. And now, instead, we're looking at a world where Zeus just has a pretty sizable gold lead on Ornn. And that's not really, like, that's not delaning. That's just Alma Life's team play. It's also Inferno, which we haven't talked about yet. That would solve a lot, really, that, now I think about it, would solve a lot of T1's issues.
Yeah, but they don't have the power yet to fight over these objectives. Like, the Ahri's way too strong. The setup for Life is so fantastic. Like, T1 kind of have to be set up on the objective and not get Poppy ulted away somehow. Then they have to find access to the Smolder. I don't see it from this stage of the game. I really don't.
Trying to find an angle here, Veldas. I know that the bridge, you know, Peanut Zeka, bridge, that's a strong bridge. I don't know enough about... I don't know enough about engineering to really make any comments as to what type of bridge it is. I don't know what the best bridge is. If only.
From that game that Faker used to play on Steam, probably the one with a lot of triangles.
It's always triangles.
It's always triangles.
It's always triangles in engineering. Did you ever do that experiment where you need to, like, build a bridge? Yeah, that's a classic.
Well, it was like a tower.
Yeah,
you had to, like, hold a weight.
Yeah, stand on top of it. Yeah, that's fun.
Well, I wouldn't stand on it, but...
Trying.
Maybe standards in the US not quite as...
well, you can
not quite as high.
It's fine.
Carrier looking for an angle here on a Zek. I don't think that's ever going to happen.
You have the Herald.
He's getting some good positioning.
Zeka and Delight playing very respectful here, going to take down the Rift. Carrier, if they can get in on someone, Peanut, that's in the theory though.
Yeah, it's not a real target. Now the TP's behind them. Zeus, he is an Ornn. I don't really think they can kill him, but a double knockup comes in. He flashes out of the Galio. They're still showing a lot of respect to Hama Life. Not going full on in. If that were B&K, they're diving into that jungle.
Oh, they're just giving it up.
Yeah, they're just going to give up the Drake. They set up on it, but it didn't look good afterwards. And they used their Galio ults.
They used two ultimates.
The Alistar ult, and they just leave.
Without Galio, they would try. No shot you try without the Alistar ult.
Yeah. Stellates still has his.
So that's soul point for Ornn and Smolder. 18 minutes. I just keep repeating myself, but nothing else is happening.
Are we gonna get the return of Doomer Chronicler?
No,
it's such a rare skin.
That was dark times. we're not going back to that.
It was today.
We're not going back to that.
It happened earlier.
Valdez, I am a different man now.
He's
changed.
I've
changed. I've given up that life.
He's come to terms with everything. Yeah, that's fair. We'll take a look at the CS numbers. 280 carries are doing well. 2 mid laners doing well. Just everything you'd expect, really. I mean, the CS differences aren't real.
This isn't what I was promised
in this game.
Valdez, I was
the first 15 minutes of game 1, though, that was good.
They were that was bad.
Where it was like, oh, T1 are getting some lane leads. They need this. It's going to be like a close mid game, and then Hama Life took out their giant red hammer and bopped them over the head. Well, I guess it's more of an orange.
It would be like an orange squishy hammer. It has to be Peanut, right? Peanut,
it's like a tank plushie that squeaks when you squeeze it.
It's like, it's Peanut or Delight, the one that wields the giant cartoon hammer.
Yeah.
Because it's not Viper. Viper's Viper's too no nonsense. he's the straight man. You know, in the
it's a lot more finesse.
Where there's one guy that's just normal, that's Viper.
Yeah.
And then everyone else is kind of...
He keeps it all together.
He keeps it all together.
We can't have 5 zany characters in the
show.
show.
He is the audience stand-in.
Yeah.
Zeus, you only see, like, I don't know, every other, like, 5 episodes, because he's just off on his own adventures. He's the crazy
Zeus
uncle.
is Kramer from Seinfeld.
No, Zeus just shows up.
What's going on, guys?
At some point, and he's like, what up?
Yeah, exactly. Shows up at the weirdest times.
For T1.
Says the craziest things.
I need this to not be a tragedy. I need this to be a free gamer. The gold is fine.
I mean, it's, yeah.
So the craziest thing to me is there is still a world where if they can get on top of Viper at the beginning of a fight and blow him up, where it's playable.
With Alistair?
Well, and Poppy and Ornn, I know, that's not... I'm grasping at straws here, fellas, but give me this. Give me something.
I feel like we should have seen this coming. I mean, we knew... We saw the draft and we were like...
It's just a single mistake. Just one in that blue box. Okay, it's not the in that
I feel like
box.
the second the Poppy was locked in,
well,
I was kind of like, all right, well...
Well, my main
thought it was a
issue
6 gamer, but...
Once again, there are teams that I would expect to not have the discipline to play this out and give openings like the one we're talking about. But outside of Hanwha, the only other team that's more disciplined, I'd argue the world is Gen G. I don't think any other team, when it comes to playing out games for positions like this, is quite as slow and steady.
Yeah,
oh my god, he's going in!
The charm is going to miss, but it doesn't matter. He's so tanky. He's Ari. Look at his door. He's just dead. It's just a one-on-one solo bolo from Zeka. And
it's cooked.
Faker, you can't flash with the taunt anymore.
No.
Oh, not Doomer Chronicler.
It's done. It's done. Oh.
Okay, he's just unlocking Hex Flash. He doesn't have Hex Flash. He is going to knock away.
It's not done. We're so back.
The ultimate down. But guess what, guys? There's no objective outside of the Otacon. Now they're going to engage, though, on Peanut.
Yeah!
He's dead. P1 looking for the objective. Zeka still here.
No Doomer Chronicler, baby. Let's go. They got Otacon.
We might have a little series.
They're getting big backs. They are coming back and fighting for that soul point. Don't look at smolder stacks.
No, not important.
Don't do it.
Not important.
Faker, stop giving him more stacks.
It's okay. He stopped him at 224.
It wouldn't have mattered, right? Like, he's going to hit it anyway. I know. We're playing it up.
It's okay, Doomer Chronicler. We'll make it through this together.
He's not real.
They're just going for the mid turret. And Carry is not. Yeah, he's not going to do anything about that. No Demolish proc. Yes, Demolish proc. They will get it. And yeah, we just go back to sitting back and waiting. Some nice picks from T1. Nice pick here from Zeka, too. Starts off with the charm.
It's a level up. Gets the Electrocute proc. Full Foxfire. And then Doran lashes when charm wasn't going to hit. I don't know, nothing to say. Just got straight up outplayed, right? Too far up the lane, gets taken down. The Peanut, no idea what he was doing. They have a little bit of vision.
Fury, I can press W.
Yeah. Gets taken down, and that means the Otacon goes over to T1. Now 2 items done for Guma, 2 items done for Owner. No second item for Doran yet, though. That would have been really big, and yep, there it is.
It begins. So, 15 petals.
Oh, Zeus also level 14.
Trying to collapse here on a Faker, it looks like, who is just going to run into the river. Looks like he is okay. And they just want to set up position here on this Dragon, of course. Hanwha Life Esports looking for that Infernal Soul.
Viper just wants to queue people.
He's trying his best.
Oh my god. Well, Guma can heal it at least, but more of that poke hits, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Zeus not really able to make his way in. Equalizer now going to do a little bit of damage. More of a zoning equalizer than anything else.
A little bit.
Yeah, Zeus did walk back over it. Faker in a rough spot, but he will be okay. In goes Zeka, though. Gonna get the charm here on Owner. Nice amount of poke from them. Even the Smolder helping out of that, and now they just turn on the Guma and Doran, who are left out to dry by the team as everybody else was running away. And that's gonna be that early pick. Charm not gonna hit fear from Zeka, but you know what is really gonna hit hard? Orange Smolder with Infernal Soul at 25 minutes into the game.
I'm done coping. No more cope.
Doomer Chronicler's back.
This game is done. Owner doesn't even have his 4th mark yet. That's the 3rd one on that scuttle.
Oh.
As the equalizer, yeah, Zeus, you know, he walks over it a little bit, but he doesn't really take damage. Faker tries to go in, and then Carrier Hex flashes forward, which means Doran and Guma, the door's just wide open.
Insta turn from Hanwha was so slick.
Immediately, the moment they see that, they know that they can get on top of Doran, who doesn't have his flash. And that solo kill, entirely Doran's fault. That right there, yeah, I'm a Doomer. It's done.
Oh, Doomer Chronicler, no! I thought I'd never see the day.
There's no way Hanwha Life don't win this game. Absolutely zero. Curses aren't real.
Curses aren't real.
You can't do it.
Batman isn't real.
If Home Alive lose this game, I will believe in curses.
Wow.
I swear,
Chronicler.
if Home Alive somehow lose this...
You're a changed man today. I don't know what to say.
I will believe.
That's crazy. We're getting a little engaged here. Owner very, very low. And he ult in from Peanut as Doran's so low. Get a nice ult away. As Zeus, though, is pretty deep. Delight as well, getting chunked out. But the damage from Zeka and Viper is just so gigantic. And even Zeus is still here. Gonna get the Naga, but it's a little bit too deep. Look at the health bars of T1. That's all Viper and Zeka just chunking them down. The Infernal Soul's not making it easier.
Owner? 4th mark? I can't help it still dream though.
All right, he's got smite. Okay,
he's got this.
4th mark.
It's fine.
Question is, does he die?
That's work.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
It's fine.
Okay. All right.
So, bit of a messy fight.
It's just like it's only messy because Hama Life are so deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they didn't need to do this. Delight also goes in on carry out. Obviously, isn't too bothered by this whole thing. And the Equalizer actually ends up doing a lot of damage. Faker arrives just in time. Keep his back line up. And then Viper isn't doing that much for a large part of this fight just because of the positioning. Right, he needs to be a little bit more respectful. So they're missing their biggest damage source. 1 or 2 more Qs could have really been the demise there for the T1 members. And again, Infernal Soul Veldas, it's just so hard to play into.
And we might get an Elder Flip here while Hama Life have, well, I call it an Elder Flip. It might just be Hama Life securing it because they have Infernal, they have 3 Ornn items.
You know, the gold's still even, and Elder is on the map in 3.5 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, but as you mentioned before, the gold's number might be even, but the Ornn items plus Infernal Soul value is, I mean, might be like 5, 6K ahead.
Yeah, once Zeka gets his...
Little flank.
Oh, little flank.
Little flankaroo. They didn't go in on that. Guma's alone, and the flank. Who's flanking who? What is this?
Is that Pool Bay?
I guess so. Except it's Faker, actually. He's might just die to Peanut alone, who is ulting in onto Galio. And yeah, he's just kind of playing with his food at this point. Guma left out to dry. And it's just Hama, like, they're just waiting, baiting them into these rough spots. And T1 trying to find an angle, but they just cannot.
Viper has, I'm pretty sure, had sums this entire game. I don't think they've been forced.
Maybe he used them aggressively?
Maybe like very early on.
Yeah.
Well, might do that here.
Well, Charm's going to miss, but Carrier's not in the fight anymore. Still going to try to get in there. He doesn't have
Owner, you got to get this.
Yeah, Equalizer comes down. Owner knocked away. Now they can just smite it down. Easy peasy. There it goes as, yeah. That's a Baron now over to the side of Hama Life Esports. They get it for free. Only expending, you know, the flash of Delight and his ult. Very much worth.
So he doesn't have Hack's Flash, so that's actually a win. As we take another look, attempted flank setup here just doesn't quite work because Guma, the flanker, gets flanked because Peanut comes out of nowhere, gets on top of Senna. Yeah, there's nothing you can do with Senna in that instance. The moment that Peanut gets on top of you, really get close to you, you just die. And then here, this is again the power of Infernal Soul. You don't even take them carry, but it doesn't matter. He's out of the fight. Then the Equalizer assumes that they're gonna like leave or be behind Baron. Neither is true because there's not enough threat from the rest of the team.
It just, yeah.
I've already, you know, put in my vote, as you do.
You put in your vote like 20 minutes ago.
I did, yeah.
Chronicler was a doomer before he made it public. I'm just gonna say that. At least for this series. It's not in general.
It's 320 stacks on small.
Yeah.
Not when I put that.
I'm not gonna label you as a general doomer. just for this game, this series.
I don't know.
Which, I mean,
there's still a chance. I want to believe.
For me, it was when Poppy got
because if I end up being wrong, you know, and curses are real, it means it's a slightly more magical world.
It's an opportunity for growth, I'd say. Faker trying to hit the taunt flash, but that doesn't work anymore on many patches ago, many years ago. So, yeah.
Elder in 20 seconds. No ults outside of the Equalizer invested. Equalizer will be up relatively soon. Home Alive not getting that much value out of this Baron power play. It's legit playable. If Owner gets the Smite Steal, and they are then able to keep everyone up with Guma's healing and the shielding from both Faker and the healing from Owner. Don't forget, T1 still have Otacon, so if they can get a kill, it can snowball quickly. They do not have a lot of pedals because they didn't get a lot of kills since the Otacon, but we can dream. There are two wolves inside me, Vel. And they're fighting each other!
Yeah.
Come on, T1.
All right, well, they're on vision.
Look at the poke.
The damage already coming in onto this Elder. TP is going to be pretty straight up. Poke goes down onto Doran. Zeka's got an angle, but he's spotted. And it's getting lower and lower. Bomb will be called, and in goes Zeka. Gonna hit the charm on that back line, and Doran's almost already dead. As Owner throws in the ult, we got the Galio over the top. Delight might be in some trouble, but Owner's already dead. As the jungler goes down for T1, and they don't have a fight afterwards. In goes the Nefiri. Peanut just hunting them down like the Nefiri you would expect. And it was over a long time ago, but Hama Life gonna put the nail in that coffin and take down this Elder Drake.
No wave deep enough. Turret still standing. So the odds of an actual end right now, not really there. As are we just we're stalling it for? I kind of like that. Yeah, waiting as long as you want to. As the attempt from Zeka doesn't work, but he's still able to ult out and flash. And then the health bars on Doran and Owner are just already gone. When the fight begins. And Viper is just not even remotely friendly. And any fight where Viper is just living and fine, it's just nothing you can do. There you go, there's the aggressive flash!
Yeah. Well, there's the Elder.
I think he was waiting for the light, and obviously also you got, which I feel like a lot of
reset
teams,
timing, you know.
Well, a lot of teams don't do enough either, where you maximize value from this buff when you can actually use it.
Yeah.
It's by just getting it ASAP and then like, this might be what, like 20
Everybody
seconds?
backs and fine, they run back to lane, and yeah, 20, 30 seconds.
They just lose out on it.
Yeah. Peanut's just farming his wolves after getting it, which maybe he needs a little bit of extra money.
GA's done, Valdez.
Yeah. So, either way, GA is done for Viper. Death Dance finished for Peanut. As now they're going to use all of this gold, plus the Infernal and the Elder Drake, and all the Ore-Niners. He's got it on everybody at this point, including Delight. Has that upgraded locket. I think that was the item we were looking at that had like 700 health.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's way too much. And Faker going for the desperation flank. He'll be able to live, it looks like, but again, living at this point, not feeling too great. Maybe he was like trying to get the wave or something, because they don't have Baron, right? So it's pretty desperate either way. And the flank, or not the flank, the push, the siege is still happening here. And the Ornhorn will be called just to force it underneath the turret. They're going to find Owner as the turn comes in, and he's not going to die because of his ult, but now he's going to die. Just a little bit after the fact. Hamalay Esports will be taking down this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor, and we'll be looking for the 2-0 here tonight in relatively simple fashion. Delight going to find another angle reminiscent of that level 4 gank that he got mid lane onto Faker, which really started the snowball in this game. They don't quite have a wave, but they've got some little wolves to help out here, and it's just a done deal at this point. Got 10 seconds on Keria, who won't be able to clear out the wave, so there you have it. 34 minutes, and Humalife will take down T1 in 2-0 fashion. Not much to see here in the series, to be honest. We thought it was going to be closer. We thought it was going to be epic, but instead Hanwha are just proving that they are the better team.
There were moments, but they were mostly limited to the early parts of Game 1. And I'm sure, as always, there'll be a lot of talk about why Hanwha was able to get such a big win. Is obviously so much crossover, right, between these two teams. Got everyone hugging Doran, which is really cute to see. Obviously spent a good amount of time on Hanwha Life, and also spend even more time with Peanut as well as with Delight. As he had to play Ornn to do it. So is it really a win? I don't know. As unfortunately for T1, the 2-0 was Peanut. The Nefiri was.
You got to win on the Nefiri.
Yeah,
he was good.
He was fine. He was good enough. But that first game, that was vintage Peanut. That was amazing, and it should come as absolutely no surprise that my vote went to the Super Soldier In the mid lane. I know.
Yeah.
It's Viper.
But Viper did the boom boom damage.
Well, yeah, Viper was
did Viper
also...
did he even do more than Second this game? Probably, just because he's older.
The light could also, if it was a POG, it would be the light, right? Like if it was an individual game, I think the Poppy just does too much. And
I think that was the Light's family.
Homa Life, with this, securing themselves the second seed, setting up for a rematch of our LCK and LCK Cup finals, but now with Homa Life, with Zeus, with a Chovy that's on full form. Can't wait to see that. The T1, a lot to work on, because I think that part of it will be talking about the draft, but we got to be real. Plays like that just simply can't happen, right? Like that is just
not against Homa Life.
We say that, but there's a this team almost lost to DNF at the beginning of this of last week, right?
Yeah.
And for T1, I think that some experimentation when it comes to the draft is inevitable as we approach the playoff. The Smolder coming back for Viper. I'm sure Chovy is just salivating, and possibly so is Ruler. If you're talking about Penta machines, Smolder is definitely high up there. But the gameplay just wasn't quite up to par today. Not even Owner having his usual impact. I think him getting caught, him having a bit of a rough end to the season where he was really, without a shadow of a doubt, the #1 jungler. I feel like this last couple of weeks in their losses have really kind of shown that it's also not just that he needs to perform and he's performing well, but if he doesn't, it feels like T1 loses a lot of its edges.
Yeah. This team fight setup is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's only remotely close because Owner gets the ult off. Otherwise, Zeus, I think, just kills both of them there.
Yeah. Now, he, like, barely got it off. I was surprised he did because he took so much damage from Zeka, even without being charmed. And then he took, like, the Ornn Horn to the face. Viper was right there. And, I mean, there's only so much you can do with one Kindred ult. It was just, the snowball was too big at that point. Looking for the dive. I'm just going to use my ult. Senna? Talking about Senna. Not happy that he died. Galleon a flash, I'll look for the setup. That was about it. They go on to end T1 in pretty straightforward fashion. And it was actually Viper that did a tiny bit more damage than Zeka, but that's saying a lot because he was playing Smolder. And the fact that Zeka had that much damage. Yeah, he's the POM, guys. I haven't seen the votes, but he's the POM.
Well, that's what we thought we knew earlier today.
Hey, that was my boy Daystar, okay? He 100% deserved it.
He can get away with anything.
Yeah. 1 death in 2 games, and he dominated on Sylas, he dominated on Ahri. 1 death playing Sylas and Ahri. It's a classic Zeka.
This really is. And it sets up the storylines for this playoffs, because Homa Life just in the nick of time leveling up to really, and we were kind of waiting for it. You know, it's the meme of the dog that's like dragging his hind legs and it just stands up and you're like,
only they can level up.
Very much.
Solo leveling. No, I mean,
I can't believe I'm getting anime reference.
It kind of feels that way because everybody else is kind of like stable at their zone. Although T1 has leveled up a bunch.
T1's leveled up. I think Gen G's leveled up a lot as well.
Yeah.
So maybe those 3 can level. I do know that Nongshim, KT, DK, I'm not so sure.
KT leveled up a lot.
Yeah.
They were like 3 and 7.
For now, surely they won't lose to
It's a roller coaster, you never know.
And DRX this week, and
they might
somehow drop out.
They might beat Gen G. We'll see.
They might not. We don't know.
Gen G's having fun at the end. You know, they're preparing for playoffs. Well, for Road to MSI. They're trying to get that spot to MSI. And they will. They will. As good as Helma looked today, like Gen G are better than them right now. Although, we'll see what happens when it comes to an, you know, a best of 5, right? Should be a lot of fun. But guys, we do have the interview ready with Zeka. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeka on the side of Hana Life Esports after their 2-0 victory up against T1. Congratulations! Thank you very much. With this victory, Hanwha Life secured second place of the LCK round 1 and 2. What does it mean to you? Yeah, we had to secure the second place, and we thought it would be a very hard challenge for us because we were going up against T1, and I'm very grateful that all of us together made it happen. And today, with this win, you guys ended your losing streak as well. What kind of feedbacks did you guys have after losing to Genji and D plus Kia? Recently, we had a lot of mistakes in game, and our communications were a little off as well. So we wanted to make sure that we can work on those issues during scrims. Well, game number 1, you had a very tough laning phase matchup, but you managed to turn everything around in the laning phase and team fights. How did you manage to pull it off? It was for sure a very hard and tough matchup for me. So I think our main plan was playing around the side lanes and then setting up team fights around objectives. There was a team fight where you were able to hijack the enemy's ult and then set up for the entire team fight by yourself. Do you think Sylas is a good pick right now in the current patch? Well, Sylas didn't really get any direct buff in this patch, but with the changes in the AP items, I think this is pretty strong. Do you think you are the best Sylas player? I think so. The confidence coming out from Zeka was displayed in the play as well. And then game 2, you guys were on the red side. And then this time around, you guys were leaning towards the late game value comp. What was the direction going to game number 2? So game number 1, we didn't really have a lot of picks that had laning priority. So I had Ari on the mid lane. And then it was a decent status for me, honestly, but the play and roam play coming out from Delight was so on point, and then I was able to have such a good time after that. So how did you play out Galio-Ari matchup? Well, Ari, of course, has the priority, basically, but I think thanks to Delight, ganking mid lane, I was able to gain so much lead. Is there anything you would like to say to Delight? Because he was the one that set up for that first blood with the gank on the mid lane. He made a promise earlier today, actually. I actually made a promise. Okay, so I said, I'm feeling pretty good. And then he was like, then I'm just gonna gank mid for you. And then he actually did it for me. I'm very glad. And I saw on YouTube that you binge eat on match day after match. So what's on the menu tonight? Or what did you have earlier? Nothing, because on that day when I said so, I ate too much and then I got food poisoning and then the side effects were so bad, so I'm never doing that again. Then what about the meal after the match? Going for the hot pot, Haidilao, of course. That's on my list. Now you guys are the second place team in the LCK round 1 and 2, and one last match to play. What is your mindset? There's only one match left, and that's gonna be the final kind of checkup before heading on to the Road to MSI tournament. So I hope we can keep the best form and momentum. And this will be the end of the interview with Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisana Yaya, as it is 2-0. Hanwha Life Esports not only defeats the attempt for tiebreakers in a tiebreaker match, but they take care of business and lock up the second seed. Zayu stays undefeated against T1 so far after the transfer. It has been a huge, huge day here for Hanwha Life Esports.
And I was wrong. I'll be the first to say it. I've been kind of ramping into, I feel like Hanwha Life have made some big mistakes in side lanes. A lot of their mid games and leading into late game team fights was very shaky. I thought they were going to get punished here. I've been kind of teasing the idea of maybe T1 is our second best team. I predicted them to win today, but they just got completely outclassed. Like, Hanwha was better than them in macro, better than them in team fighting, and way better in draft. And some of the ganks we saw, some of the team play we saw in the early mid, T1 just couldn't match.
Yeah, there are 3 points where I really impressed by HLE. First, I think Zeka being so much better in the laning phase against Faker made the game really easier. For example, he played Silas in game 1, even though it was losing matchup and them having 3 lane losing lane. I think he was playing insane Silas, so he could actually force the Victor flash. And the second game also, I think him forcing out the Galio flash in the early game made the first blood as well. And the second one is that them having a better idea about the lane swap changed the whole thing in the game 1, and I think that impact the game 2 as well. And the third one is that every player had the same idea about the game, so I feel like whenever the T1 could win against better team is having a single player popping off, like for example Honor outplaying enemy jungle, or Carrier being proactive in the map. But I think we couldn't see anything of those. I feel like HLE, every single player played well around this time around.
And I want to mention too that I feel like we've known for a while, or at least we've been worried for a while about T1 and best of 5s with Fearless. And when we saw the draft in game 2 here, it left us wanting a lot. The Galio pick that didn't really have a strong target to go with, and then later the Kindred that came through because they were so lacking on damage. Felt like that really made sense for the draft. But you could see, not only has Owner with a really rough win rate, this is his 5th loss. You know, he was 1-4 before this game. Even though his win rate looks really rough, I think it's not necessarily just him, but the team in general doesn't know how to draft around Kindred. This roster's been together for a long time. Like, since Owners joined this team, it's been everyone except the top lane that stayed the same, and they've never really found success with this Kindred pick. We've never really seen this pick work well for them, even though he played it first in MSI, and he doesn't ult for the entire game. He gets his 4th mark at 26 minutes, and his first ultimate is at like 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, we showed that one just because. For me, it's the surprise that it's a 6-time played champion that they're pulling out here when they lack some damage. That felt like it wasn't prepared. Like, maybe if they get a win, but it just felt very unprepared of T1's drafting and situation around the player that has been their best player all year. Around Owner, it just feels like you put him in a tough spot here to try and save the draft. I
mean, I still like the idea that T1 brought up today, because I think you need something. You need some kind of joker pick whenever you want to challenge against better team, but I feel like it just didn't work out today. That's all.
All right, well, from that, let's take a look at the POMs for the Super Soldier. Was Zeka getting it done? And 11 out of 13, 1 shout out there for Delight, and 1 there for Zeus by the media, but it feels like pretty consensus here.
I think both of those votes that are non-Zeka votes make sense to me, given Delight's performance on the Poppy especially, and then also the Jax performance we saw from Zeus in game 1 where he popped off. But Zeka, for me, was the clear vote. Super Soldier laner, Super Soldier team fighter. He had both in spades today.
All right, let's move on to WA TV. What'd you have for us, Wadid?
We are living in the era of the big 3.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of team, in terms of the mid lane, I feel like HLE, they are for sure big 3, and Zeka, he's for sure in the big 3 in the mid lane.
Chovy, Zeka,
Faker.
Okay, all right. We're just making sure. We're just making sure. All right. Playoffs are imminent, and the Super Soldier's arrival is inevitable. Another Super Soldier reference there by Kronny. Great to see Zeka showing up and popping off here. Let's see what the Korean cast had to say about the performance of Zeka. Train to Busan booked. Even if the zombies appear, there's nothing to fear if Zeka is with you.
I like that. Good reference.
Yeah.
I like it.
We're all going to be on the KTX soon.
Yeah, movie 1 without Ox. Delight, I hope you reincarnate as a mid laner. Delight had a good game, and Prince always shouting out any side of the bot lane there. Cloud Templar, in the face of overwhelming force, skill and matchups mean nothing.
Wise words again from Cloud Templar. Won the early game, Silas versus Victor, got a flash on his own. Pretty insane.
All right, and Gogo, our last one, a big game hunter who always delivers when it matters. He keeps using always.
Well,
Gogo keeps using always, man.
The big game hunter thing was back for the original Hanwha Life roster that Zeka was on, which was a relatively mediocre team at the time until they kind of ramped up later, but Zeka was one of those big game hunters when Hanwha was beating the top teams back then, as well as, of course, when he was on DRX back in 2022. So that's an old reference, but it comes true again, right? Delivering where it matters.
Yep, making this big series go the way of Hanwha Life Esports, and now they lock that one in. The best that T1 could do is 12-6, which means Hanwha Life Esports at 13 wins already have second place all locked up. And T1 now they're sitting third, so they'll await the winner from round 2, which will be 6th or 5th winning up against the 4th seed. So this is our road to MSI map locked in so far with 1, 2, and 3, and we've got a lot of matches this week that help settle some of the rest of that bracket, including KT versus Gen G. And let me remind you, last time Gen G were undefeated in the series, it was KT that took them down, and also the Bros take on DRX. Giga Chats. Y'all, it's been a heck of a day of LCK to kick things off in our final week of round number 2, and we're not done. Make sure to come back tomorrow for more LCK action. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
KT로스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐? 낮은 곳에서부터 올라가는 게 더 재밌을 수 있어요. 어엿한 서브팀으로서의 그 안정감을 갖춰나가고 있습니다.
DRX가 저게 확정됐다고 해서 져도 되는 건 없잖아요.
그러니까 이 선수들의 고점만 터져준다면 약한 팀이 없다 이런 얘기도 나오고 있거든요.
갈 길이 바쁜 두 팀 간의 대결이고요. 1승의 값어치가 정말 크다는 얘기겠죠?
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.